And we are live. We got Dr. Zink here. And on the side, we have Uncle John, Vanessa Kitty, Garage Guy, and the other people left. They were here earlier. Okay. How's everyone doing today on Easter weekend? Forgot to get a chocolate bunny. No. Waiting. You know what? I had a singing video and it wasn't as good as a soundtrack, so maybe not. Oh, we got our buddy here again. Hello. You try to get on every week, don't you, buddy? So Andy,
Yes.
how's it been going?
Yeah, just a quiet week. Just loading. I'm down doing 223 now. Training a blackout is pretty much, who knows? All working. Training a blackout is pretty much done. I think I'm going to load another 530.06. And that's about it.
Wow.
Oh, Jamie shot from his 35 Remington. He shot some my zinc bullets, but I don't have a real report yet. Used Lyman 195 grain, 358 195 grain lead. It's like 120 grains or so zinc. He said he got like 2.5-inch groups at 100 yards, but that was just one load. So.
Okay. Antonio wants in so bad, but Antonio, I just can't do that right now. So we'll see you next week. You try every week, Antonio. We got Antonio on the side here. All right. Have a good one. He's always smiling and happy. Have a good one, buddy.
Who's Bernice?
Oh, he left on his own.
Who's Bernice?
Bernice.
In the private chat.
Oh, no, it was Antonio. He tries getting on each time. He's a nice guy. He's like Mr. Sock. He's not like the evil. He's a nice guy. And he was smiling, waving. Hey, he's very persistent. I should have let him on, but.
Well, maybe, if he comes in early like he did.
No, I'm traumatized from the one time,
at
camp.
I didn't see that one, so.
Oh, okay. I'll explain that one to you later. Tactical Foot is here, and Eagle Eye Shooting, Kitty is here. So, yeah. What's going on the side here? Yeah, so hopefully we'll get some more. Let me do another linky here. The old crew. Not quoting that one, Kenny. Fuzzy is here. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy out there. Did you see the thumbnail? Did anyone get that?
Really wasn't looking.
The Budweiser's
I really didn't see it.
Budweiser's taking a huge hit. The CEO just quit. He said, "Yeah, I'm in charge of the advertising company." He just flat out quit. They lost millions. And there's Julio. Hey, Julio.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good. 6-shooter Texans here. Mark Thomas is here. Yeah. So good to see you, Julio.
Hey, same here.
Easter weekend.
Yep.
And there's no way I'm doing Easter egg hunting tomorrow because there's still.
I know. I was thinking about that. You usually pick up all the.
We pick up
a lot of snow there.
Yeah, we pick up all the bullets, but there's still three feet of snow out there. So
wow. Yeah. I was thinking about
doing that. Rellis is here. Hey, Rellis. Dylan was the greatest troll ever. Yeah, so anyway, Budweiser took a huge hit. Then, surprisingly, Jack Daniels. I don't know what they did. And then Tractor Supply for sponsoring a parade, and the parade turned out a little funky, so they're in trouble. And then, of course, Nike. Yeah.
I don't get what's going on in this country.
And we have Tim here with the corn cob pipe. Yes, Tim. I found another corn cob pipe. I opened a cabinet and
I
I
never
found
see Timmy with a pipe.
yeah, corn cob pipe, baby.
Missouri corn cob pipe.
Yeah.
Missouri. Yeah. I should go get mine. I saw it upstairs. Now those don't get burned out on the inside core too easily.
No.
Huh?
Actually, the more it builds up.
You harden it.
Yeah.
All right. It looks good.
Tastes good too.
Good to see you, Tim. I wish I could smoke a pipe in here, but I can't.
So how is everybody?
Yeah, I'm doing good. You?
Good.
Yeah.
Andy, how you doing?
Well, good. Just prepping for the season.
Yep.
Making a lot of bullets. 223, 300 blackout, 3006, 9mm. Just keeping busy.
I'm going to be casting something for 300 blackout.
Oh, so you're gonna do some casting, Tim?
Do what?
You're gonna do some casting, Tim?
Yeah.
Good.
Or too long.
I should send Tim some of my zinc for that 300 blackout.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, don't tell the wife I got one today.
Uh-oh.
We took a loan out to solid base some debt. I told her I paid a bill.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Thorzax is here. So what did you get, Tim?
It's a, oh, Lord, American Tactical. Have you ever heard of such?
Mm-hmm.
It's out of South Carolina.
Mm.
AR.
Yeah, American Tactical. Trying to picture their logo. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I think it's a shield with a T in the middle. I'll grab it real quick. I just won't show it on camera.
Thorzax wants to know what you're smoking.
The YouTube live stream has a heart on the bottom. What's all that about?
Edward, you're back. Edward. Oh.
Actually, it says Mule Sports on it. But on the other side, it says American Tactical. Oh, it's an AT and a diamond.
Oh, yeah. Diamond. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. So where'd you find that out?
Oh, local pawn shop.
What's the twist on it?
You know, I don't know. Here's the deal. I asked the old boy behind the counter, and I said, you got any 300 blackouts? I said, I noticed you got the Ruger back there, the Ruger Ranch American. I said, but I was kind of looking for something in an AR, and he come up with the AR, and I just gave him the money and left with it.
Oh, no. Bam.
But, you know, hey, if it's going to be impulsive, it needs to be impulsive.
Antonio, David. Is it David Antonio? You keep changing your name. David Antonio, what? He's laughing his butt off. We have him in the back chat here. All right, I'm distracted. Reloader 762 is here. Kenny's going to do a lever action at 300 blackout. That would be cool.
That would be cool.
I guess you're going to have to deal with the rim, extractor, face of the bolt, something. Yeah. Oh, one guy is here. That'll be interesting, though. Okay, we're caught up. All right, David, stick to one name, and we'll catch you. We'll catch you next time. Take care, buddy. Okay. Trees blowing's here. Speaking of which, trees blowing. I had to look up. He showed a SAR Arms revolver that's a copy of a 686. Looks just like one revolver. And what's funny is I was like, wow, I didn't know they were, and you can buy them here. They're actually in hand. Jag 1 is here. Warsaw Patriots here. Booze and Bullets is here. Anyway, so I got curious, started watching videos on it. And there's one guy, he's got a pretty big channel. And he starts off just slapping the cylinder closed. Slap, slap, slap. Right? Like in the movies. And he's doing it to music, and he's like, this is all a wives' tale. It'll never hurt a revolver. It's a bunch of wives' tale. No one's ever proven to me that it does this, and they can't even tell me exactly what gets harmed on a revolver when you slap the cylinder closed. What an idiot. What an idiot.
Yeah, I seen a video the other day. A guy was slapping it, and they talking about people commenting on his videos. You shouldn't do that. You're going to damage it, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, hey, he slams it shut. He goes, it's my revolver. I'll do what I want. I said, okay, dude.
That's right. If you want a sloppy Sue, you can go right ahead. You want it out of time. You want a crooked cylinder. You want, bent rod.
Well, people think firearms are stout and everything because, you fire them and there's a small explosion, but they can't. When they're locked or when they're, when you got it out of position and you start messing with it, they're fragile. They're not really.
Revolvers are fragile the way they close. If they're open, that's where they're fragile. And then this eventually forward, aft, end shake. But what an idiot. He was just so proud and tried to, it's all for hits or whatever.
Yeah.
I saw where a gunsmith replied to that. He said, I make a lot of money off of you idiots. Anyway, okay. AR is here.
So what was the conversation about before I came on?
I don't know. 300 black. I don't know.
Nothing really. We just,
Well, I noticed Jim had that Bud Light can on there with his face on it. You should have done it with the unicorn and the face makeup like you did,
Or the redhead. Yeah, I know. Yeah. The redhead. I thought about doing the witch, but it wouldn't show up too good on it. Yeah.
That would have been good.
So I just did Enos. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was funny. My kid thought it was funny. I showed it to him. M1 Abrams is here. So, Julio hasn't had a word in yet, but it's up to you, Julio. Sorry, it just everything hits at once.
No, it's okay. I'm just listening, and I'm on side chat also.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Tim, when are you going to try out your new toy?
I don't know. I didn't renew my membership this year. And
oh, no. Oh.
Because I really do want to get back into it. It's been 2 long years.
Oh, David, you're back again. You won't give up today, will you? I don't want to completely block you.
Well, somebody in the side chat? I mean, in the back there?
Yeah, you guys can't see him? Oh.
Yeah,
no, we can't see him.
I see him in a private chat. I don't
okay, yeah.
He's typing in the private chat.
Oh, is he?
Oh, yeah, there's like 5 messages back there.
Yeah.
What's he saying here? Let's see, comments. Now I lost my comments. Oh, private chat. He's probably, I want to say something. So, okay, change his name. I did stream for film. Okay.
I didn't even know there was a Scream 4.
Scream 5 just came out. There's Scream 6.
Really?
Yeah, we have 6 screens here.
You can see how much I've watched those.
I don't
So I
watch that
guess I
stuff.
missed
My
one
wife,
of them. Only saw the first one and the second. I guess
My
I gotta
wife-
catch up.
How's it going, Uncle Jim?
Good. How's it going, Warsaw?
Doing good. Saw your Chinese Mac 90, was it?
Yep.
Looks great, man. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I had to have wood on it.
Oh, yeah. Wood's the only way to go.
The thumb hole's fine, but it's not 8K, so.
Hey, I saw you didn't really like the optic mount for it.
I've been testing that. I got footage and everything. The mount, problem with the mount is you can't quick detach it in case your red dot gets broken. I shot it and without the red dot on. So I turned the red dot off, offhand from my garage door, and it got about an inch and a half, inch and 3/4 group.
Okay.
4 shots, so good enough.
There's another solution you could take forward. You don't have a side rail on your rifle, right?
No, that's why I have the Artero.
There's another option. You heard of the AK Master Mount rail? Let me see if I get this camera.
For the rear.
Yeah, all you gotta do is just swap out the trigger pins, and that's the mount it goes in, and you tighten it up with a screw.
Oh, put it on. Yeah. I like it smooth. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure if I want a dot on mine because it's kind of like putting a scope on a lever action. It's not right. It's not sleek. It's not minimal, So I'm going to play around with the dot, see if I like it. I'm going to wait for the snow to melt, shoot it at longer range, and then see if I want it on there. Otherwise, it's going back to sights.
I just, you're pointing out a good idea is that they should actually make that mount where it has an adjustable rear sight on there.
Yeah, I know. They should have. Yeah. The sight's not tall enough on that. They have a built-in sight on the mount for people that don't know, but it's not. If I were to use that, the impact would be so crazy. Let's Floyd Hicks. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to give him his second. All right, David, be nice.
Hi.
Hi, David. How's it going?
Great.
Let's see you, buddy.
Look at this.
Scream 4. I don't even know what that is, David.
You don't know what that is?
No, let's see your face so people know who's been trying to get out.
Oh,
There we go. All right. He's been trying to get on for a while.
no. I'm David Arquette at this time.
Oh, David, you're what?
What?
You keep changing your name.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because I'm Dewey Weathers. Because everyone knows that I'm David Arquette from Scream 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So you have a channel?
Yes.
Okay, so you're legit. You're not playing jokes on us like some other people have.
I'll talk with you guys. So, guys.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What are you about to do there? I'm nervous.
Wait, Uncle? Uncle.
People in the side knows.
Uncle.
Okay.
Uncle.
Uncle?
Yeah. Uncle Jim.
What?
How are you? I'm just talking to you.
Oh, okay.
Look at this, you guys. But anyway,
All right. Is it a movie or what?
yeah, it's a movie from 2011.
Oh, is it a horror movie?
What?
Is it a horror movie?
Yes.
Okay. I don't watch horror movies too much.
Hey, Dr. Slink? Dr. Slink? Can I say hi to him?
To who?
Dr. Slink.
Oh, Dr. Zink? Yes.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay,
Dr.
Dave, I got you on here, but I got to reserve a spot for another guy coming on. So, yeah, thanks for being nice and everything good. And you got a happy smile, and we'll see you next time. All right.
All right. I'll leave alone. I'll leave.
Okay, take care, buddy.
All right. Take care. And I'll watch Scream 4 tonight.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Okay. Nice guy. Okay. All right. So, what else is going on, guys? It's time for garage break for me.
Yeah, not that much, but I'll tell you what, I'm not buying another bottle of Bud Light anymore.
No.
I've never been a
Touch it.
Bud Light drinker anyway. Miller High Life for me.
Yeah, I like how it. I like how it left a message how devastating it was. Just a couple days, Budweiser, and they just totally had to nip it right there. It's going to take them a long time to climb back.
And now it's what's the other one? Now Nike's gonna attack like that.
Yeah, Nike, Jack Daniels, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, their drag queen party or whatever.
Yeah, and then I guess Tractor Supply supported a parade. They supported a parade, and the parade kind of went that way, and so everyone's mad at Tractor Supply. I'm like, are you kidding me, Tractor Supply?
Oh Jesus!
So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt till I read up on that one. Patriot Paul is here. Okay. We have Mac. He's got engine blood. What's this? Anyone have experience with chrome hammer?
Barrels.
Well, hey, Mac, I like your headdress. Where's mine? It's in the next room. Damn. Well, my understanding was they were using FN chrome hemiforged barrels, and now they're starting to make their own in-house, and they're doing it all top of the line machinery. That's all I know. Anyone else? Tell it in the side chat. Let us know. Hard to keep up in the side. This has been kind of busy for me. You know, a lot of weird stuff going on. So
Yeah.
settling in. Try to keep on that side chatting here to make sure I don't forget somebody. Yeah, Mac, good to see you. We have a few PSA stuff, and it's all been good, especially that little pistol. And they're just getting better and better. What they're doing now is they don't want to rely on other people for parts and take forever to get them in, you know, to finish a rifle or something. So now they're making all their own parts so they can rely on themselves. I think that's very smart. They're spending a lot of money on machinery doing it. There's a few videos of their factory. They're even making ammo, 7.6239 and stuff. West Covina Dodge is here. So that's about all I know. I really
Now,
love. What's that?
is that something new they just started doing, or they always done their own machinery?
No,
I thought they
no,
were just a store.
no, it's new because they're tired of relying and being backlogged trying to finish these guns, waiting for somebody
Oh, okay.
like FN barrels and stuff. So now they're doing their own barrels. They're doing their own parts.
Yep.
That's good.
But they forgot a screw on my furniture set.
Yeah, I know you said it. Yeah, how can I forget that?
I know whoever inspected it or put it together, it must have been lunchtime. They left the one butt plate screw out.
Yeah.
And then when
Friday,
they
oh,
sent
that's
us,
it. I'm out of here.
and then when they sent us a screw, there was a communication problem. They sent us a tang screw, not a butt plate screw.
I was gonna. Hey, since we're talking PSA, what do you think of that PSA spiker, Uncle Jim?
Oh, love the looks. I want a spiker so bad. Yeah. I'll take one at 300 blackout. They're going to make AKs in 300 blackout, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, put in a 400 caliber. Why don't we do it a fourth time?
Do what now?
Put another 400 caliber in an AK. Why not do it the fourth time?
What? Well, this one, it makes total sense. It's 30 caliber. I cast the bullets, and the brass is easy to make. And if I ding the brass real bad, I won't care. It's cheap. Yeah. And you can shoot 300 blackout with dented brass anyway. It doesn't care. It's a pistol. It's like a pistol round.
What's next? The 300 blackout SKS?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna. I'd rather see other things than that. Yeah. No.
I was going to ask Uncle Jim. You heard of this whole 308 caliber is actually exploding on rifles?
No, ammo manufacturer.
Yeah, it's ZRS ammunition.
I saw something in a 9 that had a name like that was blowing out the back heads.
It's happened to 4 rifles all across the country. It's like Turkish or Syrian made ammo, and it's been used a couple times, and all of a sudden it explodes a whole bunch of rifles.
Okay, beware of that, people. Pat.
ZRS Arms.
Hmm.
Yeah, ZRS ammunition. If you can find the video, it's some guy's M14 exploded. It was a SOCOM M14.
That could get expensive. James
Yep.
Fuller's here. Hey, James. Hey, Wes Covina. Yeah, that's why it's always good to reload and cast your own bullets. So that's why I'm kind of thinking AK, but there's other things on my mind. I get one check, Social Security check, and that's it, and the rest goes to the house. But it's good to see that Social Security come in. Finally, you get old enough, and then you die before you can spend it.
Yeah.
So, Ammo Inc. Okay, Booze and Bullets. Ammo Inc. is shite too. I wonder what Booze and Bullets is making now. Every time there's a new 3D printed gun. I wonder what he's making now.
He told me he's going to be moving down by me for too long.
Oh, cool. That's good. That's good. Tim, did you survive any? Did you get any tornadoes or anything?
No, that was farther south.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
South of me and west of Ozark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pat. Hopefully you can come on later, Pat. PC bullet. Hmm. Patriot Paul, Missouri? I didn't know that. I forget where everyone lives. Huh. Well, that's cool. Now, Tim, isn't there like places in the woods you can shoot? You had your buddy's place.
Oh yeah. Well, it's starting to get crowded around there. That's building up stuff.
They're building houses and then they don't want you to shoot. Yeah, I got you.
Right. Yeah. So I stayed away from there. I don't want to be liable for anything.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there should be some kind of national park or something.
Oh, there is. There's Busick and Pleasant Hope. I know us go there.
I have to watch Leon right now. There's a disaster ready to happen. He jumped up on something.
Your cat?
Yeah, I had to cut him off from the stairway. It was driving us nuts, so I put a barrier in front of the stairs so he can't go above in the loft. And oh, he's pissed. He does not like that at all.
I had a buddy's cat of mine. He actually clawed the living shit out of a table of his. He was pissed. They had so much money they had to put in that thing.
Yeah. He got trained badly. He'll get up on the banister way up above us, above our heads, and then start playing and flipping around and doing stuff like a tightrope. And then it drives us nuts, and he got trained badly by getting treats if he comes down. So we go to the kitchen, he runs down for a treat. Yeah. So he doesn't move.
Falling down off the top of there or no?
Yeah, he's fell down a couple times, doing like cartwheels or something on the banister.
Yeah.
And I worry about the fireplace hitting the brick, but he landed on his feet. But that's a hell of a jump.
Yeah.
Michael Hurtnick is here. Hey, Michael. Yeah. So I put a blocker, and now he's like, because he's going stir crazy until it's summertime. You know, he's stir crazy in the winter. It's too cold for him out there. They don't stay out long. Yeah. So it's either that or he picks on Minnie. So
Yeah.
anyway. All right, so what else is up, guys? It's garage time. Between the pipe and Andy, I need me a tobacco.
Yeah, no, I got just 3006 is pretty much all loaded. I don't know, 3,000 rounds roughly. 3 in a blackout, 3,000 or so rounds for the bolt, and about 2,500 for the AR, all zinc bullets. And I'm on 223 now. Probably got about 2,000 to go. That covers the summer. I have about 5,000 of those for my bolt action. For my AR, I got so much loaded, you know, full blast stuff. But I don't shoot that much with that anymore at this time. And 9mm, I still have to load. So, but I don't want to load 9mm until I get that Ruger PC tested again, because I have no idea why that thing started shooting funny.
Yeah.
I've been through it a few times now, cleaning, checking. It chambers fine, it ejects fine. So I put a different scope on it. Got to go out and test it.
And that's the one that comes apart in 2 pieces?
Yeah. It's 100% sound. There's nothing wrong with it. It just one day, it just took it out, you know, and shoot. I was getting shotgun patterns, and
yeah,
I took it all apart, cleaned it, put it back together, tighten, torque down all the bolts and everything else, and we went out the next time, and it was still shooting all over the place. So the only thing left I could come up with is the scope, and
Yeah.
I have those CV Life scopes. I got them on my 3006. I have no issues. So I don't know if
Right.
it got banged or something. I can't answer. So I bought another CV Life because they've upgraded the glass in it. They put coated lenses in it now.
Oh, okay.
It's the same price, didn't change.
Yeah.
And I put that on there. It's just red, laser bore sighted. It usually gets me within an inch or so of being on. So if I go out there, I don't care where it hits the target. I'm going to aim at the same point. If I get 5 holes close, then that was the problem.
Right.
Then I'll reload. I don't want to keep reloading bullets and find out there's some other issue. So I loaded, I don't know, I guess 30 rounds of 5 different bullets that I have, and we'll see how it goes. Because I'm trying to mainly shoot zinc bullets now. I'm not even wasting my time with lead anymore. And, Tim, that 30, the bullet I'm using was a 309. Oh God, I'm bad with the numbers. I'll get it in a second. 309. It's a Lyman mold. 309, 180 grain, pointed type bullet. Let me see, 30 cal. 311, 332. Okay,
332.
Yeah. Okay, it's 180 grain, fairly pointed bullet. It looks really nice in the 300 blackout. I use that in my 3006 and the 300 blackout in the bolt and the AR on the 300. In the bolt, I'm shooting very, very reduced loads with that Winchester powder I have. And in the AR, I just worked up a load using, what is it, H110? Is it what H110? I forget.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, H110. It's like 14 or 15.3 grains was the sweet spot, the node, and the action works fine. So that's where I stayed. And I do have on my channel a couple of videos where I show the targets and stuff, so you can, and just a couple of 200-yard targets too. So it's working fine. So that's why I said I've had great success with that particular bullet. So I'd be glad to send them out to you, Tim, for you to test. I mean,
So what do they weigh in the zinc?
113 and a half grains, give or take.
113.
They shoot good on the 300 blackout. I like it for that.
Tim, you still. I don't want to repeat. I have an address here, but is it still 521 or is it that changed?
It's 522.
How did I have 521?
Because it was 521. Now it's 522.
You moved next door?
I moved across the street. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But everything else is the same, right?
Yep.
Okay, because I have a bunch casted, so I can get you out some soon.
Okay.
All right, and
That'd be awesome.
yeah, I mean, Ocean said, he's like, he loves them in his 350 Legend, and you got that too, right?
Yep.
So now my seating depth that works for me on my bolt and my AR is 2.11.
2.11.
Yeah, I'll give you the information when I send you the bullet.
Oh yeah, you done that before when you sent me them bullets. Yeah.
Oh, I sent them to you before?
Not those bullets. You sent me some 9mm bullets and something else. I forgot what some 22 bullets.
Oh, 223 stuff? Yeah.
Yep. But they were lead.
Oh, yeah, no, throw them away. I got my zinc and 223 should go up perfectly.
Really?
Yep.
Nice.
And they're 33, 55 grain, 56 grain, whatever, comes out to like 33 grains in zinc. And I shoot them out of a bolt, not out of my AR. I haven't worked up a load on my AR. Again, bunny fart loads, but accurate as hell. But James Pollard's been shooting them. Okay, James Pollard's been shooting them at 2,600 feet per second out of his AR, and he's having great results with it.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he likes it. Yeah.
The zinc bullets, he loves those zinc bullets. So, and I have a new one, but the mold's no good. I bought an NOE mold in steel, and they're dropping small, so I gotta ream it out. And it's dropping bullets at 223.5, and it's like, nah, that ain't working.
Wow.
I powder coated a batch just to play, but I haven't shot them yet. And it's a longer bullet, it's a 74 grain lead bullet, and it comes out to like 46 grains or something like that in zinc.
Wow.
So I don't know how they're going to shoot yet. So, but I have to, before I drilled out the mold, I wanted to see if they shot at all. So that's why I powder coated them and then sized them. So to see if they work.
Have you tried casting in lead on that mold to see?
Yep,
if
same thing. Same thing. They'll come out at a touch. They're coming out a touch bigger. Like I said, 2.235 on the zinc, and it's like 2.237 in lead. So I mean, it's really not. It's the mold's cut small.
Wow.
I didn't want to get into a whole thing with Al on the phone and stuff and send it back and this. I didn't want to be bothered. So I did do some 223 molds that I had no luck with. I had an RCBS mold that was dropping small bullets also, and I reamed it, and those bullets are flying fine now. Okay, then I have a couple of the 223s that I'm sending most people in zinc are coming out of an NOE aluminum mold, and I'm having tremendous success with that bullet. I forget that's a 64 grain lead, and that comes out at like 41 grains or something like that.
Okay.
So, and those are shooting great. So I have two of his molds that shoot great. One's the flat nose, which is like 33 grains or something like that, and the other one's close, like 38 grains or something. And those two fly perfectly out of my bolt. Okay, so and that's what James Poland has, and they're shooting great for him. So
it's strange how that steel that allergen. And once you heat it up, it changes to a different color. It's not like Lyman and RCBS. No matter how hot it is, it's still the same color.
Well, he's using a bright steel on the NOE's steel molds are like a bright carbon steel or something. I don't know how RCBS and Lyman. I don't know exactly what that steel is. It's a carbon steel.
Yeah.
Okay, but none of my Lyman or RCBS molds are. They get like a little more bluer, but but that's casting in zinc. I'm casting at 900 degrees, so there's a difference. Okay, and I'm doing the NOE mold went from almost looks like an aluminum mold. It's getting darker and darker and darker now, but it's casting beautiful bullets. It's just too small, and you have to turn the temp up on those little bullets because they won't pour.
Right. Yeah.
You got to thin out that zinc even more.
Mm-hmm.
That 800, like what's his name, just put up a Taco.
Yeah.
He just put up a zinc preloading thing. And he's around the 850 mark, and that's about right for the larger bullets that he was casting.
Yeah, he was doing. He
Well,
was
you
doing
could see
two.
that the holes on a sprue plate was getting dinged up.
Well, he's new to casting zinc.
Yeah,
And I
Yeah.
warned him a long time ago. You've got to get that mold. Put your hot plate on high and forget about it while the pot melts. Okay, when you come back, I don't put it on super high. You're not going to get the steel mold too hot. What happens is your mold itself is going to be too hot, but the sprue plate is still cold.
turn it upside down and heat that.
I when I take it off the plate, I take out my torch and I heat the hell out of the sprue plate, and usually the first two are a little harder to open. By the third, it gets easier. By the fourth, because it's the whole mold's now coming to the right temperature. Because the temperature transfers right into the sprue plate, and the mold itself becomes within 5 or 6 pours. It becomes. I guess it stabilizes the temperature to where it wants to be based on what I'm pouring into it, and the sprue plate opens up like I was casting lead.
Right.
Yeah. What I saw was he went to doing 2 molds at a time with zinc, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was watching.
You want to keep that hot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching. You could hear there are only 2 cavity molds, so it's not too bad, and they are steel molds that he was using. But you could see he was taking a little too much force to open it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really pounding on it. Yeah.
You know,
with zinc, I'd want one at a time and be on it right away. Yeah.
Well, you gotta watch the sprue harden. It actually hardens twice. If you watch it, it'll get cloudy and then it crystallizes.
Yeah.
When you see it crystallize, that's when you open it. If it's cloudy, you're gonna smear.
Okay, way back in the chat, Kenny was talking about it's almost cheaper to buy PMC bronze in bulk for 223 nowadays, because of primers. And yeah, I stocked up on that stuff a long time ago when it was like $4 a box, a 20. I think it was.
I remember those days.
And
you used to be able to find PMC. You'd find American Eagle. You find them all for like $4 a box.
Yeah, so I stocked
everywhere.
up PMC. Everywhere. It shoots good. It shoots good. It's not quite the feet per second, but it shoots really good for cheapo. Yeah, so I agree totally. All right, sorry for the interruption. I think I missed some people here. Gunswater, 6-shooter Texan. Who did I miss? Oh, well, sorry, guys.
I want to answer Uncle John real quick. He asked me what the juice was. It's blueberry, strawberry, and blackberry. Triple berry.
Is it a wine or a juice?
Yeah.
Oh, a wine?
Yep.
Wow. Can be tasty.
Jim.
I hope so.
Papa's Place is here. Hey, Papa's Place.
Jim.
Yes.
Yeah.
What tobacco are you smoking over there?
It's Don Johnson's blend.
Don Johnson's blend.
Yeah, it's called Don's blend.
The actor?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's a Missouri boy.
Oh, and he smokes a pipe?
I guess.
Are you talking Miami Vice guy?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. 10 mil. All right.
10 millimeter guy. Yep.
Oh, all right. Smith & Wesson 1006. Yeah. Cool. Or he might have had the shorter one. Anyway. Okay.
Andy, one thing I wanted to ask you, do you have like an M1 or something? I mean, you're loading all this 30-06. Just
nope. I have a bolt. I shoot a lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
I've asked him that before. What are you doing? 1,000 30-06 in a city?
3,000.
Yeah. Man.
You got to understand, I worked up a load that is very subsonic. I don't know how fast it's coming out.
Yeah.
1,100 feet per second,
Sure.
1,200 feet per second. I don't know. Okay. I don't have a Prado to test it.
Yeah.
I'm using a Winchester WSH shotgun pattern. There's totally no load data for it, but it loads close to green dot. And I've worked up loads for my Bolt 223 reduced recoil like that. You're talking 4.8 grains of powder. Okay, to shooting. Well, I'm shooting zinc, but it's like, let's say 35 grain zinc bullet. I have it in my 300 blackout bolt. It's 6.8 grains, I think, if I remember right. And in 3006, it's 11.3 grains. And I do have some targets up on my channel. The few times I brought targets home and did a video on the targets.
Smoke coming out of your truck.
What?
Oh, okay.
And I got some 200 targets out there with the 3006 and the 300 blackout, and I was quite happy. Same bullet.
Yeah, you only got access to a range that's like 50 yards, right? It's an indoor thing.
No, I shoot outdoors, but it's
Okay.
They have two sides. One side is 25 pistol, 25 yards, 50 yards. The other side goes out to 200.
Oh, okay.
100 or 200. They say you can do 75. They got its place, but I'm only shooting for fun. I'm plinking.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, my days when I was young and back in the late 70s, like 78, 79, early 80s, we had a house upstate at 1,800 feet from the back of the house to the stone wall. And with my 3006, I used to shoot beer cans off the wall. So, I was happy.
Yeah, sure.
And it's all my reloads. And those were full reloads, though. But so, I go with 600 yards. I'm happy with that. But I'm shooting. I'm more plinking, but I want as accurate as I can get.
Mm-hmm.
And when I take the 3006 out, I want to be able to shoot 50 rounds or 100 rounds out of it. And I can't do that with a full load.
Mm-hmm. So what are you going to do with this whole crazy scope thing? You go ahead and you're going to replace that scope that's on your rifle?
I bought a new scope for the Ruger PC. Okay. I bought another CV Life. It's pretty much the same model, but they upgraded the lenses.
Sure. They're coded now or something.
So we'll see when I put that. It's on. It's laser sighted at the moment. When I go to the range, just waiting for the weather to break here, maybe another month.
Yeah.
And I'll be first thing I'm going to go out with that. I don't care where it's hitting the target as long as I aim in the same place and all the bullets go into one hole. Then that problem solved. If it's a shotgun pattern, I have no clue.
It's got to be the scope unless your barrel got roached somehow. It has to be the scope.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. Maybe you damaged your crown somehow.
The crown's protected. There's a
flash hider.
Well, whatever. It's more of a cover.
Recessed crown.
In other words, I can't have a. They won't ship to New York with a threaded barrel, so they glue on an end or whatever, and so I don't know. I looked at it. I don't see nothing that looks strange to me. When you look at the end of my 3006, it looks a lot worse than that, and that shoots true. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't really shoot anything through it. Mostly lead. Then I went to zinc, back and forth, zinc and lead, and I had no issues. I put it away. It was a perfect day. I took it back the next time, and it was all over the place.
Fuzzy.
Oh, fuzzy.
Pat will do anything to promote that movie.
Yeah, well, my shooting has been kind of put on hold for. It's going to be on hold for a while. So
Your
I can
shoulder.
just enjoy the YouTube and the chat.
Shoulder's got to be doing better though, huh?
Oh, I think that's about as far as I can reach up right there.
Ouch.
Wow, how long has it been now?
It's been about 3.5 months since my
3 months. Yeah,
Wow.
I was going to say
I
3
was-
months or so.
It's going to be
I-
a year. It's
I
going to be
was-
a year before
I was
finish.
2 months. I had all 3 rotator cuffs ripped, totally ripped off. And 2 weeks after the surgery, I started therapy. By the 5th week, I had 180-degree rotation already.
Oh wow.
Okay, and they said I would never be back to 180, and I had it already. Okay,
good.
And it was just a matter of keep working the muscles for another month and a half.
Yeah. I got a good physical therapist. She's really good, and I've been going 3 times a week. Just that mine was, my whole arm got ripped out. The whole thing was ripped out. I mean, it ripped out my bicep and everything.
Yeah, that was a lot more damage. Yeah.
It was bad. It was really bad.
Mine was only the 3 rotated cuff muscles.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be the same. So I might end up having to shoot left-handed. So if I do start making videos again, I might end up doing left-handed shooting and stuff.
Well, don't give up on your shoulder yet.
Yeah. Well, I got a plate and I got all the hardware in there, and I don't want to screw that up.
You got a plate in there.
Yeah, I don't want to go through that surgery ever again, because you got rational pain where, like, if you cut yourself, you can rationally think about that. Then you have irrational pain where you'll do anything to make it stop, and that's the way I woke up on that.
I never had that kind of pain. I
Oh my God.
I took one pill the day of the surgery, just in case. And I woke up the next morning. I had no pain whatsoever. Never had pain.
Jeez.
This guy does microsurgery, I think they call it. He's one of the leaders in rotator cuffs in the country. His procedure, they make tiny little incisions in your shoulder, and they go in and stitch it all up.
They cut me from the top of my shoulder all the way down underneath my armpit.
Oh wow! No, I got 2 spots in the front, 2 on the side, and 2 on the back. They're not even less than a ½ inch.
Andy, let's change the subject.
Yes.
Let's just go ahead, Jason.
And somebody asked me about, is it a floating barrel? It's I don't know what you would call it. It's the Ruger PC. I mean, it's the stock is, they use a lot of torque on the stock. It's 65 foot-pounds. Okay, so it's and it's a 2-part stock. You got the forearm, which is on the front barrel, which comes apart from the gun. It's the takedown, and it's not a wood stock. So I mean, I checked all that when I first started having trouble. I came home, I checked the torque specs, everything was fine. Okay, so I have no idea what it is. So if I have trouble with it again this time, I brought the tools. I'm taking off. I'll take the scope totally off and go back to the iron sights at the range. And if it's still screwed up, I mean, everything's tight. I tested everything. I took all the torques of the rail and the scope rings. Everything is tight. Nothing moves. So I have no clue. Okay. No clue at this point what it is. I had all different theories and all different things I tried, and no matter what I did, it wouldn't shoot right. So.
Okay, Mr. Free Phonics, good to see you. I just now posted a link below West Covina Dodge there. It's a video where there's 2 types of scopes I use on a Contender. In 22, you can get away with a rifle scope depends on how you shoot it. If you got a little bipod like I do, because it doesn't have any recoil to hit your eye. But pistol scopes are kind of a pain. One is a very low power and one is a 3x9. But once you get to 9 power, your eye relief, you just got this hole you're trying to line up in the tube. I mean, it's, it gets, so it's kind of personal choice. You also could throw a red dot on there. So anyway, with a magnifier. Anyway, I thought I'd address that. Good to see you. All right. So there's a link right there under West Covina Dodge between him and Ocean. Okay. All right. And the video's going to suck. Anyway, it's typical Uncle Jim. Tin Man is here.
Yeah, Andy. Yeah, there's a procedure you can do. I don't know if you can find it on YouTube or not. It'd take a long time to explain how to do it, but you do it with a mirror and you turn the light off and you just use very, very low light from a flashlight. And what you'll see through your scope, into the mirror, is you will see the shadow of your crosshair. And what you can do is you can take a look at where your crosshair is at, and then you can go ahead and tap the side of the adjustment mechanism for your scope, and everything, and you tap the side of that, and then if that crosshair inside there starts jiggling around, your scope is screwed.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to, sitting at it with it like strapped down on the bench, looking through the scope at a specific point, on a target, and tried tapping, the rifle wasn't moving at all, tapping the scope on the top, on the sides, and I didn't see anything moving. But that doesn't mean,
Well, you're looking at the crosshair, as it's being, reflected on the lens, and you can't see it really move.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So when you use the mirror, you're actually looking back into where the actual crosshair mechanism is. And then that way you can see whether or not it's moving around, because it only has to move a minute amount, and you're all over the place.
Yeah, well, I put a new scope on it, so let's hope that I see it working. I mean, it's a $60 scope; it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, if this works, then I'm
We'll get another scope.
contact CV Life. And say, hey, I got this scope 2 years, and it's all over the place on 9mm. That's all. See what they do. If they fix it, great. If not, no harm done. $60.
Yeah, you got it, man.
But I think CV Life has lifetime warranty, I think.
I don't know what their warranty is. I don't know what the warranty is. Again, I'm not too worried about it. If it was a $600 scope or a $1,000 scope, yeah, I'd be pissed off.
Yeah, but hey, if they'll cover it, you should contact them. If you need to take it out and shoot it, make sure that's the issue. If it is, contact them, see what they do.
Oh yeah, like I said, as soon as the weather breaks, I've got several different bullet heads all loaded up, and quite a few of each to test with. I'm going to put 10 rounds down range, not even looking at the target, and then see where it shoots after that. Because it's a clean barrel. I mean, that thing is scrubbed clean right now. So I'll see.
Oh, what am I doing with the coat on? It's hot outside now. Springtime.
So I'm not too worried about it. Tomorrow I got one chore to do if the weather lets me. I got to start taking down a very large bush. Okay, I forget what they call this. It's a little tree. Anyway, it's been up for many years, and it's
like a double meaning to me. Taking down a very large bush.
Yeah, when you say large bush, I'm going to ask indoor or outdoor? Oh,
not a very
outdoor.
Tim.
I was thinking about Kyle when he used to wear that. What was that he wore on his head? He kept calling him a bush.
So yes, I'll find. I just it's not supposed.
I think we've all been there one way along the line.
So I gotta just start cutting it down. Okay, my landscape is cool guy. I can't pull the base out. It's like a triple trunk, And it's a very colorful. It's a large. I don't know if you want to call it a bush or a tree. I can't think of the name of it. Hibiscus. It's not a hibiscus. It's a plant like that you don't have to bring indoors. And it's a very colorful, blooming, tons of flowers and stuff. But I grew it from a cut off piece from another one, and it's in the front of my yard at the curb per se. And it's already lost one of its 3 main limbs, and the other 2 are doing fine. But last year, it's budding already, but it's very weak. So it's leaning against something, and it's not going to stay up. So I want to get that down and clear it out of the way. So I just got to cut it down to a certain height, and then my landscape will pull it with his little tractor. He'll pull it right out. That is one project, and the other project is power washing the driveway. That's it. So I'm just waiting for the weather to break to get those 2 jobs done. So I'm ready for the range weather the moment it breaks.
When it comes to power washing the driveway and the sidewalks and my patio out there and all that stuff, man, I used to do all that stuff myself. I got all the stuff in the garage and everything like that, but I'm going to have to hire somebody to do it this year. So I can't do it, not with my shoulder.
Yeah.
Like this.
No, definitely not. I have one of those big, 18-inch round discs that cleans the driveway. It's so quick.
Oh, that's nice.
It does it so quick and takes no. I used to do it with a regular wand, and it's like, what are you kidding?
I was going to recommend either renting or getting the attachment that swirls.
Yeah, I got one. What happened was last year I bought a new power washer because I went out and bought one of those discs and discovered that my old power washer was nowhere near strong enough to drive it. The power washer I have is like 25 years old. It was only like 2,400 PSI. So the new one's 3,500 PSI. I do my driveway, which is about, let's see, I want to go, it's 25 wide and it's 60 feet long. It takes me about an hour and 10 minutes to do the whole driveway. That's how quick this thing works.
Yeah, I had my neighbor across the street in Washington. It can get dark crap on the cement.
Yeah.
And the neighbor across the street, after I did mine with a wand.
Yeah.
And the sidewalk in my area, and he comes out he just went to Home Depot and wanted the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And one day wasn't that expensive, and he's out there with that swirling thing, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I did an hour.
Hey, Jim, you know as well as I do, man, it's a different kind of mold that's up here in Washington. It's a different kind because we got overcast all the time here, and it rains all the time. So that's a different kind of mold. It just does not go away. It is a constant battle to get rid of that, to get it off the driveway, to get it off your freaking porch or whatever you're going to do. That stuff just grows like crazy. I hate it. I hate this place. I do. I hate Washington. I hate it. It's got some pretty months in there, but it's just like if you look over my shoulder there, it looks bright outside, but it's overcast, dark outside. It really is. That's just the illusion you're getting from my camera. Depressing place to live, I'll tell you.
Well, I'm happy I had my last plow about 4 days ago. And I'm like 6 inches, really, April 4th.
Yeah.
Global warming my ass. It's the most record snow we've ever had.
What? Haven't you noticed, Jim? They don't call it global warming now. It's climate change.
Yeah, it's climate change.
Like the world never had climate change in all the millions of years.
Yeah, it's like, are you kidding? Here on Long Island, they're boasting that we have this whole next week we have a chance of breaking temperature records, and it's okay. Well, the temperature record is 70, and we're going to hit at least 69. I say, so what the hell's global warming? We've had 69 degrees already on these days.
I'm gonna tell you what. The only people that I trust as far as the weather, getting the weather prediction is the National Weather Service. That's it. Period. I mean, if you tune into like King 5 or Channel 7 or any of these other, right? They'll be standing there in a freaking FEMA hat. someplace up in Anacortes or someplace with a, the very first snowflake that when it hit the ground, they'll be out there with some dial calipers. As you can see, it's 45 millimeters in diameter. This is going to be the worst snow ever. We've got, we've got emergency service already set up in tents and for the homeless and everything else. They'll just stand there in their FEMA hat. And I just can't stand the national news. I just can't stand it.
They go crazy if it snows.
They do. They go nuts.
It's like, what is the big deal, people?
The only thing this year, this has got to be, I don't know about up in Connecticut, but here on Long Island, we had one snowfall that actually did anything, and it was 3 inches.
Yeah, same thing here. On my side, I'm by the water. I don't know about up north. We got a little bit and it just went away quickly.
And we really haven't. We had one. I think we had 3 different weeks where we had some cold temps. 1 week was below 20 in the teens at night, not during the day. At night, and it was actually, not a good winter for us here.
Yeah, no, we had it pretty good.
So I don't know. I don't see the issues in this climate change as a joke.
Let me tell you something. That's why I'm not shooting long range right now. Yes. I can't walk
At least
out
you can
there.
see some of the ground. At least some of the ground's not covered.
Oh, it's going to be 70 this week. I just don't want it to melt too fast. You know.
Then you get mud.
Well, we want the water in the reservoirs and everything. So
Yeah, it'll melt off and then wash out everything if it melts too fast.
yeah, they're worried about it melting too fast now. But record snowpack, global warming, 800 and something inches this year of snow.
I don't know. I want to get into this whole climate change crap. It's just a way for politicians to make money.
Well, just go back 100 years. You'll see the same thing they're whining about.
Yeah.
100 years ago, before, all the pollution in cars.
His latest, what are they doing? Something again with Biden just did something for gas cars or something. Ridiculous. It's not said. Then he gives the okay. What was it? 2 weeks ago to start drilling in Alaska again. And then the following week he shifts off 50 million barrels of oil to some other country.
That's an idiot.
Well,
you know what the thing that bothered me the most about Biden is when he was on the national news and they lined up all those school children.
Oh.
And then there was that one girl there that was like, she was like 11 or something like that. She was, 8, 11 years old or something. And she had real long blonde hair. And he walks up behind her and he just gathers it all up in his hands and he sticks his face down in there and just, and I'm thinking, you know what? If that was my daughter, I'd kick your ass.
That's
I would just what?
That's why you don't see any Epstein journals, logbooks, whatever, because all these people are involved.
A little too creepy for me. Yeah.
Oops. I got to get to West Covina Dodges first. The thing is, the Saudis can't stand Brandon, so they're going to cut him off. So he has to get oil somewhere.
Yeah, but he's shipping it all. He shipped $50 million of oil out of our reserves again after he did Alaska.
Does anything make sense with this guy? Come on.
No.
Puppet.
No, you know what? It's almost plausible that if somebody really wants to do something, all they got to do is just go in there and talk to him. Hey, this would be a good idea. This would be a good idea if we just go ahead and just do this, Joe. What do you say to that? I really think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, and he just, goes in and signs it. He don't even know what the hell he's doing.
That's all right.
Talking him into all this stuff.
All these big foreign countries now trying to switch the money to digital.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we got to worry about the dollar right now. Yep.
Yeah. I was saying that China dumped the U.S. currency. I guess you could call it the dollar is no longer. They're not using it.
And they're going after Taiwan now. So watch out. Watch out. They've been invading, they've been crossing the airspace and water space. And it's coming. It's coming. We're weaker than ever. So
Jim, the heat has been turning up over the last few decades about this, and it's just like a frog sitting in water. I mean, they just tone it up a little bit at a time, and he just sits right there until the next thing you know, he's boiling in it, and that's what's happening to us.
however, people are fighting back. They're like, you know what? I'm not on the fence anymore. You know, people on the fence, that's the issue. They're like, you know, this is a bunch of crap. They dragged Trump in for something, and they're letting murderers out of jail, the same guy, you know, and they're
Tell me
killing.
about it. I live in Washington State. Yeah, they let murderers out all the time here.
They're turning felons into misdemeanors, and then they drag Trump in just because it's political, you know. People are sick of it. So I have high hopes, kind of. If not,
I hate to say this, but if they're so afraid of Trump, okay, if they're so afraid of Trump, if I was Trump, I'd say the hell with this and just start slinging as much mud as they did on him, and just go after their balls right now and just throw down everything that he knows about those people and prove it and say, these are the people that you guys voted in. And I warned you.
The one thing about Trump over any other politician that I've seen in my lifetime is he doesn't let it get to him. And it should have got to anybody a long time ago, you know, everything. He just keeps fighting back. Doesn't let it get to him. Nobody else I've ever seen did that in my lifetime. They weren't that tough. Not that tough. So, anyway, politics aside, it's crazy goofball out there. It's goo. This is what gets me the most is squatters in people's homes. They can own your house.
Yeah. Did you hear about that down there in Tacoma? The guy and his wife went on vacation, and when they came back, there was a squatter in his house that broke into his home.
Oh, there's tons of them. It's the biggest thing now.
Yeah, it was like, hey, get out of my house. And he says, well, you know what? I don't have to do anything you say because you have to evict me. Mm-hmm. And there's months and months and months of orders that I have to go through. I've already been through this, so
burn the house down.
Living in this guy's house is crazy.
Yeah, and the police can't do anything. They're ordered not to, and you have to go through 3 months of trial to get them out. Unless you can get them to come out of the house and you reoccupy it and claim it again.
It's crazy, man. That's nuts.
And when they leave, they rip all the walls up, the sinks, everything. They beat the crap out of the house. Brand new, beautiful houses.
Yep.
I've seen all the videos of this.
Yep. They absolutely destroy the damn house.
And I'm thinking, don't you have a shotgun? A lot of people had a good idea that keeps you out of it. You just hire somebody with no paper trail to take care of business and get you help. Yeah. You hire some, I can give them to you. A couple of good old, that's how people have been doing it too. And you don't pay cash. No one knows. And then they get them out of the house. That's why, Jag, I looked up our laws and I'm like, son of a bitch, we got squatter laws here, but you have to be on the property for 7 years before you can own it. It must be an old Western thing. There is squatter rights here, but they can't have your property unless they're there for 7 years untouched. Yeah. But here you can request them to get out of there. I prefer a 12 gauge. I'm sorry. It's done. Hobo slug to the rescue. Yep. Hobo slugs to the rescue. Oh, yes. Yeah, I know. Somebody has to go to Congress needs to change the squatter laws, at least on homes. You know, if you got like 10,000 acres, okay, I can see squatters trying to get a piece. But in people's homes, they should not, they're the innocent ones. They should not have to pay a cent in court. And it costs them $2,000 on average. $2,000 and 3 months just to get your house back. That's some bullshit. I'd rather spend the 2,000 on some wise guys to get them out while you're out of town. All right. What else? We talk about anything here. It goes everywhere. We haven't got weird yet. Tin Man, where are you? There. I tried looking up his email and I couldn't find it under 10 or other letter. Weird on this thing. It's good to see you again, Tim, with the corn cob. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm done for the night.
It's approaching my time too, so.
Yeah, we can do a shorty. It's, you know, what do we call this? The light chat tonight. It's Bud Light.
Yeah, the light chat.
The Bud Light chat.
Yeah.
What hurts is all those great commercials they made.
Yeah.
I mean, it just ruined everything for themselves.
Yeah, I saw a news clip on their older macho commercials, firemen saving things and having a beer after hunters, and now they missed their mark altogether.
Well,
the guy in charge that just quit, he said he had no idea the marketing team was putting that ad together.
Well, he's responsible. You know he knew.
Yeah.
He knew. You got to look at what's putting out on TV. That's your job each day. You know, you're in charge of them. But yeah, he cleaned out them, and then he quit, the CEO.
yeah, I don't know if you guys know it or not, but they canceled all the, they used to have people come down and look at the horses and stuff. They've canceled that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's right here in Springfield.
Wow.
There's some beautiful horses out there.
Yeah, I know the Clydesdales.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, very nice horses.
Yeah, I drive by there at least once a week, and the little ones will be out there with their moms, and they're just beautiful horses.
Yeah. Well, it was a good lesson for other companies. You know, if you want to lose half, 3/4 of your business overnight, boom, there you go.
But they've had enough lessons already to know better.
And they're catering to a very small percentage of people compared to everything, but they want to make it look like it's a huge percentage, and it's not.
Oh, well, that's the other side of things.
That's how they want you to perceive everything. It's a huge percentage. It's not.
They just went through, I caught something on YouTube. It's about 2 weeks old, and I'm bad with people's names and stuff. Somebody's father of one of the people shot in one of the mass shootings at a school or whatever, he was sitting and like in Congress, like talking to them. And it stopped telling lies about guns being the #1 killer of kids. And he just rattled it off, man. He put them all to shame.
Yeah, a huge percent is suicides. So that has nothing to do with gun shootings. Okay.
Well,
Take
the thing that he was throwing at, he said, your #1 killer of children is abortion. Okay, he says, your statistics are out in left field. More kids are killed in car accidents because they're texting. Why aren't you taking away their cell phones?
Yeah, I forget what it was, but there was a huge one. It wasn't drownings, but it was something else that just blew the doors off of anything gun related.
Yeah. And so these people, the problem is these people that are like, let's say, have democratic minds, if you want to label it that way, the left people or whatever, they have been brainwashed, and they are convinced what they're being told is true.
Yeah. No. Look at real stats. Take away suicides. That's self-inflicted. And then look at the cities where the problem is, and guess who runs those cities? All right. And then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about that shooting, did you see the little gal that does the news press for the White House?
Oh yeah, where they attacked her.
Where she turned the shooter into the victim?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that crazy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought you were talking about
The press secretary in the White House.
Yeah.
no, yeah, I was thinking of something else where they attacked her for saying that men shouldn't be on the swim team. You know, women's sports and men's
Well,
sports.
they shouldn't.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
They attacked
No, it
her.
shouldn't be.
They should have their own
Mm-hmm.
Olympics or whatever, because it's not right.
If anything, make a new sport
Right.
just for
Right.
them, a new
Yeah.
category.
Another
Yeah.
category. That's all.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
either got these and you're this, or you don't and you're that. That's it.
Well,
No.
that's reality, Jim. We don't live in a reality world like that anymore. Everything's based on fantasy and what you want to live. And
You know, the movie Crocodile Dundee was so ahead of its time because he just went a poof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was so way ahead of its time.
that's not a guy. I mean, not a woman.
Yeah, that's a Sheila.
And he walks over and goes, wow.
Oh, that was so ahead of its time, you know. That's how it should be done. Gonna be on the swim team? A poof. Anyway. We'll probably get
That's wrong.
canceled.
The girls work real hard to compete, you know. You don't need to add
No, you
the
can't.
person in that pile.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jim. I'm starting to see that these platforms are starting to see the power ain't on that side.
No, they're a small percentage, but they want it to look huge in the media and
Right.
the left.
Yeah. I'm starting to see a swing, and I'm liking it.
Yeah. Well, people aren't buying it. They're not that stupid. They're stupid,
Right.
but not that stupid. Same with a bunch of other things like your gas pump prices and everything else.
Oh, we went up 15 cents in the last 2 weeks because, he opens
Yeah,
up
we
Alaska and then he shifts off 50 million barrels of oil, and then our prices go up.
Yeah.
Yep. Same thing
And they're
here.
saying that, and they turn around saying, no, it's not because of that. Yeah, okay. Drill our own oil. We got more oil in the United States than the rest of the world.
What do we have? A year and a half. I'm just counting the days. What is it? Year and a half or a little over that?
A year and a half
It's
for
year
what?
and a half, but it seems like forever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wish a year and a half were in tomorrow and get this clown out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
The damage this guy can do in the next year and a half is unpredictable.
Oh,
Well, I think that it was an FBI. There was an FBI report out that said that only like 30% of all gun owners that have pistols actually use those for self-protection, and they concealed carry them. Only 30%. So, you got 70% of the population that has pistols. They use them for target shooting or hunting or that sort of thing, and all that. And you can see how manipulated, these people are, and they're trying to manipulate this whole thing into like we're all John Wick or something, running around just shooting up everything in sight. And you know what? I detest violence. I hate violence. I do. I hate violence, and you know, if I watch an action movie and it starts hitting to me that all it's about is just nothing but senseless killing, I'll turn it off. I can't stand watching it. You know, it to me, it's an insult to my intelligence to watch that. You know, it's just crap. It's a bunch of you know, movie crap that came out of Hollywood. That's all they're trying to do is make money off of, and it just makes me sick. And these people, these politicians and stuff that are all driving this whole thing, they think we're like that. They think that we get off on that. They think that that's what we just eat it up. You know,
Everything's percentages. Everything is percentages and how they blow things up. It's like John Kerry's jet. All right, flying to a going green convention. You know what I mean?
right?
You know, it's all BS.
It is, and it is mouth diarrhea that is coming out of these politicians. And if people have a taste for that diarrhea, fine. Here, go ahead, help yourself. If you really want to believe that crap, go right ahead. But you know, all it is just to further their agenda. That's it. They're making money off of it. They've got people that think like them in like thinkers circles that are supporting them with money and giving them support, and that's all they care about. So they're just up there, just like little hand puppets, you know, just that, you know, hey guys, you know, I mean, that's all they do. You know,
it is backfiring on them, though. We have so many gun owners now. We have new gun owners. Do you know why we have new gun owners? Because they won't enforce the law, and their cities have turned to crap. They can't even walk by their car anymore. And so they're buying guns. It's all going to backfire. It'll be okay. Just give us a year and a half. Jamie's here.
Hey, guys, I'm going to bail. It's time for me to get out of here. We'll catch you next time.
Good night, Andy.
all right, you sleep in peace, buddy. All right.
Good night.
Yeah, you have a good night, man.
Don't say it that way. That's like you sleep with the fishes. What?
Yeah, sleeping with the fish.
Sleep in peace, man. You ever had a peaceful sleep?
You don't say
You ever
that.
had to just drop and turn and stuff? You know, that's what I do all night because of my damn shoulder.
Good night, Andy.
Yeah, good night, Andy.
I don't want anyone to tell me to sleep in peace at night. No.
I said sleep, not rest. I said sleep.
Mm-mm. It ain't right.
What have you been up to, Julio? What have you been doing over there? What kind of diabolical things have you been doing in your little laboratory? What have you been?
Me, I've been what you call it? I've been working on trying to make a Hornady powder measure work with a Lee. The NOE made these powder through expanding plugs
Yeah,
for the Lee.
right.
So I got an adapter that you can use RCBS or Hornady to the Lee products. So I ended up drilling out the hole larger to a 7/16, because that's what Lee products are, 7/16 hole. And I fine-tuned it and I got it to work pretty well.
Wow.
So I'm gonna make a load and see how it runs. But I ran it just dry and it's doing very well.
Do you think you're going to do a video on it? Kind of show people how to do
Yeah, I'm
this?
gonna do a video on it. Yeah,
That'd be great, man.
yeah, I'm gonna do a video on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
because Hornady makes their setup. They call it the PTX, but they're only designed for the jacketed. So
Right.
they don't make them for cast. So when NOE came along with these,
Hi,
I
Jamie.
decided to take the measurements if I can make it work, and it's working.
Yeah, and isn't Lee coming out with M dies also? That's what
I
I
sure
heard.
hope so.
Yeah,
I sure hope so.
I think Tin Man told me that. He let me know on the mold that's coming out, and then also M dies are coming out from Lee.
Yeah. No, I
tell you
sure
what,
hope so.
I had a Hornady powder measure, one of the ones that has big, tall reservoir and all that. It's red.
Uh-huh.
came with a stand and all that stuff. And I had it years ago. And man, I used the crap out of that thing. I mean, I used it. In fact, a friend of mine was getting started in reloading, and I just so happened I had 2 Uniflows already, and one of them was broken. And I said, "Look, I got surplus reloading stuff, man. Just come over and we'll put together your kit for you." And he did, and I gave him that along with the kit, you know. So it worked real well for him. But I use that Hornady, and it's a good power measure. I never had any problems with it.
Yeah, it works very well. Yeah.
Yeah, through nice even loads and all that, and you know what gets me is that CW. I don't know if you know him. You ever watched it? Okay.
Yeah, I've been to his house a few times. He's not too far from me.
Yeah. He brought something up the other night about standard deviation, and about like with rifles, your standard deviation. That if I mean, there's something that I've always felt and I've experienced is that round nose bullets, you're good to about 500 yards. And your standard deviation and stuff is not going to have hardly any effect at all on that bullet. And you know what? He's right. And I agree with that, because when I shot high power, I didn't have a chronograph. I never chronographed any of those loads. And I shot X's and 10s at 600 yards consistently with 308 and 30-06. And I didn't figure out any standard deviations and stuff. And sometimes, out to 300 yards, just to save money. That was back in the day when you could buy Corlock 150 grain Remington bullets through Midway, 500 pack, pretty cheap. And I would load those 150 grain hunting bullets, and I'd shoot those out to 300 yards. I'd shoot my offhand and my sitting with those bullets and my 300 yard rapid fire, and that would save me money on that load. And then when I went back to 600 yards, I would use either a 173 grain or a 168 grain, and that's how I would pull down my cores with repel. Yeah.
Mac, there is ratios, and you can find them online per whatever caliber. Once the lead is melted, wheel weights, you got a lot of steel, you got a lot of different sizes. Okay, once you thin out what's really lead, so you can't. You got to go by the lead once it's melted. Then it'll tell you how many bullets you can make out of it. You can calculate it too, but there are charts for pistol calibers and everything else.
Well, I mean, you can get it pretty close to breaking down how many bullets you're going to get out of a pound of wheel weights. And you do that with grains. So if you're going to shoot 125 grain bullets, you times that by 7,000 grains, because there's 7,000 grains in a pound.
But first you got to melt your wheel weights, because you can have truck wheel weights that are this big, and you can have these tiny little buggers that are all steel.
I get what you're saying, Jim. I'm saying after you get the ingots, after you've already melted them down.
Yeah, after it's melted. Yeah.
If it's melted, you'll get a really good idea how many you can make.
But hey, guys, you know what? Casting's the only way to go. It is the only way to go. I mean, all of us here know that. That's the only way to go. We walk into a big box store and we're walking down that aisle, and you see all the jacketed bullets they're trying to sell for $50 a box and stuff. And you think to yourself, man, people are just out of their mind to pay this kind of money for jacketed bullets and just go out and blow them off at the range like it's nothing.
And while we're on the subject, Mac, there's charts you can find online for how much brass you have. Just weigh it, and it'll tell you how many 9mm brass you have.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And there's charts. It makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
If you don't have a counter like I do, and whatever.
You and your counter. I think that's pretty cool, though, Jim, what you did there. That was awesome. It was like, I've got nothing to do. Holidays, special days.
Let's make a counter.
And you just this epiphany happened on the toilet or something. You went, oh, that's what I'll do. I'll make a counter. That's awesome.
Yeah, after we made one for the Dillon, using the original Dillon one, I found an easy way where it just hits at the bottom of the shelf on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was hilarious. 5 minutes versus an hour.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid. All
There
right.
you go. And yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's becoming casting their ingot season soon. Same with wet tumbling season.
Wow. Pure linotype. Wow.
Papa's Place dreams of cinnamon rolls. Oh yeah, me and the wife used to make tables of it. We'd have all the counters covered with cinnamon rolls, homemade. You let them rise, and then you roll them up and chop them. And we'd cover the whole tabletop, so we'd have to give them away. But they're so good, fresh. It's like fresh bread.
Oh my gosh, downtown. There's a famous Paulsbo bakery, and it's famous for their donuts and stuff. And you go in there the first thing in the morning, like you're gonna go to work and bring donuts in for the guys. Man, you walk in, oh my gosh, man, the smell of that. As soon as you open the door, man, you just get hit by that cinnamon roll, and not just that. The maple bar stuff that they put the maple bar icing, you can smell that stuff, and it just hits you like a wall. It's just like, oh my gosh. I mean, it's crazy. It's like drugs. It's like, wow. Yeah. Good stuff.
Mac, I would say start with 50 to 100 pounds, somewhere like that, and you get lots. It's worth just dragging out the propane. 50 will get you started, but I'd go high. He's just talking starting off. Yes.
Right. And, I kind of compute that whole thing to, some people have a little, milk house heater that they run in their house in a certain room, like a bathroom or something like that. Okay, that thing's taking up wattage on the 110, right? And it's probably not drawing near the amount of amps that maybe a melting pot is. But when you start talking about the electricity cost, and you start talking about, that sort of thing, what's it worth, and all this other stuff, to go ahead and cast, you're still getting by. I mean, extremely cheap with cast bullets. I mean, you can cast 1,000 bullets, and that's 1,000 rounds that you're going to go out and shoot, and it's very, very minimum cost. And it is worth it. It is definitely worth it. You can't count your time and stuff because it's a hobby. It's almost like people who work on their own car. You can't count your time. So, it's just one of those things. And it's enjoyable. It's relaxing. It's fun.
But well, Mac, that's how I started off. Yeah, start simple and figure out what you want once you know what you want. You know what I mean? Don't listen to a bunch of people that are going to tell you got to spend a lot of money to do this and do that before you can reload. No, keep it simple and work your way out.
That's how I look for sales.
Yep.
Keep it simple, work your way out.
Yep.
And you'd be surprised. Sometimes you can go to garage sales and you can find reloading stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure a lot of us have things we didn't need. Okay, we don't use anymore because we went with whatever. If you bought a kit or whatever that comes with there, you're not using that stuff. You buy what you want as you go.
Right. And it's like I was saying earlier about that powder measure. I had a certain amount of surplus reloading equipment, and this guy was a friend of mine, and I came over and we put him together a kit with a press and scale and everything that he needed. I even gave him some dies and the whole bit. I said, "Here you go, man." And he's a reloader now, and he's upgraded since then. He's got a Dillon, and he's got a few other presses and stuff, and he started casting and all this other stuff. But it's really cool when you kind of turn somebody on to it, and when they realize that just how much fun this really is, how enjoyable it is, and it's very rewarding too when you start shooting good groups with bullets that you made in your garage for pennies, and you're shooting these nice tight groups, one hole shots, at like 25 yards. Then the reward of the whole thing, and it all starts seeing. I'm telling you, it really is. And I'll tell you another thing too. There's not one gold medal, okay, in a 2700 at Camp Perry that's been shot and won on with jacketed bullets. All those top shooters shoot cast bullets, and the top guys, they cast their own. They cast their own bullets. They have star, lubricizers and stuff, and they figured out their bore diameter and the whole bit, and they've got it nailed down and a gnat's butt. But they all shoot cast bullets, and that's what the Nationals are won with pistol. Yep. Not jacketed ones. Now in EIC, in excellence in competition, where it's a national match course where you shoot 30 rounds and it's a 300 aggregate, yeah, because you got to use hardball. But that's it. What is going on with that dude, man? He was in and he was out. What happened? That's it.
Ooh, it's the Easter Bunny.
He's having a psychedelic sort of thing going on.
Ooh.
Did you see what that bastard gave me the other day? That Easter bunny?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Hold on, just so we know.
Coors Light. Oh.
Yep, no Bud Light here.
So there's no Enos on the bottle.
No.
I got to admit one thing about Coors Light, boy, it goes down pretty quick. I mean, you can. That's no problem. Real easy drinking.
So I like how the mountain on the can turns blue when it's cold, but I don't like the diameter of the can because it won't fit into most koozies.
Right.
But it tastes good.
Well, it's water with a little sizzle in it.
Yeah, for a light beer, I mean.
Yeah.
Hey, nice that you wore the rabbit. I didn't even think about that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for being festive, guys. Now I feel like a jackass.
Oh. Tim, I wanted to tell you this. I was going to put it in a video. I need to clean my reloading room. It is a disaster. And I was like, where is Tim's homemade box on the desk?
Good night,
Where'd
Jamie.
it go?
Put that back on the desk for, every video. It's in the background.
Uh-huh.
Son of a bitch. Where's Tim's box? I put it, it's on the side. I don't have it on the desk.
Well, Jim, I never noticed.
Once the desk is clean, it goes back on the desk.
Oh, it's
Hey,
Pat.
Pat.
There's my PIC. What's up, man?
I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, now who's moderating the chat? Oh my God.
Good night, Jamie.
We have a DJ. Tin Man. He's spinning it.
I'm trying to think of a good name. Give me a second. I got nothing.
Nothing. I got to admit, that's a good look for you there, Tin Man, though.
Thanks, man.
Hey, you're pulling it down, dude. You're doing it.
My wife found these at the dollar store for our kids.
It's cool.
I've been wearing them half the day. The 2-year-old would come up like, ears? Yeah, okay, I'll put them on.
I was talking to my daughter earlier, and she, they were heading out. They had to go to some soccer game or something. Anyway, so I said, okay, well, we'll see you later. Bye bye, like that. And you can hear my granddaughter. She's only like 2, and she goes bye bye in the back.
That's awesome.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's neat.
Yep, I love that stuff.
Yeah, bye bye, bye bye.
That reminds me.
Oh no. He's
going
going
to Loop.
Look at that shelf. Look at that shelf. His last shelf caved in. This one's about ready to do the same thing. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh no, that thing's been bowing. That shelf's been bowing for years. It's still holding up.
It broke one time. That broke one time.
Not that one. That was
Yeah,
it was the
good
IKEA
job.
shelf that broke.
That's cool, though,
Yeah.
man. I gotta admit, that's cool.
It was the IKEA shelf off to the side on the floor that broke. That one hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, no, that one's okay. But I'll tell you what, the top shelf is looking a little scary.
That's
No.
pretty cool.
I hope those things are bolted to the wall.
Man, don't let the inspector come in that room.
Oh, well, the second shelf is the one I'd worry about. That's about 30 pounds of black powder over there on that first one. Everybody knows exit through the back door if there's a fire. So how you doing, Julio?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
I went to a Easter egg hunt with Zoe today, and
That's
Oh, yeah.
good.
now only had 2 beers. I think I needed more. But
Oh, I go away for a second, and James is right on it, right on the money.
Yeah.
Julio, just so you know, I got these ready for you. I just haven't sent them out yet. I'm an idiot. I keep forgetting about them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
What
fine.
are-
Thank you.
You got 4 sets coming.
What are they?
Yeah, thanks.
It looks like adapters for like a powder measure or something.
They're for you can put a micrometer seating dial on a Lee die. I think
Yeah.
with these, is that right?
Yeah, you can use the Hornady micrometer seating stem to a lead die for rifles.
Mm.
At least that's the plan. We'll see how these plastic threads hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The guy said it hold up pretty well, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's why I'm sending you 4 sets in case one breaks.
Yeah.
Bless you, Tim.
Look at that, guys. A brand new, not ripped up manual. Oh, yes.
Oh, you got the 51. Look at you.
And if Mac, it was birthday discount. I think it
How-
was 20 bucks. Anyway, if Mac is still out there, you want to start off with good manual, I recommend this one for your first manual. Do you know why? They have colored pictures for monkeys now. You can see your bullets. Oh,
Yeah, that's the 50th and the 49 were like that too.
not as good.
But they took
Not
a lot
as
of
good.
stuff out of there. They
Not
took
as
the
good.
contender
Okay.
stuff out of there.
Not as good. The 49th, mine's all ripped up, and I'm like, you know what? It's time. And the 5.7 ammo or the 5.7 date is correct before it was wrong. And they got 300 blackout in here, which they never had in mine. So we'll see. It smells like vinyl. Yes. It'll be ripped up in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Anyway, if Mac's out there, that's the one I recommend for going by data. You know, you got to, okay, you bought the 50th. That's good. That's better than the 49th. They updated a few things. All right.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm still rocking the. I don't know if I do. What the hell one do I have? Hang on.
Yeah, William Gangley is here. He said, did they fix the 5.7 data? I believe so, if I can find it. But I heard it did because people that replied when I said it was wrong, they replied and said, I have the 50th or 51st, and they changed it, and it's right. You were right, Uncle Jim. You were exactly right.
I have the 50th.
I almost found that out the
I
hard
think
way.
I got the 50th. Hey, Jim, why don't you go ahead and give the new reloader guys out there the rundown about bullets versus, powder companies and their manuals, like the Sierra manual versus like a Hornady manual versus, the Lowell and all that other stuff. Just tell the new guys out there all about that because, their bullets and their data,
I'm like the worst guy for instructional reloading videos, but Mac, I don't know what level you're at. You got a Lee press, you got the 50th. I said start simple. How I started was I bought bullets. Okay, before I casted, I made sure I could load lead bullets and shoot them good, and everything's fine. Then you're like, I can save more money if I cast and buy a mold. So I started off, a couple cheap 2-cavity molds, right, from Lee, and then it snowballs. Okay. But you can start simple, single stage, 4-hole turret press. What press do you have, Mac? You got the 50th, so you're already doing good.
I'm still waiting for reloading to save me money.
Anyway, you want to cross-reference. As far as Hornady and Sierra and stuff, if you use those bullets, it's going to be super useful because it tells you exactly as long as... Now, Hornady had 300 blackout trim length wrong 3 years ago, and they were telling you to trim your brass totally wrong. They amended that. That's why you cross-reference. Same with the 5.7 and the Lyman 49, and a couple other things. So, anyway, manuals. If you have like factory bullets, Hornady bullets, yeah, get the Hornady. I really don't have a use for it because I usually just shoot all lead. All right,
it's good. It's good to have. It's good to have though, just to cross reference. A couple like you said.
Yeah, it's good, but copper and lead is different. Okay,
correct.
So
he's got the Lee Classic turret press.
Yeah, my man. Okay, you should be
That is awesome press.
You should be
for money. You can't beat that press.
He didn't specify classic or value turret. I'm assuming classic.
Yeah, that classic turret press is the best press for the money. The end.
Yep.
That's
100%.
That's over Dylan. That's over everybody.
So
that press, you can do anything you want with that thing.
He's been doing his homework. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's got a mentor out there somewhere.
And I told you can start simple and all that. I have a single stage, I have a 4-hole, and I have a Dylan. Do you know what I use the most? Is 4-hole because I do little bits of rounds and test them. Okay, and then just go look at all my older videos. My channel got deleted, but you can go to Odyssey and look at Uncle Jim and then Uncle Jim 2. And you'll find a lot of stuff, me loading on the classic and little tips and stuff. All right. You're doing great. I'm not worried about
companies also.
I'm not worried about Mac.
He's starting off on the right foot.
I'm not worried about Mac whatsoever. So if you're not comfortable casting right now, you don't want to do everything at once. Work your way up. Buy some Missouri bullets or Acme or whatever. What was the company that's undersized in 9mm? Was that Acme? I have some. Watch out.
They were like 354, 354.5 or something like that. People were getting a lot of leading.
Yeah. I have some.
Yikes.
What company is that? They come in the wood box.
Acme.
Oh, that's Acme.
Watch out for Acme 9mm because they're a little undersized.
Well, hopefully they fix that.
Yeah.
Missouri's usually spot on. They go a little harder, but every Missouri, the 9s I've shot, the 300 Blackout Subsonics I've shot are they're awesome. So
I've shot thousands.
Around what people like, people don't like, and then get into casting once you're used to. Because when you're doing lead bullets, it's a little bit
scary coming from a guy that has rabbit ears on. I've shot thousands.
Shot thousands of Missouri bullets, man. Good bullet. Yeah, I am the source of all the best info right here.
So once you're comfortable doing lead bullets, they're slightly different. The way you flare, the way you do everything about them is a little different. Then you get into casting. Then you're going to need a pot to melt your ingots. And then you're going to need a casting pot. I recommend the Lee 420 pot.
Can't go wrong there.
420.
Hey, that's coming up soon too. 420. Don't forget to celebrate.
Oh yeah. So do the 420 pot and then start off. If you want to start off easy, just get a Lee 2-cav mold. They're cheap. They've got handles on them. They work.
Plug and play.
Okay. Yeah.
Boom, we're out the door. Nothing else to buy.
And
Yep.
then you can go to the 6 cavities, and then you can go buying them off of eBay, RCBS. I love Lyman molds. And then you got your HP molds, which are pricey. But you can go, it's snowball, you'll figure out what you want and what you need instead of buying and regretting, and it sits on the shelf.
Not to interrupt, but I want to kind of interject. here
No,
with Matt.
you guys go, girls.
Well, your knowledge and your experience is just going to go ahead and expand and expand and expand and expand. It just keeps going as you get into this hobby. And the more you do, and the more you reload, and the more that you start experiencing this, the more you get to know, and the more you get to know, it just keeps going and going and going, and it's very enjoyable. I mean, all of us here started the same way. All of us did that, and it's just like, we just start discovering all these other things and things that you never even thought about before. And it's just it's a fascinating hobby. It really is. And there's I can't take credit for it myself, but I would highly suspect that Lee and a lot of these other reloading companies, they watch YouTube. They watch guys like us, because we'll tell them, hey, this would be a great thing if they would change this. And so they're getting feedback right off YouTube on redesigning stuff. They did that with the APP press, I think.
They did it. Yeah, Julio made a
Julio
redesign
Julio
shoulder.
Segas.
Yeah, and he just came up with an idea, and then Lee said, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And they did it, and boom. And I'll tell you what, it's because of that experience, and it's because of the reloaders out here that really are into this thing. They get a lot of their information. And, and I don't know everything. I don't know. In fact, Pat knows more than I do.
Hell no. I've only been doing this for, 5 or 7 years.
Same
No, I
here.
don't know. You went and you got all your, you got all the case forming and all that other stuff that you do there for your, Martini Henrys and
Yeah. And that's something I'd like to interject.
powder
Dave.
and all that other stuff. Dude.
When you reload, you'll never be afraid of anything at the gun store counter. 6.5 Carcano or just something off the wall. It's like, fine, I'm not in trouble.
They usually mark down the Carcanos cheap for President's Day.
Yeah. I was in a gun store.
Gee,
I was in a gun store, and there was a star.
The bunny rabbit is evil tonight. The bunny is evil.
I was in a gun store about 6 months ago, and there was a Star 900A in there in 9mm Largo. And I looked at it, and it was in perfect condition. And they wanted like $350 for it. It was a killer. And I walked out, saying, no, I do not need another pistol. I do not need another pistol. I do not need another pistol. Dave, get out of here. You do not need another pistol, because I don't have 9mm Largo dies. And you know what? I went back there about 3 days later, and it was gone. So, but that's one of those calibers that a lot of people will shy away from, because it's 9mm Largo, and you can't just go out and buy it everywhere, so you have to make it. And so, like what Pat was saying, you're never going to be scared of some oddball caliber that you've never heard of before, because there's probably dies, there's probably information out there. More than likely, I say, you got yourself a winner there. You can load for it, and you can go out and enjoy it. And, this is, an obsolete caliber or something like that you wouldn't found. You can load for it and go out and shoot it and enjoy it.
It's funny that Pat brung up the 6.5 Carcano, because I bought one. I gave like $65 for it and went to look for ammunition, and it was as high as the gun at the time that I'd bought the gun. Yeah. And I thought, I can't do this. So I actually took 243 brass and machined it to the Carcano, so I could shoot my Carcano.
Nice.
You know, that same thing happened with me with a 7.5 by 55. I walked into Big Five. I actually seen a guy at the range, and he had one of those K31s. He says, "Yeah, go down to Big Five. They got some." I said, "Cool." I said, "How much are they?" He says, "I think they're on sale now." I paid $69 for mine. So I went down there and I picked out the nicest one that he had, you know, and I think I paid $59. They were $10 off, $59 for that rifle. And I took it home, and brass wasn't available. They take a 30 caliber bullet, but guys were making brass, the 7.5 by 55 brass, out of 284 Winchester. So I went ahead and bought some 284 Winchester, necked it up to 30 caliber, and fired it in it. And you know, the first time that I fired that rifle, I put pretty much all 5 shots into a 1/4-inch hole.
Nice.
That thing shoots like amazing. That thing's like a laser beam.
There was so many surplus guns that you couldn't sell them. They were cheap. You couldn't sell them because there was no ammo. Only the reloaders. And now that reloading's more popular, these things are crazy price now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're crazy price. They used to be in barrel. They were just, you know, you couldn't give them away.
Right. Just
And
like that.
same with me. I wasn't reloading back then, so I had no interest. You can't get that ammo. I don't. Same with the Largo. There was pistols all over the gun shows, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I'm not gonna, you know, I don't load for that. So, yeah.
It's a poor man's 38 Super.
Mhm.
9mm Largo.
Same with the 2.5 CZs and stuff. The what's the other one? Anyway, 7.62 by 2.5.
Yeah, 7.62 by 25. There used to be rifles and you know, like pistols and stuff. You know, chambered.
That was the 357 SIG back then. You know,
it's crazy. Yeah, and since reloading is taken off, I mean, like you said, Jim, all those surplus rifles you used to be able to get, just walk into the place and they were all in a big garbage can, and you picked out the nicest one and took it up to the counter and paid for it. Those days are gone. Those days are gone, man.
Too many reloaders now.
That's right.
However, when you start reloading, keep it simple, 9mm, whatever, 38, 45, keep it simple. And then you're going to start saying, hey, what can we screw with next?
Yeah. You'll be looking at guns and calibers just to buy that gun so that you can reload for that caliber.
Yep.
You will actually say, you know, I always wanted to reload for that. And you'll buy that rifle and you take it home and you start reloading for it. I mean,
see, Dave, I do it backwards. I'll buy the dies and the stuff first and then go get a gun.
Yeah.
Oh, my problem is Sylvia will bring something home.
For oddball stuff. Stuff
Yeah.
that don't exist. I had 375 rifle and no date or nothing for that.
Yeah, Sylvia is
look, dude, you
kind
are
of like Jim's
rocking.
son. It's been 7.5 Argentine. I had to, do that.
Looking like that.
What 7.5 by 53.5 for the old Swiss rifle, and it's always something new, that's bizarro, and you got to count, an extra $200-300 for, a set of dies and a mold and
Yep.
the rest of the stuff when a new caliber comes home. But
You got brass.
yeah,
Brass, mold, powder.
but that's a one-shot deal, and after that, shooting's cheap.
You know what? I'm going to tell you what, and I may be wrong. So, I mean, there may be some conjecture about this. As far as the hobbies that a lot of people do, I think actually, shooting is probably one of the cheapest. I mean, look how much people pay for boats.
Or golfing. If you
Golfing or any of that other stuff. I mean,
Hot rods, drag racing.
I agree. I
Shooting-
got into this because I couldn't.
Yes.
My driveway is too steep to mess around with classic cars anymore. So it's like, what am I going to do?
and
Let's tinker with firearms. I don't need a lift or a compressor. I don't need, air tools and all the rest of the crap that goes with it.
And while you're on that subject, I liken to, at least the way I reload, I liken it to playing with an old hot rod. Let's tweak the carburetor. Let's screw with this. And when you're reloading, you're like tuning your hot rod a little at a time. Let's screw with this and see what happens. It's just like playing with an old hot rod.
Yep.
And it's amazing. You can go to the range in one set of mind, say like you're not having a good day, and you go out there and you get into your, you get into some pistol accuracy or something like that with your pistols. And, I mean, it's not like you're out there blowing stuff up, being aggressive with it, taking out your aggression or whatever because you're having a bad day. But, you're focusing your mind on something else. And it's amazing when you put your pistol back in your pistol box or whatever, and you sign out there at the range and you get in the car to leave, you think, you know what? When I first came out here, man, I was having a pretty crappy day, but you know what? It's turned out okay. And it just totally changes your mood. It really does. It really does.
It's fun.
Yeah, this puts you in a good mood right here.
Yeah, it does.
9mm target of yours. That was pretty nice. More impressive than the other ones.
10
the other ones, I
millimeter.
was thinking, boy, do I really need a 1-inch group on a? I forget what we were shooting. You were shooting 45, weren't you?
This most recent one, 357.
Yeah. I was thinking, left aorta, right ventricle, it don't matter.
And I want to tell Max something here. I've said it a million times. Everyone on here is going to agree with me. The first time you cast your own bullet, it's like having a baby. You're like, look at this. This is so cool.
Yep.
It's my baby. I made a bullet.
You sit there and admire it for hours.
Yeah, you do. Does everyone agree with me? It's like your first baby.
Yeah. The real problem I've got is
anytime you get a new mold, it's like that.
Yeah.
Anytime you get a new mold, every time you open up that new mold, you can be casting for 15 years, but you got a new mold. You open it up and you're just like, oh, look at it, and you just sit there and you look at it. You just gaze. It's like you said, it's like a new baby. It's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so cool to shoot.
My first time casting, I was holding all my babies like I was a fish because there was about 300 bullets sitting there that I brought down that looked awesome. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. And like I said, man, you'll walk down the big box store and you'll see all those boxes for $50, and you think to yourself, man, just all the money that, it would cost just to use jacketed bullets and get the same amount of reloading that I get out of, just casting my own. It's just crazy.
And then you turn around and buy $1,000 Dillon press.
Yeah.
Hey, money saved there is money spent on something else, right? And that's it. So you got to give up to get, I think so. You know what I mean?
Just remember, Lee is a great starter company.
Yeah.
At some point, when you start breaking things, you'll want to go to somebody else.
Not really, not all the time, because I kept my 2 Lee presses.
This is Pat we're talking about.
Kept my Lee dies.
Yeah, I still like my Lee stuff.
I have a lot of Lee stuff. I kept them.
I still got Lee stuff. I'm going to tell you what right now. I challenge any of the mold companies out there to make a bullet mold as good as a Lee for that cost.
Yeah,
they can.
I challenge them to make just about every single Lee bullet that I have casted has there's a load in there that you need to find, but that bullet will shoot very accurately. You just got to find it. You got to find that particular load. And man, I'll tell you what, I've had like that 140 grain, 158. Oh, what is it? Yeah, it's a 140 grain, 358, 350. Yeah, the 357 bullet. That is a very, very accurate bullet, and it shoots.
I've got that one.
Amazing. It does.
Mm-hmm.
What a 6 cavity mold is. I don't know. I haven't bought one in a long time.
$50.
Yeah, I was going to say last time I knew 45, something like that.
The cost of one box of jacketed bullets. Just jacketed bullets.
Yep.
Don't forget.
And you're making thousands of them, thousands and thousands. In fact, you can make so many of them that you won't even shoot them all. It'll take you 5 years to shoot them all up.
Yes, right here. 6-shooter Texan loved his baby so much he gave him a bath yesterday. Yeah.
And I gotta say, Lee dies for even if they were double the price, they're great dies.
Yeah. And you know what? I've seen gold medals won with Lee dies. Just plain Lee dies. Just plain.
I love the
Lee dies.
200 grain 45. I love that one. Truncated bullet.
You can't go wrong with
Copy of
that.
H3.
45. You cannot go wrong with that bullet. That will show how accurate your gun is. That
Love
bullet
it so
shoots
much.
more accurate than your gun.
And when you buy a 2-cavity, like I started slow and I bought used steel molds off of eBay and stuff when it used to be cheap. I'd buy a 2-cavity and then I'd love it so much I'd get a 6-cavity in that.
So that brings up a question for me. I want to hear from each one of you guys. How long did you reload for before you started casting?
I've been casting for about 30 years. 35
years. And how long did you reload until you started casting? One year, 2 years?
I've been reloading ever since I was, me and my dad used to do it when I was like 9.
Okay.
And so when I kind of, went out on my own and stuff, that was the only way of really, my dad was the type of guy that would never buy anything if he could manufacture it himself. That's just the way he was.
Yeah.
And so, he kind of taught me to do the same thing. If you can manufacture yourself, why the hell go out and buy it? So, and that's kind of how I got along. So I kind of had an unfair advantage. My dad was into it. And actually, my dad made his own reloading tools. He worked in a shipyard. He went down there and he turned all his dies and everything. He made all that stuff himself. Yeah, he neck sized his. He had a piece of HY80 armor plate, and he drilled a hole, the 35 caliber hole in it, and polished the hell out of it. And he would take a rawhide mallet and he would tap the neck of a 30-06 case in there, and then he would knock it out the other way. And then what he would do is he had some powder dippers that he made out of some old like 38 special, cases that he went and soldered on a handle. And he had a little funnel, and he would pass it through the powder and put it in there. And then he would take reclaimed military bullets, and he would just press them in there with a die that he made at work that had a little plunger thing, and he could tap it down with a hammer, and it just put it straight in there. And then he had a little hollow pointer thing where it had a drill bit in it, and you can hollow point that round. And he shot deer with that, killed them deader than hell. One shot, boom, done.
Okay, I want to say Pony 47's here. Who did I miss? William, I think I mentioned. Robert Powell just showed up. Is this true, Thorzax? They passed the assault weapons ban and wash.
You know what? I haven't been keeping up on it. I have not been keeping up on that, but I think that they are basking in delirium about that right now down in Olympia. That they want it so bad.
That sucks.
It does, because that's their way of labeling. It's not their This is the thing. They're not labeling the gun anymore. They're labeling the owner.
So
when you go in there and you buy an AR-15 or you buy a 1022 or you buy something like that, a semi-automatic rifle that they consider an assault weapon, then they branded you. They branded you, not the gun. They branded you as an assault weapon owner. That there's something weird about you.
Okay,
they branded you.
All right, Robert, what I want to know is, are they just going to change flash hiders and do little things like the old pre-ban, or is it worse? Hopefully you don't need a stupid grip like in California and crap.
Nuts.
I'm seeing a lot of 1 year, 2 year, 4 years before people started casting. Tim, what about you?
1 year.
1 year.
Actually, I shot cast bullets to start with because I could tell that they were cheaper already. I did use jacketed bullets for hunting instead of cast bullets, but I've done a heck of a lot of shooting, so I use cast to start with. And then I seen the value in the cast bullets, and then wait a minute, I could do this myself. So I started casting just pretty quick.
No. How
Okay,
about you?
for me, I'm
Yeah,
different.
for a year
because-
also.
How
Because I
much
took a
Julio?
jacket and I was, buying ammo was so expensive. See, when we tried, the casting, the reloading, I bought some reload equipment. I started casting a year later and did it ever since. It's the best thing I ever did.
So Tim's a year, Julio's a year. By you, Pat, Jim.
Instant. I had to buy the mold when I bought my rifle.
Nice.
Yeah.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
Because you could not. I say I have found one box of Barnes bullets. It was in like this garage sale lot at a gun store of 468 jacketed bullets. So it's possible somebody's made them before, but no, there was just no way to get the right size bullet without casting. It was I had to buy the mold, learn to cast before I could shoot.
What's up, Idaho?
Idaho Rogers is here. Okay, I'm the weird one because my uncle got me into watching him reloading and reloading with him. And at the time, copper jacketed and lead bullets were super cheap. So there was no reason to cast for them unless you had a weird caliber, right? So for many years, these bullets were so cheap, dirt cheap, there was no reason. And so I loaded a lot longer than how many years I've been casting. And then once bullets went up, both copper and lead used to be super cheap. It was always looped, there was no powder coating and stuff. And so it took me longer to get to casting because we still had all these cases of bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you and I started casting around the same time, Jim, like late 2017.
I don't know. I have to go back to I'll have to go to Gunstreamer or something to figure out when I started casting.
Yeah, I might have started casting a tiny bit before you, but not much. We started casting around the same time. I remember you putting your videos up.
Yeah, I had so much surplus, and I also had McCurry bullets and everything. I didn't need to, I just had a backlog, so there was no need. But then once I fell in love with casting and powder coating, I don't even want to shoot those bullets anymore. As a matter of fact, we took the wax off a lot of them and powder coated them.
Yep.
Yeah. I've loaded jacketed bullets for pistol one time, and I've been reloading since 2017. And those are bullets that Cranky sent me, jacketed bullets. And I started reloading in September of 2017. I started casting in December, so 3 months until I started casting.
Yeah, what people forget is bullets used to be dirt cheap. There wasn't, and now it's crazy. Same with primers; they were cheap.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Back in the 80s, I remember going into Value Giant there in Bremerton, and a box of 500, like 38, 357, 158 grain bullets. It was like $13. I mean, it was just cheap. I mean, cast bullets were just super cheap. Primers were like 50 cents a flat.
Yeah.
Just super cheap. And but those are the early days when a lot of people didn't reload. A lot of people sneered at reloading. They were like, "Man, that's a reload." I don't think I could shoot that. Well, the ignorance, boy. I'll tell you what. There was a lot of ignorance back there about reloading.
There still is. I had a dude snickering at me. I got a squib at the range, and this dude and his dad, they were snickering, walking up as they were leaving, and I didn't hear it, but my wife did. And the older fella looked over at his son, who was probably about in his 40s, and he said, "If you can't afford to shoot it, or if you can't afford to buy the ammo, don't shoot it." And I just started laughing. It's like, dude, it ain't about being able to afford it. And then about 2 years later, nobody could find ammo. So I think I was the one laughing about that one.
There you go.
Yeah, and that's it. And I think that when this whole thing started, when Biden got in, I think it was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months before the election. I kind of warned everybody. I said, hey, go out there and look at the sales now. We're gonna change. And there's a lot of sales right now. Stock up right now. And if nothing happens, well, then you're stocked up. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, dude,
If
primer's
something
dried
does
up.
happen, guess what? You're still stocked up. And
Primer's
that's-
dried up in April of 2020 when Trump was still
I haven't
out.
had to buy a
Primer's
single
dried up.
primer. I haven't had to buy nothing. I stocked up a long time before this even started, and so this thing don't even phase me. And the prices will eventually come back down. Politically, when this changes, prices will come back down. I guarantee.
It's been a while. This has been a pretty long run.
Yeah,
high
but
prices.
COVID and all that crap.
Yeah, and you know what? It always has in the past. It never goes down to the old price, but
It gets close though.
it's
$5.
close. Yeah, it gets. Me and Jim has been through this before.
Right.
The whole thing with 223 bullets. I mean, there was a thing back where you couldn't get 223 bullets, and they wanted just an extraordinary amount of money just for 55 grain Full Metal Jacket was just crazy, And same thing with primers. This isn't the first time that primers have shot up in price. I mean, it was back in the 80s, back in the late 80s or early 90s. Primers shot up in price.
Obama scares. Yeah.
Yeah, and the 22 thing with the Obama thing. It's the same thing,
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's politically activated. It's a mechanical thing that somebody throws a lever on when the Dems get in there, and then next thing you know, ammunition is scarce, or certain calibers you can't get, or certain components you can't get. They always try to make something hard to get that a lot of people need, and it just goes crazy price.
All right, I got to say something here. Idaho Rogers is here, and Disposable 762 is here, and I must say, the way that Disposable 762 always finishes his videos is awesome. All right, what he says. All right. Here's a funny thing. The gun shows used to have, before we cast our own, the gun show, we had a guy, it was a table we always went to. He casted bullets and sold them, right? He made the most awesome, accurate bullets of all kinds of calibers. And it was like cheap. And it was like there was no reason at the time to do it. But now that you cast, you're like, you'll never even go back. I mean, why even buy a bullet? Yeah.
And here's another point. For pistol, there's no real reason to have a jacketed bullet.
No.
There's no reason to have jacketed bullets.
No, they're a little easier to reload because they're, diameter. And
The alloys that you can come up with, and brewing it up yourself in your garage, you can make, bullets that will outperform anything that is jacketed out there on the shelf. And it will work just as good for hunting or target use or anything else like that. And there's no real need to go out there and buy jacketed bullets for pistol velocities and pistol pressures. Only when you start getting over like 2,000 feet per second, 2,200 feet per second, that's where the jacketed bullet kind of has a little bit of an edge. But I've seen guys that have powder coated and use special alloys and that sort of thing in their bullets, and they've shot those bullets at 1,000 yards with accuracy. And that's cast bullets they've made themselves with molds. It's just, knowing what they're doing, sizing them right, doing the whole bit,
It's pretty impressive. I do want to try precision Delta bullets though for 9mm. I do want to give those a shot. But yeah, on to Mac's question.
Get a Lee 4-die set.
Yep, that's what I run. I run Lee dies.
I started with Lee 308 and I ended up with RCBS 308 and Redding. I have a mixture of both.
Yeah, I have Dylan only because I got him from my uncle with the Dylan. So that's why.
Now,
I Otherwise,
Hornady. I haven't heard anybody mention Hornady dyes. Hornady makes a damn good dye set.
Yeah, and Redding does too, but
I
the
like
pricing.
Hornady dye set, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I use
I don't
it for
think
all my ARs. I use all Hornady.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any advantage as far as the lead dye versus your Hornady or your Redding, other than the smoothness of the operation and that sort of
Right.
thing. But the lead will make and size your bullets just as good as any of those other dyes.
and a lot of people in 308 will go to micrometers, seeding and stuff, but that's later, if you want to get started.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to blast some pigs, go get lead eyes.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
you bet.
Yeah, I bought Hornady 10 millimeter dyes because I bought my 10 millimeter during COVID, and you couldn't find anything, and that's what I could find was Hornady dyes, and I really enjoy them. The only downside is I bought their custom grade dyes, which come with that super crazy seeding dye. Hang on, I got it up here somewhere. Maybe I don't. I had to take those dyes out, but just this gigantic seeding and crimping dye in one, and there's a ton of different adjustments on it. I didn't need that for cast bullets.
Mm.
Oh,
Right.
I do have Lyman 308 dyes that came on the antique reloader.
I was not impressed with Lyman dyes at all, except for the M dye. I do not like Lyman dyes.
That is the best dye they make is the M dye, I think.
Yep.
I'm talking about the first loader.
I
they
do
ever
have.
Right.
Hey, going back to that
I
last
do
question
have
about the 308,
the Lyman dyes, but I guess the problem is with the Lyman that I have is they're too short. I guess at one point, a while back, their press was thinner, so they made their dyes one length. Now I have a Lyman. I use them on Hornady, so I purchased a Lyman turret press, and the dyes on that press are still short. I had to add washers inside the stem so I could be able to mouth flare them because they won't reach. I'll run out of room. You know how Lyman got that little tiny nut? I couldn't even get a bite on it no matter what I did. So I guess at one point they were
with mine, the Lyman seeding dye was too tight around the case, so that if you get a sufficient flare for a cast bullet, it'll be real tight getting that case up into that seeding dye. That was my issue with them. And the sizing dyes, I've had a couple that were scratched up, so I was like, eh.
Yeah, but I have nice flaky chrome and rusty ones that came on that old.
Hell yeah!
I bought at the auction. I'm gonna clean them up and see if they work.
Going back to that question about the 308 and the pigs, it'd be cool is to come up with a like a flat tip 170, 180 grain 308 bullet, powder coated, and to shoot those pigs with about 2,500 feet per second, within range, like 75 to 100 yards. I mean, make headshots on them. I mean, you're killing those pigs for pennies at a time. You're not wasting any jacketed bullets on them.
Yeah, 30 cal jacketed bullets ain't cheap, are they? I forgot about that.
Yeah, no,
you're looking at the average about $40 a box now.
Yep, I was gonna say I think the last time I bought them it was $37, and that was just for 150s.
It's crazy.
Unless you got military pulled bullets, they're cheap. But
oh yeah, you can find them definitely. Yeah, cheaper. That's right.
I bought a box. I like Sierra bullets. I bought a box.
We used to buy those. We used to buy
That's cheap for AMAXs.
168 grain AMAXs.
That's cheap for 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hornady. Yeah. If you're
Where'd you get those, Pat?
Local reloading store.
Huh?
I mean, it was
recently. That wasn't like 2 years ago, was it?
Yeah, before Brandon.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
but American Reloading though is still my go-to. I've got a big bucket of 9mm up there that was probably comparable. I pay $1 a pound for lead, and it was pretty close. So
Mhm.
it was, I don't know, 4 cents each or something like that.
Hmm.
There you go. $35.95.
Yep.
For 100 bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't cry too much over that, but 35 cents, ouch. You know, it's not 9 or 11 cents.
Yep.
Yeah, for hunting or self D and a 308, Hornady's hard to beat because you can get them on sale. Right now, it's expensive, but you can get them on sale. Then you have a Hornady manual that tells you right where to start. Right? Sierra's also good. I have Sierra's. Yes.
This box was
I like Sierra.
$192.
Oof.
Ouch.
Yeah,
How many's in it?
500.
As
There you go.
deals,
So that's still what, 38 cents a piece?
Yeah, probably.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hornady's
I
still the
wish I
best.
lived close by their store, but you know they have a lot of good deals on their blemish.
Here's another thing too about reloading, and this is for Mac out there if he's still there. You're going to find out, you know, with different jacketed bullets that you bought, what brand works best with your barrel, with your rifle. In other words, you know, it'll shoot Hornadies really well, but it won't shoot the Sierras. For some reason, you have better luck with the Spear bullets, and you know, I mean, there's personalities to your barrel that you're going to find out by reloading as well, and it's just really a cool hobby. I mean, you know, it really is. You know, like I shot always my best scores with Hornady bullets because my barrels like Hornady bullets, but there are other guys who wouldn't shot Sierras.
Yeah, but if you only had one answer to the question, it'd be Hornady bullets. You get them on sale, and you have a manual that tells you slam dunk right in the middle of the road to start on the manual. You know what I mean?
I never really shot a Hornady bullet that wasn't acceptable in the way of accuracy.
Oh, and the polymer tip Hornady bullets, the best group I've ever shot in my entire life was with an AMAX bullet.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, a VMAX bullet.
And they do pretty good in water too. So no judge. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always had real good luck with Hornady.
It's just a good bang for the buck starter. You know, wait till you get $100 on sale, and you know, buy a couple and pick your grain and length and all that. Yeah, and you got a manual backing it up. You know, just start in the middle.
I find the Hornady manual to be a little sissy on their max charges on a few of them. But
they are a little on the light side.
Your starting load would be in the middle.
Yeah, but then, man, nobody loads like I do.
Yeah.
Just goes, bam.
Tim will go to the range and shoot one. He'll go to the range and shoot one shot. It's like, well, I'm done. You gotta go and pull all these.
Start load, I'm done. I'm about to pull all the rest of them.
He's gonna say it's a dot powder. What can go wrong? Yeah.
I love the 350 Legend videos, man. I love those videos, Tim.
Oh, I know.
The suffering you went through with that. Yep.
Hey, Tin Man, I think I remember the video when you shot your first cast bullet and you went out there to the range and you videoed that, and you were really apprehensive about shooting it.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, you were really apprehensive about snapping that trigger. I remember.
Yeah,
that.
you were like,
Shot it, you were like
nervous.
Ooh, check this out. I'm doing it, man. That's it. Yeah. And another, that's just the way it is, dude. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Now we don't care.
That must be another Missouri boy because that's, you know, Sierra and Starline's right up the road here about 2 hours.
I wish you could get really cheap Remington bullets like they use in their green box, you know, hunting rounds.
No, those Corlocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Corlocks.
You shoot awesome.
They shoot great. The factory stuff I shoots great. It shoots fine and it expands and everything. So, yeah, too bad they don't sell like second runs or something.
You know, that's what I went and brought up earlier. I used to shoot those Corlock 150 grains out of my M1 and my M1A.
I'll be right back.
300 yards, and they shot perfect. I 10s and X's. I mean, there was no need to go out and buy match bullets.
Mhm.
Yeah, they shot perfect, and they were hunting bullets, and they were cheap. I mean, you buy them in Midway for $30 for 500. I mean, it was crazy. $38 or something like that for 500.
Yeah. I think it's just a matter of what you find on sale, blowing them out, buy them, get a couple hundred, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Screw the top dollar price stuff. I just can't. I'm sorry. I won't.
I find it really unsettling to me that right before this administration, I bought and stocked up on primers. And the most that I paid for the 5,000 sleeves that I bought, I think I paid $115 for 5,000 primers.
Wow.
Yeah, 5,000 primers.
Yep.
$115 from Midway. And that was right before we got this clown in office.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I stocked up. You know, I stocked up big time. I got primers. I won't ever have to buy primers again. I'm good. I'm good to go.
Yeah, when you reload, you see a good deal, you get it.
Yep.
And you can find stuff at garage sales. Okay, I got a lot of garage sale bullets and primers. All right.
Equipment. I mean, I bought a rock chucker press at a garage sale one time for $15.
Yeah.
$15, man, and it works perfect.
Yeah, my first Lee 450 was bought at a garage sale.
Yep, my Lee Classic S single stage, whatever, was online, Craigslist. Okay, $45, $50. It was brand new. He wanted a quick detach. All right, I'll buy it.
Hey, some people are moving like they're in the military or something. They can't take it with them. And so they just put it up there on Craigslist. And sometimes you go over there and you find out the guy's fully stocked with all kinds of stuff. And he's willing to make a deal just to get rid of it, you know?
Yep, both my
he's going overseas or whatever, and that's it, you know?
Yep.
He's blowing it out, man. You bullet, you name it. The loading gear, you bet it. Yeah.
both of my shotgun loaders were used. I got a Mac Size Master, $30. My other one was $50. Yeah.
Well, you know,
For
a lot of people.
everything.
Well, I wanted to get into the hobby of much, you know, for shotgun that I started, you know, making my own shot. And at first, you know, I got a lot of, you know, objectionable comment about that because it was like, hey, what are you doing? You just going to get target loads for $20, you know, for 100 rounds down there at Walmart. Well, how much are they now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you can find them.
Yeah, and then not just that. I mean, have you priced a 25-pound sack of shot nowadays? It's like $80.
I remember when it doubled.
Yeah, I remember when it shot from like $15 a sack to $65. I was like, what the heck?
We used to sell shot, and it doubled overnight. And I was, really? Can we sell this? Yeah.
Yeah, so getting a shot maker was, you know, I mean, at first it was just the interest in the hobby and seeing if I can make my own shot and see how it patterned and how it shot, you know, out on the range for trap. And I'm going to tell you what, it's just as good as anything else. I mean, I've put it up against factory loads and I break just as many birds. And, you know, you do it for a lot. Well, at first you were just kind of breaking even, like you said about the Walmart target loads and stuff, but Walmart don't sell those anymore. And if you could find them, you're probably looking at about $30 or $40 now. You know, $35 to $40 now for that same case that you used to be able to buy for $18. So, yeah, shot has really shot up in price.
Yep. Idaho Rogers. I think everyone uses Facebook now. I don't use Facebook, but my wife has an account. And she found me a brand new tumbler, the big one, for $50 with everything brand new in the box.
I remember that.
The big wet fart.
The guy never used it. Yeah, the big fart.
Yeah,
Frankfurt Arsenal rotary tumbler fart.
yeah, fart.
$50 brand new in the box, and he was the local hardware store owner and never got around to it. And I walk up to his door, I'm like, okay, here. Yeah, he was happy to get rid of it.
You didn't try to talk him down to 40?
No, I'm good. It had the steel shot, the steel pins and everything, the soap and everything was in it.
Wow.
Never used it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So it's out there, and that was Facebook, which I refuse to use.
Dude, it's
But
got
my
to be
wife's
something.
like, "Hey, what is this? Are you interested?" I'm like, "Get the car keys out. Let's go."
Yeah. What's your address? Can I Google
Dude,
your address?
It's got to be something about the town you live in too, because you find crap like that, and then you have that pawn shop that you always go to, and you're getting killer deals on shit that we can never find in our pawn shops. The only thing we can find here is like VCRs and shit like that nobody wants anymore. You know,
The thrift store. It's the thrift store that's a killer. And I kept nagging him about lead, and he's like, "Oh, wheel weights aren't made of lead anymore," because he also has an auto shop. And then he tells my son, "Does your dad want lead? I got lead." And he even gave me the door stop. He had a big brick of lead that was soft lead that they used to keep the door open in the shop.
the 5-pound ingot. Yep, my grandparents had one of those too.
Oh no, this weighed more than 5 pounds. It was heavy.
Really?
I'm like, "Yep, I'll take the door stop too." Yeah.
My neighbor gave me a 65-pound pig ingot of pure lead after I started casting. He's like, "Yeah, this was here when I bought the house. I just use it for a tire stop for my truck in the garage. Do you want it?" I said, "Hell yeah." So I took it to work and I cut it in half in the bandsaw so I could fit it in my turkey fryer.
Yeah, Taco gave me a big chunk of it's a counterweight for what was it? Not a tractor.
Elevator.
It's a counterweight. So, these big huge counterweights you use. I think it was a tractor or something. He's finding all these good stuff. But
Yeah, you know what? Full Lead Taco, that guy went and torn down an X-ray room at a hospital.
Yeah.
Okay, look at how much lead he got out of that. He had to get an excavator to load it in the truck.
Well,
so he's got
Hell yeah.
more than a lifetime supply of lead.
Taco has all kinds of sources, but he lives up north where there's more people.
Yeah.
And he finds, he's got the stained glass company that always gives him soft lead. And that's awesome stuff for shotgun and everything. And then he's finding counterweights. We don't really have sailboats around here, but he's finding all these other odd angles to get lead. And
Yeah, that's another place. If you live out here on the coast or something like that, if there's a boat yard around that works on sailboats or they work on small craft or something like that, a lot of times lead, it's used as ballast. They actually have vaults built into the boat that they fill with lead to balance out the boat. And you go there and ask them, "Hey, you guys got any lead around there for ballast?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, well, how much you want for it? Maybe make a deal, and there you go." I mean,
you gotta bring a dually truck
I was
though.
gonna say you got a truck big enough for a 10,000-pound hole, and you better get a chainsaw too.
Yeah, that's different. When you're looking at it, when you're looking at a keel block for like a sailboat, that's one thing because you got
Like a 1-ton, yeah.
But as far as those vaults, like I said, in marine craft, they're only about that big. They're probably weigh maybe 100 pounds a piece or 75 pounds a piece. Yeah.
And a lot of guys have good luck with their scrap places, their scrap metal places. They save the lead, and they're paying scrap price, which is really good. Yeah, so don't overlook your scrap places. Go check them out.
When they outlawed lead for hunting here in California, no lead shot allowed because of the condors. They said it was a buck a pound for shot. I've got 20 bags of shot in hunting sizes like number 4 and number 6. That was just a buck a pound. And So one of these days I'm going to do shotgun reloading. But in the meantime, it's a great counterweight for the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Oh,
Okay,
Julio.
gotta get up
Good
early
night.
tomorrow.
You gonna check out on
Alright,
us?
good night.
All
Good
right.
night, Julio.
Good night, Julio.
Alright, good night. Nice
Thanks
seeing
for coming.
everybody.
Thanks
Rest
for
well.
coming on, buddy.
Alright, you're welcome. Good night.
Good night, buddy.
Always good to see Julio on.
There he is. All right. Might as well
What
do
is
something while I'm sitting here, right?
For a light chat, we're almost 3 hours, people.
And you know what's amazing? Nobody's drinking yet.
Oh, I just had a hit of the whiskey, but
Well,
in your honor,
well, that's light beer.
Yeah, light beer doesn't count.
Light beer doesn't count.
Unless you're a lightweight rabbit with fingernails painted.
Pat sent me a song not too long ago.
You're not going to get any sympathy from Uncle Jim ever since you wouldn't have held up Coors Light. You are a marked man from here on out. You know, light beer is for wimps, weenies, and little wusses. Okay, that's the way Jim looks at it. So yeah.
No,
Well, according to the blood
No.
according to the Bloodhound Gang, gargling after a blowjob is how they make light beer.
I used to know a stripper used to like that.
That was horrible.
I'll tell you this: if he goes on another plow run
Boy.
in the,
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut next time about drinking. But everybody's drinking here except for me.
he will need a light beer if he goes on another plow run with Uncle Jim at night.
I think was I drinking that night? I don't remember.
I don't know if you were drinking or not. You weren't drinking too much. Yeah.
No.
Mm.
No, that might have been the night they were pouring me Jägermeister on top of snow.
Oh man.
I can guarantee you this. I was remembering when I took you down the driveway.
That's the chills of my spine. Jägermeister. Ooh.
Cough syrup.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Cough syrup.
See, I didn't mind it. I don't mind it.
You know what? In
What was that?
Germany, In
The
Germany,
Uzo,
Jägermeister,
that black
put it in
licorice
little
stuff.
shot glass. In Germany, they take the Jägermeister and they put a little shot glasses. What they do is they sip that while they drink their beer. That's how they drink Jägermeister over in Germany. At least that's the way that it was back in the 80s when I was over there. So
Look at Tim just drinking out of the jug.
Just
Tim,
drink it out.
I meant to watch that video on your triple berry. I haven't got a chance to yet. Is that what you're drinking now?
No, that won't be done for 6 months.
Oh shit. Okay.
And we got Booze and Bullets here. He was a bartender. He's probably like, oh, you bunch of pussies.
hey, Jim. Heidelberg. I bet you haven't seen that in a while.
Heisenberg.
Heidelberg.
Heidelberg, yes.
Heidelberg.
Yes.
Premium beer without the premium price.
And the shape of the bottle was rounded. Yes.
That's right. Little kegs.
And do you know how I know? We had German neighbors, and the dad kept the stash under lock and key, and we could pick the lock. So me and my buddy, Heidelberg, yes.
Yep.
It's not bad. I like it.
What are you drinking right now?
Me?
Yeah.
Heidelberg.
In a can?
Yeah.
Where's the round brown bottle?
They don't have them in the little round bottles anymore. This is actually made by the same people that make the Rainier now. This is
Wait a
exactly.
minute. All right, let me blow you up. That's weird. All right.
Yeah, Heidelberg.
Okay, that's the logo.
Yeah, Heidelberg.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good out of a can. I don't know. I mean, I'll mind it. It's all right.
I've never seen it in a can. It was always rounded bottles, brown bottles.
Yeah, the outfit that made Rainier. Now they make a whole bunch of different stuff. Now they make Heidelberg. They make all kinds of different stuff.
So wait a minute. The Rainier factory is still going, or did they move?
They shut the factory down. Then they sold it to another outfit, and then that outfit moved in, and they make all kinds of different brands now.
And do you remember Sunny Jim right next to it, the peanut butter?
Oh yeah,
Sunny Jim.
yep.
Poor Sunny Jim. Damn it.
So when I was picking up my 18 pack today, all of the 12 packs of Coors Light, there wasn't much Coors Light left in that gas station today, but there was a ton of Bud Light left over. And
I bet there was.
wonder why.
Yeah.
So I got the 18 pack of Coors Light, and I'm looking at the PBR. I'm like, I haven't had one of those in a while, but I passed over it.
Yeah, I haven't had a PBR in a long time. That's all my uncle would drink at PBR.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Back in the day when beer was rolling along, you couldn't get people to buy PBR. Back when I was in my 20s, people were like, "That's PBR, yeah," And then PBR just went off the map. Everybody was drinking it.
It's all the hipsters. It's like what happened to cigars.
Yeah.
Cigars used to be cheap.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden, it was like, ooh, Anyway.
By the way, Tim, here's another brand you might want to try for your pipe. It's called Granger. If you like that sort of red, it's red Kentucky, fired Kentucky, and it's just a real good smoke. It's not like Captain Black. It doesn't have like spices and stuff in it.
Yeah.
It gives you that sort of taste of that tobacco. And and I'll tell you what, it's really enjoyable. I mean, I really like the stuff, and stuff's cheap too. This can was like $16.
Wow, that is cheap.
Yeah, that is cheap.
Now, see, when I first started smoking a pipe when I was 19, I used to smoke the Borgen's Riff champagne.
Right.
That was my favorite.
Yep.
You can't afford to smoke it nowadays. They don't even make the champagne. It's a bourbon now, but yeah, you can't even afford to smoke it.
Last time I had Boken Riff, it was pretty goopy. When I opened it up, it was pretty wet, and I think they've changed their manufacturer. I think they're made over there in the Bahamas now or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now it says it's still Swiss made or Swedish made.
Yep. Booze and Bullets called it.
What'd he say?
Yeah, I got to quote that. I'm just settling in here. Blue Velvet.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh, Dragon's Milk. That'll get you tatered quick. Yeah.
I want to give sort of a shout out to one of the guys out there, and that's Hobbies Hobo. He lives up in British Columbia, and in the Socialist Republic of Canada. And every time that I've seen him put any comments in or anything, he's usually dead on everything that he talks about, especially from a guy that's repressed in that government up there and trying to enjoy this hobby. And I think, hey, Hobbies Hobo, you just keep going, buddy. I mean,
I told him to cross the border. It's easy now.
Yeah.
Just cross the border. It's easy.
Oh yeah, but they won't let you back. That's the problem over there in Canada. Like, where's your papers and your vaccine certification?
Right.
Well, Thorzax knows this. Going up to Canada, you just show your ID. Boom, you're gone. Unless Yeah.
You did that right in Port Angeles. You kind of flashed your driver's license in front of the guy as you were driving onto the ferry. He just waved you right on.
Once he was on the right side of the border, why would he want to go back?
it was so stupid easy to go there and back, back then. Now you need a special ID, I guess. You can't use your driver's license unless it's got a stamp on it. So.
Right. You have to pay for a special license from the People's Socialist Republic of Washington State, because of that goddamn guy that we got in office right now. Because that idiot.
And in Canada, they let you drink it at 18. So you can just go across the border and have some beer. Yeah. You can have beer.
Jim, you know this for a fact. You go down to Olympia, and that place is a shithole.
Olympia? I haven't been there in a while.
It is. You go down there, and you get about 2 blocks away from seeing the sights down there, and that place is a shithole. It is. I mean, it is West Bremerton bus stop. I mean, it's screwed up. Bums out on the street. People throwing up out there in the middle of the sidewalks and stuff. It's terrible.
No, it's like the Greyhound bus station.
Yeah.
I've done that too.
Yeah, like I said, West Bremerton bus stop, man. I mean, just good place to go to get beat up. Mug. Yeah.
Idaho Rogers. Yeah, that's the problem going to Alaska if you're driving. Yes, big time.
Oh, I had a friend of mine do that. And the washboard on the gravel roads there for 1,000 miles will kill anything you've got, and you'll break the windshield out.
And your kidneys.
Yep.
Yeah, Canada used to be easy, but I think he could come across. Hobbies can come across the border real easy right now. He just walks on someone's yard and he's good to go.
Oh, I bet you can get a free cell phone and hotel stay and a free flight to anywhere in the country and just about anything.
Yeah, all you got to do is just claim Sanctuary City in Seattle.
They'll fly you to Martha's Vineyard.
Sanctuary City, guys. I'm Canadian citizen, but man, I can't go back there.
It's even.
I hear Martha's Vineyard is nice.
It would be even easier if he put a towel on his head and took a little shoe polish. If you had shoe polish and a towel on your head, you can get over the border easy like that right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like their prime minister.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, really, I do. I feel sorry for Hobby's Hobo. He's living in a draconian country. And Washington State isn't getting that much better. I mean, it's getting bad. He just got through saying he paid so much for a 50-gram thing of tobacco. I mean, it's tobacco for a pipe. It isn't, it isn't like you're buying cigarettes that have to be manufactured and made and packaged and all the rest of the stuff. It's tobacco that they put in a sack. That's it. They put it in a plastic sack and they sell it to you.
That's not even 2 pounds for $75. That's crazy.
It is. It's nuts.
So
that's crazy.
I don't. You guys are probably going to call me stupid. How far away is British Columbia from the States? Isn't that pretty close? Isn't that up by like New York, Vermont?
Yeah, it's right there.
Idaho Rogers just went ahead and pointed that out. Seattle is another place turning it into a crap hole too.
Yeah. If I was Canadian and crossing the border, I'd do it over Idaho. Bam. Freedom.
Okay. So how Mike, how hard is it for you to visit the States? I mean, I have no idea. I guess the problem would be crossing back over the border with all the crap you bought in the States. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he really wanted to book it, he could just get on a boat and he can just use the waterway and come down here to the United States.
Well, here's the thing: the Canadians used to
an island.
The Canadians used to cross the border to fill up on gas and then go back.
Yeah.
And it was vice versa. When it was cheaper over there, people would go up there and buy it.
Yeah, they just flash their ID and get gas and then go back over to the border. Now it's a little tougher, especially going into Canada right now.
Just like Spokane. You go to Spokane, you go over to Lewes Line, and right across the border into Idaho, the first thing you see is the biggest liquor store you've ever seen in your life. and you pull in there and you can buy yourself a bottle of Jack there for like $7, no tax.
Yeah.
You know, cigarettes.
Damn.
I mean, you could buy a whole carton of a carton of cigarettes at the time was like $85 or $90 in Washington State. You can go to Idaho and get that exact same thing for $30.
Yeah, most of the traffic was Canadians coming over for gas and other things, and then just going right back. It's, you know, it's just like a little trip, and bam. Yeah.
Yeah,
So there's like no checkpoints you gotta roll through. The Mounties gotta search your
He's thought
vehicle
about
and
it.
shit like that.
He's thought about it. If I get on the boat, I could probably get down there without even no one will even notice I'm gone.
Tin Man, it's kind of like a toll bridge type deal. You go through a booth, show your ID, and go back. But now it's different.
Okay.
It's just like a toll booth. You know, here's my driver's license. Boom, you get your gas, you get your food, your booze, cigarettes, go back.
He's saying logistically it's not a day trip. Well, I mean,
where he is,
yeah, but shit, even in that case, you know, save up some cabbage and hop over and buy a ton of shit, and then, you know, make it worth it. You know, a couple day trip.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking on my ass, I guess. I live in Iowa. What do I know?
How much for a ferry to Alaska? I have no idea, but you can't get a semi on there, I don't think. Yeah. I don't think they allow semis on ferries. I don't recall.
I'd be willing to bet that whole thing about semis on the ferry and stuff is all some sort of deal they worked out with the DOT so they can do all their inspections at the border and all that crap. Make their money.
It takes up a whole lot on a ferry, though. Say you had like 5 semi trucks, it takes up the whole side of the ferry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. You can get a semi anywhere, Uncle. I was gullible. I bought that for a minute. I'm like, really? You can? Oh, geez. Geez. All right, now I get it.
That's a boner reference.
Yeah, and when you get old, that's all you get. It's a semi. Oh, joking. All right. Oh, yeah. This is the 3-hour mark. Yeah, we're getting there. Mm-hmm.
It's only 10 p.m.
Oh.
We got 8 o'clock here. This is 8 o'clock.
I love it.
Yeah, we're 9 here. And then Tin Man's what, 10 o'clock?
Yep.
And PC, you're 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we got West Covina, which is
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. This is fun, though. I'm glad you guys showed up and we had side chat. I wasn't sure about the people showing up tonight, but awesome. Love it.
Well, I got screwed out of last weekend because my internet service provider dicked me around real good, so I figured I better hop on this weekend.
Yeah, hey, what fixed it? Did you have to call or do anything?
It was an issue on their end. He came out here and looked around. He goes, "I'll be honest with you, it's on our end, but I'm going to change out your grounding block and check out all your crap just to make it look good on paper. I won't bill you."
Awesome.
And
Yeah,
Pat probably knows what this means. They had to reset their CMTS, whatever that is. CTMS, something like that.
CMDA, maybe.
Well,
I can't remember.
Well, you're running perfect now, and that's kind of, after hurricanes and crap, what?
Oh, hell, I'm back up to like 300 megabits per second now, which is faster than I'm ever going to need. So can't complain.
Right. Awesome. Pony 47. I didn't know you were in Florida. That's awesome. So DeSantis all the way. Yeah, baby. And the UFC is fighting in Florida right now. I got to find out what happens. Big fights in Florida right now. Miami.
Wow. Idaho is taking vacation when there's no snow so we can drive in the snow.
Yes. Oh, so what? He's going up to Alaska for vacation?
What are you going to do for 6 months? Damn.
Holy crap. Nice. He's probably going to go hunting. You bringing a rifle going hunting or what? Interesting. Someday I'll remember where everyone lives, but Idaho Rogers is pretty easy. The rest of you, you know.
I think I got about everybody down. There's a few of you whose addresses I have memorized.
I got to remember Tim has changed. I got to remember that. If I ever send him something, oh, neighbors. Yeah. I got to remember that one.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, text it to me.
Yeah.
And then I'll, you know, I have envelopes in my reloading room. I'll just scribble that out and put on the next. Yeah. Okay. What is Miss Kitty doing? She's got all these Y's and X's. What? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to aggravate Pam for 6 months. I think he might have it backwards.
What does that mean, 6-shooter Texan? What does that mean?
I think it means rewind. I don't know.
I don't know what that means. Arrows. I like arrows. Engine blood. Let's go up. Let's see. What am I missing here? I'm going up. No.
Hey, there was something I was going to ask Pat. Are you back to work yet? Or are you still working from home, or what's going on with you, dude?
Okay, I still have the old company who keeps calling my ass, and I keep doing work, and I have money coming in, even though I want to be on vacation. That's what's cooking now. So every morning I get up thinking that today I can, the world is my oyster. I can do whatever the hell I want, and then the phone rings.
Right, and you want to know why? Because those people treat you like you're a cheap whore.
I am a cheap whore.
Well, that's the reason why they call you.
Do you get a nice?
Yeah, that's it. They got something that they want taken care of, so they call you, and then you're the type of guy who will help them out. And
then once you're done, do you get a nice slap on the ass? Like, hey, nice bitch, nice.
Oh yeah.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 6-shooter Texan. Now I get the arrows. He's from Texas. Yes, I know. Oh, now I get it. It takes a while. Yes. All right. Oh, that's funny. Merry Christmas. What? Here, hang on.
Filthy animal. That's it.
That's awesome.
I love it.
I think next Christmas we all got to find ugly sweaters.
I found that in the rag box at work, and I posted it. I put it in my toolbox, and I posted it on Facebook.
Yeah.
And my daughter says, "Oh, that's funny," and I didn't know what she meant by that. And then she sent the granddaughter over, and she's wearing that sweater.
Yeah, you were probably like, who the hell would throw this away?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what the hell? I'd be all over that. I'd be dumpster diving. Yeah.
Good night, Abrams.
All right. Good night, M1 Abrams. Have a good one.
Good night, Abrams.
Yeah, I think we need to do an ugly sweater Christmas chat night next time.
Hey, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I'll freaking order one online. I'm gonna find the ugliest, most ridiculous. Yeah.
eBay is a pretty good place to get some handmade one-off Christmas sweaters. I've won some competitions with eBay Christmas sweaters.
All right, let's do that this Christmas, guys. If I make it. Oh, that'll be fun.
Yep.
Back in my bar going days, all the bars had ugly Christmas sweater contests, and I won a couple with some eBay sweatshirts or sweaters.
I think Pat wore one once, didn't he? Or was it an elf or what? No.
I don't think I've got specifically any Christmas sweaters, but I have ugly sweaters. I get my sweaters at the Goodwill in the summertime.
That's the best time to get them.
Yep.
Hey, Mac, what is your channel? Can you post a link to your channel? Otherwise, just reply to one of my videos and then I can subscribe back to you. I love the headdress. You guys know. Where is it? I'll get it. It was on the chronograph. There you go, Mac. It was on the chronograph. Oh, yeah.
Dude, speaking of that, my chronograph really threw me for a loop last weekend. Then when that video I put up, because my chronograph would say it was a duplicate, but the app on my phone wasn't registering them as shots at all. I'm like, what in the hell's going on? So, yeah, I'd never run into that before.
Okay, Miss Kitty post a link to his channel. Let's let me get on the iPad here. How come it's showing a? All right. Okay.
He said he's not leaving. He was saying bye to M1.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh, that's weird. Okay.
No videos, Mac.
Well, we can change that. That'll be. We can give him peer pressure. All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you got to do something.
We'll corrupt you. They got me too.
All right. Mac's a brother because my grandmother was Cherokee, so we're both Cherokee blood. Indian blood. Here we go.
My grandpa's a good part Indian. I'm not sure what tribe though.
Well, find out. Can you find out from your dad or mom?
No, my grandpa's still alive.
Oh, shit. Go do a video and get some stories from him.
I'm not sure if one of his parents were part Indian or what. I met his dad. I think his dad may have been part Indian. I never met his mom. Yeah, I'll find out. He was stationed in Germany and Vietnam.
Boost and Bullet says Mac needs to do Mac 11 vids. Gotta have a headdress. Oh, Blackfoot. All right. Boost and Bullets part Blackfoot. Yes. Blackfoot, Pawnee, Cheney, Crow, Arapaho. What's the other one? Oh, well.
All right. The Sioux?
No, Blackfoot. It's a song. Blackfoot,
Oh.
Pawnee, Danny Crow, Apache, Arapaho. There you go. That's a song. Early rap. All right. It's not rap, people. I'm joking. Blackfoot, Pawnee, Chaney Crow, Apache, Arapaho. All right. Yeah, no, go talk to your granddad. Come on now.
I talk to him all the time. We just talk about, well, mainly we talk about politics, but
Old people are awesome.
oh, I know.
They got so much experience and stuff that happened through their lives.
Dude, I wish I would have realized that in my 20s when both of my dad's parents were around.
Yeah.
Dude, my grandma would outgarden anybody.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yep. She gardened, all that stuff. Dude, she knew her shit.
I know. I wish I was too young. I wish I could have sat down with my grandmother and
Yep.
the stories.
Well, I wasn't too young. I was just too stupid, too drunk.
Shawnee, yes. They're trying to get rid of all the Indian names on football teams and crap. What the hell? What the hell?
They did it here in a town of like 8,000 people. Stupid.
Shit, what the hell am I doing with my glasses?
Jag is trying to give me shit tonight, but yes, I can't do an axe throwing video right now because the snow is up to my knees. But yep, it'll be forthcoming. We'll do another hatchet throw.
That never stopped the Cherokee.
They were on horses. What are you talking?
Or the Utes. Didn't stop the Utes either.
Yeah, you're right. All right, you want it? You got it.
Or the Navajo.
You know what a pain in the ass trying to find your hatchet in 2 feet of snow?
It's going to be like the last scene of The Shining.
That's why you don't miss, Jim. That's why you don't miss.
Yeah, you missed, Jim. You missed the target, and the hatchet just keeps going end over end out in the snow, and you say, "That's it, we're done."
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a ribbon on it, like my son did to the wrench for the snowblower.
I was just gonna say that. Have your boy tie a nylon pink ribbon to the end of it.
That thing was awesome. I dropped that thing a couple times this year, and I found it because the ribbon was above the snow.
You're gonna have to make some stone tomahawks.
I did. I threw one. Good night, Vanessa Kitty. I threw one. Remember, Pat?
Yeah, you got a big piece of flint for that.
Yes.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
No, I threw one in slow motion, and I can look it up real quick and link it right here. I threw a stone tomahawk. It landed straight on, but then blew apart. Apart in slow motion. Yes. Do I have to find that? What was that?
Jesus.
Oh, that's got to be way back. I do too many videos, people.
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah, way too many. How
No,
many?
you don't.
What the hell was that video?
I remember
Was that
you
your
doing
ancient blood video?
It's
You gotta
way
steal some
down.
horsehair from the neighbor or something to tie that on right.
Oh, no, that's
Tim, is that your homemade hooch?
No,
No.
it's Rossi.
Oh.
I found cleanup aisle 3 cat.
Yeah,
It
there you
shows- Wait a minute. No, it shows the broken hatchet. So it's the one before that package from Uncle John.
And you're a better man than me. I'll tell you what, wine was always a wild ride for this dude. It was.
I'll probably have a headache in the morning.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, man. I used to be like king of the winos. I'm telling you one thing. Oh boy, I had it bad with wine. It'll
Really?
get you there quicker. Boy, it'll get you there quicker. I'll tell you that.
It makes me sleepy. That's one reason why I drink it, because I like to sleep. I'm like you. I have a lot of pain at night.
Yeah.
And if I can kill the pain, I try to kill it.
Yeah, just that one Heidelberg there, my shoulder, that just it does. It just works on the pain, and it just kind of takes it away, that edginess and stuff like that. I'll tell you.
Yeah. That's why I tell my wife, she's got, less
Tim, I'm going to tell you something. I got to interrupt here. Tin Man, you take care of your shoulder. You never want to go through a shoulder surgery. I'm telling you right now, dude. You take care of yourself on the job. And if anybody tells you to go ahead and put your shoulder into it or help you lift something that's too heavy, or you lose your balance on some scaffolding or some crap like that, the bottom line is this: you're going to pay if it's your shoulder. You're going to pay through the fucking nose in pain, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you right now, you be careful.
Same way with your back.
I never put any thought to, shoulder thing. In fact, I kind of sneered at it sometimes. See these guys walking around with a deal, because they went through some shoulder issues. And I used to think, you hurt his shoulder. Well, I'm going to tell you what, dude. I am a believer, man. Yeah. Lots of physical therapy. And luckily I have a good looking, physical therapist, and she's a great chick. She's awesome. She is, man. I'll tell you what, the first time that she had me lay down on the table, I kind of tilted the thing up a little bit, she put a pillow behind my head and stuff. And she would take my arm.
Put her hair up in a ponytail.
Oh my God, man, dude. It was so hard.
Happy ending.
She put my arm across her belly, and I could feel, that warmth and everything like that. And then she went and put her leg up to rest my arm on there. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I am in heaven. Yeah. But she's really good at twisting me around and doing this and doing that. I had this thing going on with with this pinch in my back since my surgery, and she says, go ahead and roll over on your side. I said, okay. So she got up behind me. She's a strong girl. She got her hold of my arm and stuff. She says, I want you to go ahead and I want you to push off with your shoulder as hard as you can. And I said, okay. So I was like, I was putting the whole Viking thing into it, man. And she was hanging with it, and she anchored herself right there, and she had me do that 10 times. I haven't had that pain since.
Nice.
I have not had that pain since. She is good. She is good. And she also tells me another thing too. We don't make the face here. I don't want you hurting yourself. I don't want, if it's painful and you make that face while we're doing stretches and stuff, we're not going to go there. That's not the point of this. This is the point of stretching and going a little at a time, little at a time, little at a time, and we'll get there. We'll get there together, and everything. And you know what? I turned around and looked at her. I said, you know what, lady? You're passing the hand. You're passing your hand across the waves and the storm of my life right now, and you're smoothing out all those waves. You're bringing peace to me, and you're helping me heal. And I cannot appreciate you more than anything right now. You are
trying to figure out something. I don't know. You stood up and then you looked, and
I stood up, looked down, and the neighbor had given me a shooting magazine, and it said 30 super carry. I'm thinking, yeesh.
Oh boy.
Oh geez.
Oh yeah.
Super carry, almost like 38 revised, revisited.
No Clint Eastwood on the cover. I can grab it right now. I'm 5 seconds away.
No, there's probably Bud Lights on Shooting Illustrated.
All right, you guys. I found the Stone Tomahawk video. Do you guys ready for a movie?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, throw it on.
Take your votes. You guys want to see it or not?
Yeah, put it on full screen. Let's go.
Whip it out.
Let's see if we can do this way.
Okay, so I made this while my squaw was at Walmart. And so trimmed off her horse, the tail, for the binding. It'll be fine. Hopefully she won't notice, but we'll find out when she makes dinner and I have diarrhea for 3 weeks. All right, so let's go and test this out and see what happens. All right. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
There's the close up. It hit straight on. Straight on. Oh, straight on. All right.
Okay, so I apologize. Maybe they're not as durable as I thought.
Well, that's why I sent him a flint head for that axe, and it's probably still on his bench.
Throw it really hard at the rocks in dry season. Throw.
Yeah, I hate to bring this up. But the Vikings were using metal hatchets for a long time before the Indians.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were using tomahawks, and the Vikings were using the tomahawks long time with metal heads on them. But that was Europe,
that all this tomahawk talk just reminds me of one of the best movies I've seen in a long time. It's called Bone Tomahawk with is it Kurt Russell plays in that one? Bone Tomahawk. Oh, you guys!
I have never seen that,
dude.
I've never heard of it.
Check that one out for sure. It's a Western.
Bone Tomahawk.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
To go back to what
you mean I've seen a movie that you guys haven't? Usually it's the other way around. Holy crap.
Yeah, no doubt.
Never heard
but
of
to
that.
go back to what Thorzax was saying about the Vikings, I, for a brief moment, was on TikTok, and I used my bull woofing name. They are bad about stereotyping you. So with the name bull woofing, I became a Native American and a Viking at the same time. And what's weird about that is you learn a lot about their cultures because they send you videos of Viking people and Native American, and their religions and beliefs were a lot the same. And it's strange to see that because the Native Americans would fight off the Vikings so many times.
Mm-hmm. I always thought that was kind of really interesting, reading about their, both cultures, really, Native Americans and the Vikings. But Vikings were big dudes, just a big, like Norwegians, Scandinavians or whatever, big dudes.
Right.
Huge.
A lot of that's because they're growing in a cold in the cold.
No.
You'll notice that anything that is in the cold is normally bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Moose,
Polar
bear.
bear. Yeah. Huh, I'll be damned. I never thought about that. Yeah.
Well, you kind of have to be because there's famines. When there's snow on the ground and everything is frozen, there's nothing to eat.
Right.
So you have to have the fat in order to get through the winter. That's what the whole thing about lutefisk was. Lutefisk would keep over the winter. They'd keep it in barrels and stuff, and they would eat that to get them through the famine. Until they were able to grow things out on the farm. So that was it. It's like Germany. When Germany after World War II didn't have anything to eat, all their farms and all their food production was shut down, and so Scandinavia gave them lutefisk to eat. Otherwise, they would have starved. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, lutefisk. It's the Thanksgiving dinner that is traditional nowadays, but it's a Thanksgiving like, God, I'm giving thanks I don't have to eat this anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
You do it out of respect for your ancestors.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not bad. I've had it. It's not bad. It's just not something that you look forward to eating every day. But it'll keep you alive.
I worked at a car dealer run by Norwegians, and so yes, I've run into lutefisk, and it's a cultural experience. I'll tell you, that's the nastiest shit you could possibly fucking eat.
Yeah,
it would have to be 40 below, and the larder's empty, and there's nothing else but that.
That's right. That's it. That's it right there. Yep. Jellified codfish. Yep. Soaked in lye. And potatoes and carrots they'd throw in there. Yep, and they would do the same thing, and then you go ahead and you heat it up and you eat it. Yep.
Yeah.
I was killing time the other night at work, and I was researching my last name and the origins of that. I mean, obviously I know it's German, but I didn't know exactly how German it was. And it'll pull up a map, and it'll tell you what the instances of your last name in different countries are.
Mhm.
And I think it was like 1 in 5,000 of my last name in Germany. And I think the next closest one was Austria, and it was like 1 in 16,000. So that was pretty neat looking through all that stuff.
Yeah, well, you know what? The Vikings were in Germany too. That whole northern area, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, that was all made up of tribes, and those tribes joined together for conquest. You know, and so they formed their own centralized government, and they went out into the sea as explorers. The Irish, they built walls to keep the Vikings out. The Irish is always known for their hot tempers and be able to kick ass. Well, you know what? They did not want the Vikings to show up.
Right.
And then all the way down into Italy, you see blonde-haired, blue-eyed people walking around, and it's because of the Vikings.
Well, did you cover America? I was gone, so.
We were getting into, the Vikings back in the Roman times. They were all the way, they were through the Ukraine. They were way all over the place.
Yeah, the Bible talks about that because it says that they were the Northmen, that they would have special prayers to protect them from the Northmen. Yeah, that's in the Bible, that the Vikings would come down. Yeah.
They were in Nova Scotia and the East Coast.
Yes, that's a fact. They found artifacts.
Stone building.
And the stupid freaking Norwegians that we are, we kept that a secret. It's time to go over there,
It's the lutefisk. It gets to you every time.
Yeah, we're gonna, it isn't like you're gonna go to Ireland or you're going to the British Isles or something like that. We're gonna go to that other place, Yeah, that place. No. Yeah, but they navigated using their fingers. That's it. They navigated. They would hold their fingers up. They like this. They'd hold their fingers up and they would measure the sun, where the sun was, and they could actually navigate a straight line. And they knew the earth was round, believe it or not.
Huh.
That's crazy.
Well, they found landmarkers up in the middle of the north of America of Vikings.
Yeah.
They're trying to prove that and everything. Some stones are marked, and but for sure they have stone shelters and stuff on the East Coast in Nova Scotia, and then they migrated inwards. It depends on
Well, it was all the way up into the Great Lakes and all up in there.
Minnesota, stuff like that. Yeah.
The poor Native Americans, these guys, and they were like, hey, we can get along as brothers, we can do this. And the Norwegian guys were just like, nah, we're not doing that.
What?
That's what they did. And that's how that all unfolded.
No.
That's where battles came from,
I'm trying to think of what kind of people would even be suited to live in or inhabit Nova Scotia better than Vikings. What, Inuits? Who the hell else would be up there? I mean,
well, and then there's a reason why they went south was because they looked around and they said, hey, this place is just like home. This place sucks.
This place sucks.
South, man. Hell with this. Let's go south, man. It's too cold up here.
Thorzak. What they really said was, we're not putting that face on our beer can. Oh.
That's exactly what they said.
Yeah. I gotta admit one thing about the Native Americans. Eventually the Vikings left. They didn't come back.
Yeah.
They left. They did not come back. They probably realized this was a huge nation filled with Native Americans. They said, we can't win this. Let's just go. Let's grab that one and that one and that one and that one, and we'll put them on the boat. We'll take them back with us. But this is the last call. We're heading out. Yep.
Yeah, if only the Saxons would have thought of that before they came over here, or the English.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's weird about that is the French made friends with them and coexisted, but then the English come over and it was just like, no, we're taking this over, and the Spaniards.
Yep, the French had it right. That's why you got Canada, you know.
Well, you know, Missouri is a lot of French here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of towns, you know, that are French.
But they coexisted with the Indians, and that's
Right.
why the northern part. And then, like you say, the English came, and it's like, hey, we're just dictators. We're, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not
Well,
going to
it was the whole Saxon thing, which is actually part of Germany. And they Saxony, and they moved into England. That's how come Great Britain become England, is because of the Ingles. You know, they were Germans and took over England.
Yeah. History is awesome. I love history. You can't write anything better than history.
Right.
And you know what? I learned more about history after school than I did during school.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because most of what I learned in school was what they wanted to teach me.
Yeah.
Christopher Columbus and all the BS. Yeah.
Yeah, the BS.
I'd rather learn it from my family that researches our genealogy and shit like that. That's
Exactly.
more interesting to me.
You know, just actually listen to the real people.
Yeah.
You know, not what the government wants you to know.
Mm-hmm.
It's what Jim was saying, that old people are cool. Well, you get to a certain age, and you know what? You can see the value in young people, in whether or not you can see the value in some young people. Like you can see the potential in some young people because you've lived your life, you've experienced a lot of people, you've seen a lot of different situations. So you can see leadership in a guy, or you can see that this man is a very strong young man, or this is somebody that I can trust, or this is somebody who has vision. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so that's one of the things that's kind of cool about getting to over 45 or whatever. But
already been through something you're about to do. You know what I mean? So they have experience. They have experience.
Yeah.
And
hey, Tin Man, your day's coming up where you're going to have some young punk kid, and you're going to have to explain to him, look, this ain't Saturday afternoon. You're at work, pal. I didn't ask you to go mow the lawn, and we're not playing video games today. We're going to go out and we're going to work.
I do that a lot.
Yes, and we're going to put our back into it. And I will absolutely not give up on you. Oh yeah.
Dude, I just spent 3 weeks. I just spent 3 weeks shaping up this 25-year-old kid who was welding in the booth next to me, and he was catching on pretty decent. He wanted to be on his phone, and I'd bust his balls about that. Mm-hmm. And he was finally catching on. He was finally getting it, and he was thanking me and appreciating all that shit. And then he went and got a new job. I said, "You motherfucker!"
Oh,
yeah, I'm going through that right now with two 22-year-olds.
Yeah,
and they are driving me nuts. But it's like when the boss ain't around, they're sitting there chatting with each other, and I'm like, guys, you can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep doing this all day. You're actually hurting us by not doing your job, because we're going to start having to work overtime, or, you're not kicking in with the group. You're not welding what you need to keep welding.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get paid to screw off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
See, I'd never understood that either, because I've worked at the same place for 13 years. I'm 33 years old. So when I was 20, I'd be at my employer and I'd be there 76 hours a week, and I didn't care. It got to the point where my boss would be like, overtime's not mandatory. You don't have to be here all the time. What else am I going to do? Drink beer?
Yeah.
Get in trouble?
Right.
Shit.
Yeah. A lot of these younger ones don't realize that anymore. It's like,
okay, we got a pop quiz from Idaho Rogers. A lot of people will say Roanoke was the first, but it's all going to be debatable. Yeah.
I would think Virginia, but I don't know.
I would say Florida, probably.
Florida was Spaniards, and up above that was
Well,
Oh.
he's talking about European.
Europeans. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. You got
Well,
Portuguese.
Spain's part of Europe, I guess. I mean,
Well, Spain was down south, down around Florida and the Keys, and right down in there.
He's saying Santa Fe, New Mexico. What?
so they come up from Mexico and settle once they
Oh,
got.
they come in from the Gulf.
Okay. Get this. James is saying Jamestown. Of course he's going to say Jamestown.
Well, he's talking English.
Wait a minute.
That's where they settled, Jamestown and all that.
Hello, Mig.
Wait, we got
But
Mig
now
here.
the Spaniards, they came up from Mexico and come up into Texas and New Mexico and up through there.
And Mig is not named. His name isn't James, and he's saying Jamestown. Hey, good to see you, Mig. Good to see you, buddy.
I said European. Well, isn't Spain in Europe?
Yeah, and England is not.
Yeah, England is not Europe.
Here's the thing. We don't know because history is what you're taught lies.
Yeah.
Just go by facts. Timothy, you know Oak Island, all the crap that's going on there.
Where's that?
Oak Island.
Those all.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
That's where John F. Kennedy was shot by the Unabomber or something, wasn't it?
No, it's where the Templars buried their gold.
Well, Templars or Portuguese, okay?
Well,
But here's the thing.
that was part of them, Jim.
They're finding they are digging up stuff from the 1200s, 1300s on up.
Right.
What the hell are people doing on that island back then?
There are a
And that's-
lot
that's
of
why-
dead bodies tied. There's a lot of dead
What was
bodies.
the
tied to that
Templars?
island, right?
Why were they so strong, and why were they all over the place?
I know, but if you're talking about a little island off of Nova Scotia that has documented, tested remnants from the 1200s to 1300s all the way to the 1700s, what the hell are people so fascinated with that island? And there's we're talking 100 feet under the ground. They found bones.
Number one reason is because that was the biggest copper place there was.
Yeah, but
That copper
it's a mystery.
was ridiculous on that island.
It's a mystery. It's just too bad that history screws it up with the History Channel bullshit.
Well, there is so much history that has been lost that people don't know. It's like the Mississippians, they made all these mounds. Who were they? A lot of people say they were Aztec and moved into that area.
They dug up stuff on the West Coast that had cut marks and chew marks on what are the old elephants? Come on,
Mammoths.
Mammoths. Woolly mammoths.
Yeah, they got
Yes.
chew marks and cut marks that shouldn't be there that old. Okay, so history is all screwed up. They have no clue.
I would love to just be able to have the ability to go back through time and just soak it all in and find out what really happened. Because
Well, Jim, at this point in time, us not knowing what happened then is all theory. It's all theorists people.
It's just something somebody went and thought up and said this is the most plausible thing that happened.
Exactly. Well,
You know,
if
and
you listen to Christians, we've only been around for 10,000 years or a couple thousand years. And, beyond that, you're just being stupid. But actually, people theorize that the earth has been here for 100,000 years or more.
Well, you know what? Look at Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark got all this credit for, going out to the West and all this other stuff. Now they're finding out they weren't the first explorers. They weren't the first ones that found the West Coast. They weren't the first ones to come out here.
Well,
They actually used trails that other people made.
Yeah, there was already Europeans in California and Washington and up Oregon and up through there.
It's all bullshit that we got served up in grade school.
Yeah.
Bull crap.
Yeah, they're already wrong.
I think we can say
they're already wrong because they found proof in the U.S. that people were here a hell of a lot longer than what they said they were, and it's already proven from people digging up stuff, making a road.
Yeah.
God, I wish I could just know for sure. Damn.
There's a tribe. There was a tribe in the Appalachians that talked Welsh before they thought Welsh was anywhere near that area.
Yeah, and they have Indian language that has a mix also, they found.
Yeah.
Now, when I croak, the first thing I'm going to ask, if I go, is who was DB Cooper?
And where is he now?
Yeah,
we have a whole section for you assholes right over there.
I want to know who DB Cooper was.
That was good, man. There's a bunch of you. Just go to the other group.
Yeah. History is fascinating by itself. If they would let us know the real history.
Well, but they don't know the real history, and that's the funny part. They tell you this is what it is, and they don't know.
Okay.
They have not a clue.
History is written by historians who have to get grants, and they know if they find everything out, they won't have a goddamn job. So,
kind of like engineers.
Yeah, you got to milk that cow. That's right.
Yeah, you can't just.
Yeah, they have a theory, and they're sticking to it. And then once you find something deeper than that in the ground, they're like, "Well, we're not going to talk about that."
No. I need another 6-month vacation in the south of France on this one. So, yeah.
Boy, you guys hit on something. I can't even think of the name of it now. The museum that collects all this historical stuff.
Smithsonian.
Yes.
They hide all the giant.
They hide the truth.
Preacher can get down into the basement of the Smithsonian, but he won't do it because he's scared.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
It's probably not for the reasons you think of. It's because his uncle is flamboyantly gay, and his uncle can get him down there.
Oh,
that's what he said.
Ooh, we had to go that
Yeah.
route.
I think his uncle's a curator there or something. Is what he was
I
saying.
wouldn't go down the stairs first. Nope.
Yeah. Where is
But
Preacher?
that's just like the beast of that French town. The werewolf.
The wolf, it's just like it's just like.
Well, I watched a story where they tracked this thing, and they found it in the Smithsonian, and it was a spotted hyena. But yet, all these other stories keep going away from it, saying no, it wasn't. It was a wolf, or it was, something else.
That was a big story too. They were all hunting for it and everything. The what did they call it? Not the wolf man, but the wolf creature, whatever.
Yeah.
It was bigger. It walked upright and it killed people.
The Werewolf of London is the only one I could think of.
Huh?
Werewolf of London is the only one I can think
No,
of.
no, this was the beast of.
Whatever. Whatever French. Yes.
Yeah, that French town.
Yeah.
And actually, they think the theory is the guy that actually killed the beast with the silver bullets was actually the trainer of the hyena that trained them to kill people.
I never heard the hyena story, but yeah.
Yeah. Well,
That was a big deal.
that was one of the descriptions, that it would walk off and laugh. And
Makes sense.
what beast does
Mhm.
that but a hyena?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
There's so much crazy stuff in folklore and history. You can go forever. And it's
But now
better than
that's the
anything
one
else.
thing about a legend. There's truth in a legend,
Yeah,
or
there's
there
part,
wouldn't be a legend.
yeah, just
Mhm.
like Indian legend. Yep, there's part truth. Then yeah,
For a while there, I was kind of getting into the Skinwalker stories. You ever get into those, Tim?
That's exactly what I was. Right there. There it is.
yeah. Well, the Skinwalkers are right about here at northeast Utah, Skinwalker Ranch.
I started getting into that stuff a little bit. It's pretty.
They
But now
use-
the Skinwalker Ranch, I've got a whole different theory about that place. There's a gateway there, and whenever they screw around with it, have you ever noticed that there's a flying object that shows up?
Mhm.
And the reason is because that is the guardian of that gateway, and they're trying to figure out who's interfering with that gateway.
Yeah,
And
it
that's
has to do with portals and stuff.
yeah.
Don't talk about chupacabras until you get back.
No.
Oh no, wait a minute. That's my other specialty. Actually, I've got a lot of specialties. But the chupacabra, while Pat's gone, is nothing but a mangy coyote.
A mangy
Yeah,
coyote.
they have a
Mangy coyote.
yeah, they have a stuffed one somewhere. Someone has one.
It's in Texas. It's got blue eyes, and it's got like these flat spots on its ass.
And
Well,
it's
that's where
mangy.
it's set.
Yeah.
It's mangy as hell. Yeah.
The reason, have any of you guys ever had a mangy dog?
Yeah.
I was given a mangy dog one time, and I love this little bitch. But my dad cured her. He bathed her and used motor oil, and it cured her. It honestly cured her. But they take on a whole different appearance when they have mange. Dogs do.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have any hair. They kind of turn a grayish, and they're real weak because this thing really takes it out of them. And so when a coyote has the mange and they lose all their hair, they're weak. And the reason why they're called chupacabras is because they're too weak to kill or to eat the flesh, so they can puncture the neck of a goat and suck the blood out or lick the blood out. And that's why they're a chupacabra.
We're going all directions. Patriot Pulse talking Noah's Ark. There's two places, okay? Which place are you talking about? On the mountain or on the side? Because that looks like the most feasible on the side, not on
Or is
the
he talking about Mount Akarak or Back or whatever the heck it's called?
Ararat.
Ararat. Look at
Ararat.
Armenians name every single bakery up and down the street here. There's got to be 20 Ararat bakeries.
Actually, it's not the one in the snow. I don't know if Paul's talking about that one way up on the mountain on the snow. It's not that one. It's the one that's in Afghanistan. Anyway, they have it, and they've done a lot of research on that.
Well, I thought it was in Turkey.
It's pretty amazing because you see all the barriers in the ship and everything, but it's another rabbit hole. Where is that one? Anyone?
You know what's really screwed up about what's really screwed up about society nowadays with the left, being in charge and that sort of thing. You know what they want to do? They want to like they are real. What they are really after is to attack heritage. If you ever notice that, they want to make everything universal. We're all just people. You know what I mean? And
Unless
they
it's
want to take
Ellen
they want to install this shame, okay, in heritage.
Right.
They want you to be afraid to say anything about your
Well, that's the whole thing. They shoot with the shame. You should be shamed that you're that way or whatever. What about you? You're that way.
Right.
Why are you that way? Yeah.
Well, it's just like UJ, he's proud of his Indian heritage. He's very proud of it, and he enjoys, researching the aspects of his heritage.
Well, he's also proud of his
Left.
heritage too.
To the left despises that.
He probably didn't hear me.
What?
I said you were proud of your French heritage too.
All right. I badmouth the French, but the French helped us with our revolution. They paid for it and they helped us.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they did.
So
Yeah.
what?
I'm going to tell you what you're never going to see on an English rifle, and that's the Flutie Liz as a pattern for checking on a pistol grip.
I cannot badmouth the French because they helped us with the revolution. They paid a lot of money and they helped us. And so I can't badmouth them.
Yeah.
The French teach you how to fight with your feet and love with your mouth.
Yep.
You've heard that.
Lots of things I can respect the French for. Pinfire revolvers. Let's see.
Oh, no.
What about the FAMAS?
Did you see that they went and raised the retirement age to 64 over there?
Does anybody here have a French firearm?
Did you see that on the news? They raised the retirement age to like 64 over there.
64 they raised it from 62 to 64, and people are pissed.
Oh, people are burning shit in the street, boy. They're oh yeah.
Well, do you not realize by the time I retire, I'm going to have to be 67?
Damn.
Wow. Wait a minute.
To get full benefits?
Yeah, for Social Security, yeah, you got to be 67. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty big jump from like 62 to 67.
That's
okay. I'm going to tell you what. The only reason why I'm still at work, for this, is that I can navigate all the government shit that I have to do in order for, workman's comp. I can do that from work. So, that's the reason why I'm still working. Otherwise, I retired. Now, if I were retired, I'd have to do all that shit here at home on a computer by emails and then playing phone tag, and all the rest of this crap with all these different offices and stuff. But yet, if I could work, I could just go ahead and call those places right there at work, and boom, 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 I get instant, get the ball rolling right away, rather than wait days for somebody to call me back or somebody email me, or you didn't fill this out right or whatever like that. If I've got a problem, I can go directly over to the docking office and talk to my boss and just say, look, this is fucked up, and you need to go ahead, you need to take it to whoever it is that handles this, and boom, man, it gets fixed.
That's what HR and the safety department's for, man. Take care of that stuff for you, for sure.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you another thing too. You think that federal workers have a easy cake to eat, man? I'm telling you right now, man. You hurt yourself on the job. They've made it almost unnavigable because what they're trying to do is they're trying to cut these guys that have private practices. They're trying to cut them out of the loop. They're just dumping all kinds of paperwork on these guys, that the surgeons and doctors and stuff, that they have to fill all this stuff out and get compensation money for it. And so what they're doing is they're forcing the federal workers to go to OWCP doctors that are already, kind of like contracted. So the bottom line is you're going to go to this doctor that is one step above a prison doctor, okay? And he accepts a salary, okay? So here you are, you're seeing a guy that's afraid of malpractice, and he's accepting a salary, or he's fresh out of school and he doesn't know what he's doing, and that's it. And that's and then the government is saying, oh, well, we've covered it. Yeah, That's it. That's what I've ran into so far. And I'll tell you another thing they do too. If you go to the doctor and say like the doctor makes a mistake on his paperwork and they send it into OWCP, which is supposed to compensate them for your surgery or whatever type of service that they provided for you, I'll tell you what they do. If they make a mistake on their paperwork, OWCP will reject the claim, and then what the outfit will do is they'll bill your private insurance. Private insurance will reject it, and then you get the bill, and then you have to go after OWCP to pay for it, and not the outfit that you went to. So I'm telling you what, you get the finger, dude. If you don't navigate this right, you're going to go to door, and all you're going to get is the finger every time that door opens up. Yeah, that's just the way it is, dude, man. It is crazy.
That just screams bureaucracy right there.
It's a huge bureaucracy, and it's all about everybody, wanting their little rice bowl and getting their money, saying, "Oh, well, we're doing the job. We rejected this claim, because of this mistake on the paperwork." Well, you know what? I went to HR and it says human resources above the door, and I walked in there. And I had a little bit of a problem, and I talked to this one woman, and I told her, I said, "Yeah, I got this problem, this is the bill for it," and everything like that. And she says, "Well, we have to follow the rules. We have to follow the rules." And I said, I looked at her, and I said, "Wait a minute. Above that door, it says human resources, not rule resources. I'm a human here. And you're not taking care of me. You're taking care of your rules, not
dude. Yeah, and any more HR is for the company, bullshit, not for the employee. It is bullshit.
It is. It's bullshit, dude. It is.
You gotta be nice to them, or you get a big red check mark on your file folder. Your permanent.
I'll tell them to shove that red check right up her ass. I don't care. better put two of them there.
I'll tell you what, I turned around and I left, and I went and see my boss about it. And the next thing you know, when we went back up there, me and him, and I had the bill in my hand, and I threw it right down there on her desk. And I said, "You're to take care of this." And she says, "I thought I already talked to you." And I said, "You're right. And we're done. You and me are done. And I want to talk to your boss, because this is my boss. And I want to have a nice little meeting with your boss, with my boss, and discuss why you are deficient in paying this bill." And guess what? It got paid. You can't tell me that there was a mistake on that. You can't tell me that it can't be done. That's
okay. We got GGW's W Outdoors is here. Hey, buddy.
What's up, GGW?
Tim, all I got to say, because I just went through this on Social Security, once you're 62, you're better off investing a piece of it, because you'll never get what the government makes you wait 5 more years for.
I've been thinking that too, Jim.
Just take a chunk, invest it. You're going to, especially once we're out of this Brandon thing, you're going to make a lot more money on your retirement than you would waiting 7 years for just a few dollars more. Yeah. Believe me, it's going to work. Once we're out of the Brandon era.
Yeah.
If we can get Trump and we can get DeSantis, we're good. Investment-wise.
Can we all agree that ever since Brandon's gotten in office, the quality of our government has went down?
Oh,
100%.
Yeah, we can agree.
It extends past just the government too.
Does anyone have a good 401k after Brandon?
No.
It's all gone. It's a joke.
I've lost.
Did you have a good one under Trump? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Wow. It was red panty night with Trump. Red panty night.
Yes,
dude,
it was.
I'm happy I've only been contributing for 5 years. I'll tell you that, because I'm still contributing, and it hasn't taken quite the hit, but it's not where it should be at all.
Right.
Yeah, but what
I'm going to tell you another thing too. They make it so where it's just enough that they can tax it.
Yeah, they want to tax it too.
That's not true. It's just enough just to get you a little over the thing there, so where they can tax it a little bit more.
They came up with a new thing to tax your Social Security, which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wasn't your Social Security a tax out of your check to begin with your whole life?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I put in for my pension, and I pay taxes on the money that I put into that pension. When I go to draw that pension, I'm going to have to pay taxes on it. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I've already paid taxes on it. I paid it on when I put it in.
But I was on the phone with the guy, and we went over everything. If you wait 2 years, if you wait 4 years, and I was like, really? That's that much a month? $20-$30 a month? I can invest that and make triple that,
Yeah.
Yes.
quadruple. It depends, what the stock market's doing. And
There's another YouTuber on that he hung his tool belt up. I talked to him the other day, and he hung his tool belt up a year ago when he turned 62, and he cashed in on his Social Security right then and there. He said, I could have waited until I was 65 or whatever and got that little extra percentage. But when you do the math, it doesn't work out to be the same. I mean, you make more money in the end by retiring in 62 than you do then. It looks like more money at the end, but the bottom line is, what about those years that you're still working? You see what I'm saying? You're losing money.
Yeah.
I just tried logging into the Social Security website, and it tells me it's not available at this time. It's too late in the afternoon. But I swear I got that paperwork, and it said if I were to retire at 62, it'd be like $1,400 a month for Social Security, and at 67, it would have been like 18 or 1900 or something like that. I'm like, you're talking a difference of $400 or $500 for another 5 years of my life.
Yeah.
And inflation. And
What the
inflation.
hell is $500?
Shit. Yeah, man.
$500. It's nothing.
Especially, well, I mean, yeah, if your house is paid off, an extra $500, what's the big deal?
That's why I'm telling you. I went through this, because I turned 62, and I was like, wait a minute. You can make way more, even if you just bought gold or silver or something. You can make, if you invested, you can make a ton more than they can give you waiting all that time.
Yeah.
There's no contest. There's no contest.
And if you think about it like this, at 62 years old, if I'm still in the same career I'm still in, which I plan to be, that's 42 years at the same employer. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to do more than 42 years anywhere. Why?
Here's the gist of it. Never rely on the government to invest money for you years later.
No.
Do it yourself.
No. Yeah, we got the annuity and all that stuff, the pension, yada yada yada. So I think it'll be all right. But yeah, that's just laughable. An extra $400 or $500 a month for 5 years, like blow it out your ass. I mean, work.
Yeah.
We're retired.
You look at me. This is what 42 years looks like. This is what 42 years looks like at the same place.
Yeah.
And
I tell young people that, and they fall on their ass. You worked for 40? Yes. 40.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come Monday, I'll be at the same place for 23 years and won't make it to 30 years if I retire at 36 or 30 or 62.
Yeah.
What am I saying?
Yeah, well, if you want to keep working, that's fine, but don't rely on the government to invest money for you. It's no good. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Well, like you said, though, Jim, if you retire, then you normally just die anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking.
Doesn't your old lady get your check if you croak? Is that how that works? Does your wife get your...
No, I don't think so. Does she?
No, if you croak, you croak. And I told the guy, I'm not going to live to 67. What are you talking about? Give me the money now.
I never thought about that, Jim, but that's true.
It's true.
That's 5 more years that you're gambling on living that long anyway.
Exactly.
If you're gambling on 5 more years, and you can invest that, and if you live those 5 years, you're going to make double, triple of what they gave you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
See, Rick just nailed it right there.
Yeah, that's my advice, though. Take the money and do with it on your own versus trusting the government. If you got a Democratic government, and you know how Democrats are with money, it could be down the tube.
I mean, what's a good Medicare supplement cost you, every month? $300? I don't know. What's ballpark for a good Medicare supplement insurance?
Well, it depends.
Like $280, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, somebody was telling me something about Medicare, and there's different options you go through.
And there's also, you get senior discounts now. So there's a big help on everything.
No.
By the way, Tim, I'm going to tell you something. There was a while back that you were talking that, in your employment at the place you work, you were getting some sort of hassles. You had some sort of an asshole boss, and you had to make your way through that. And I'm going to tell you what, I really felt for you during that time. I'll tell you what, you can't pay enough to go through that. You can't get paid enough to go through that shit. You know what I'm saying? It really.
Well, it's not really just my boss. It's just the whole damn company.
Yeah. Yeah, they harassed you about some sort of vacation pay or some shit, and this is like 6 weeks after you took it or something or some crap like that, and then just some bullshit like they invented this stuff, like they just picked you out on a chart and said, "Oh, we're going to screw with this guy."
Yeah. Well,
other people,
like right now we're going through this labor shortage, they call it, but it's funny because they hire all these people, but they can't keep them. And then they're losing all the old guys, and we're like 200 employees down. It's like, guys, come on. We're not that stupid. You guys are not treating people like you need to.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not giving them an incentive to stay here.
Right.
It's not a labor shortage when you're hiring enough people to do the jobs. You just can't keep them.
Right.
Well, it's because they don't want to work. No. They want to work. That's why they came here.
Because they can work somewhere and get better benefits.
Yeah. Capitalism rules.
Or more pay. Easier work.
Just treat it better.
Yeah.
When I got hired on, they would have like a carnival every year. And then when my year that I got hired on was the last carnival they had for the family, and then that went away. And then we had like barbecues every summer. That's went away. And they treat us like we're the enemy because we're union.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we want to work. We want to do the job. We want to make sure that we have an income. Why are you treating us like an enemy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Like I said, that kid that just he didn't even give us 2 weeks. He told the boss Thursday that he was coming in at 10 o'clock to get his stuff that night. That was his notice. But he pieced out to get a job that was closer to home with better hours, with better pay. Mm-hmm. It's like, can't blame him, man. Nobody's gonna be pissed off at you for that. Nobody.
Yeah.
It's like, it sucks because you were finally starting to get it, and I figured you'd be a good help. But I mean, his attendance was kind of anyways, and plus his old lady was about to have a kid, so I get him wanting to get a little bit of extra money. I get it. It's like, what do you do?
Yep.
Need to start getting kids fresh out of high school, good ones, and not kids that are already in their late 20s that are already buried in debt and have kids and need more money.
And live with mom and dad. That's
I lived with my mom and with my grandparents when I started there. They were paying me $16 an hour. I thought that was awesome money. I loved it.
Well, here's what gets me about the new generation. Their parents have told them, I don't want to see you go through what I went through. So, and then that is fed into their head that they don't have to work, or, you know what I mean? They don't have to go through
I agree. I'm in a dilemma now where we have guys that are in their 30s almost 40 years old, still laying on their mom and dad's couch.
Yeah.
Mentally, they are not capable of working now.
Yeah.
Well,
It is a mental thing with them.
there are different reasons.
Their goddamn ass and go to get a job. They'd rather live with mom.
All right.
And that's
There are
bullshit.
different reasons for that, but I mean, as a parent, you can sit here and say you want your kids to have it better than you, but you're not doing them any favors by that,
No.
because I learned to be the way that I am through not eating for 3 days because I was too broke.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. And I'll tell you another thing too. When I first started out, I had a house payment, I had car payments, I had to pay my daughter. Get this, I ended up having to pay the bill for my daughter's delivery, okay, because the insurance didn't pay for that. My insurance did not pay for that, so I ended up having to pick up the bill of like I think it was like $14,000. I was old, and this is back in like 1986. And I was only making like $12 an hour. So, you know, I mean, I had to shoulder the load, dude. That's it.
Yeah. Here's what I think
I
it
want
is.
to go through what you went through. Well, you know what? That's life, man. You
Yeah.
got to navigate it. You got to paddle your own canoe.
Makes you better for it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's just like Dave with his shoulder and me with my back or my legs. You have to go through that because that's what America's built on.
Yep.
You know, you can't say, hey, I don't want you to go through what I did and expect America to still be going strong.
Yep. Yeah, man. I'm a believer. Hard times, they're not all bad for your morale, for your attitude, for your respect.
When they changed the driver's license from 16 and a half to 18, and you no longer had to have a car to get laid, society crumbled.
Well, you know, that's what gets me. Pat, you hit on something that I've been thinking about for a month now.
About getting laid?
No, about kids are supposed to be smarter now than ever, but yet the ages keep increasing to when they have to, they're mature enough to understand.
This is the first generation recorded, I think. Maybe not recorded, but in a very, very long time, where we're dumber than the generation before us. Our IQs are dropping. And we have the summation of human knowledge right here.
Exactly.
How is that possible?
It just drives me nuts. It's like,
Yeah.
how can you be so ignorant?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. It's ignorance.
Yeah.
I
Tell you what, I learned a lot about life when I was on my own, being too broke to pay. I couldn't afford to call in sick to work when I was puking because I was working for a check that was already spent. You know what I mean? It gave me a whole new appreciation for people that had owned a house, owned vehicles, you know, shit like that. It's like, wow, that's what it took for you to get that. I understand now.
Yeah. Yeah. Working double shifts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been there, done that, you know. And then my wife goes, you should have been there to raise the kids. I'm like, I felt like I was doing my part by earning enough money to make sure the kids had a roof.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
During the recession, I don't want to admit this, but we had a hard time feeding our dogs.
Yep.
Right? It was that bad. But I will say, compression makes diamonds. And it like Max said, it makes you stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Compression makes diamonds.
100%.
And it makes you stronger. You survive it, and then you're like, wow, you got to appreciate this now. Yeah.
I've noticed that too with people that are like me, who have been in the trade. There are people that are my age that are right up there, you know, they're journeymen and whatnot, and they're really successful at work. One guy is younger than me. He's the shop foreman of the entire shop, younger than me. And you know what? We've all been through some bullshit in our childhoods, like really bad stuff, all of us. So get hardened at a young age, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It hardens you like a forged steel.
Well, Tin Man, I'm going to tell you something. I think you can relate to this. It's like I tell the young people, the new people that come on, I have my talk with them and I say, plain out and simple, you fuck something up, you come get me and we'll fix it. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. But if you lie to me, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're done through. And
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure that you are done and you're going to hate every day that you're in here if you ever lie to me. Ever.
That's one thing I have learned, that if you try to cover it,
Yes.
it's so much worse than just coming out and going, "Hey, this is the
but
way
I
it
can
is."
see, even at
Yep.
his young age, even at Tin Man's young age, that he understands that, and he
Yeah.
would tell subordinates the same goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll be the first one to tell you, hey, I fucked this up. Let's
Yep.
make it right.
Yes, that's right.
All the time.
I'm gonna respect that. That's right, because we're a team and we're gonna work together and we're gonna put out a good product.
Yep.
That's right.
My boss will be like, hey, you screwed this up. Yep, you're right. 100%. That's on me. My fault.
Yep.
How can we fix it?
Yeah. You get that feeling in your gut when you have to go tell the boss, "Hey, I fucked this up, and I fucked it up royally."
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to get past this because I'm going to fix it.
Yep.
You know what's even more humbling? I'm going to tell you what, when I lost my mind when I was going through the divorce and I went into a full tilt alcoholic state and I was taking the whole shop down with me, all the young guys, I was going out partying with them all night. They were all coming in hungover, all kinds of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And when I finally got my act together, when I finally started seeing, seeing the horizon again in my life, and things started getting better after I hit rock bottom, I ended up having to go over to that. I ended up having to go to that docking office, hat in hand. And I sat down with those general foremans and I said, hey, you guys had every right to fire my goddamn ass, and you didn't. And I appreciate that. I owe you. You guys understood that I was going through something very difficult. I'll tell you what, man. Yeah. You learn to appreciate the understanding in other people.
Yep.
Yes, you do. Yeah, it's cool. And you know what? I don't know where America's going as far as the working world. I don't know where we're going as far as retirement. I don't know where we're going. And you know what? I don't really quite honestly know if the generations before us even knew. You know what I mean?
There's damn it, I'm gonna butcher this, but there's like what do they call it? It's like 80 years. History kind of repeats itself every 80 years. Somebody in the side chat probably knows what I'm talking about with this, but it goes back to that whole strong men make good times make weak men. That whole adage. It's like an 80-year cycle. I forget what they call it, but maybe we're just at that cycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit's gonna get real.
That's
Shit's gonna
probably
get
true.
bad. It's gonna get horrible, and then people are gonna have to get their shit together and get through it, and then be better after that. Who knows? God, I'm drawing a brain fart. I have 2 beers in. I can't remember shit.
Yeah, I was going to say this stuff really went in a different direction when we started drinking.
Right.
So when I was a young whippersnapper sitting at the little table for Thanksgiving, and
The little kids' card table. Yep.
yeah,
You and wait a minute, 6'2", and you're 6'3". What are you?
I'm 6'4", but
6'4",
Yeah.
sitting at the little table. Really?
no, back when I was a little munchkin.
Back when he was at the little table.
Yeah, the great grandparent and the grandparents, they'd be talking about the Depression. And one of the neatest things I heard about that, it was a long fucking time in that Depression. It was a long time. And a lot of people got really wealthy during it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, yeah, we might hit hard times, but it doesn't have to be hard. And that maybe that saves the next generation, but I don't think they're near as fucked up as the millennials. So I've talked to young kids about working with me, and it's not near as bad. the 18-year-olds aren't near as bad as the 25, 27-year-olds.
Right. And Mac, that's exactly what I was thinking of. The fourth
I
turner.
agree.
That's it. Mac.
Hopefully it cycles back. Okay.
But
I think there's a built-in that, you know, by the time they're 25, 27, getting up there around 30, there's a smugness about them. You know what I mean? They get smug with you. You know, new hires and stuff that are that age, and they really haven't done anything with their life.
Everybody needs a good humbling experience.
oh yeah,
Oh, they get humble with me.
And
real quick.
I loved being the one that give it to him when I hand him a piece of 24 gauge AL29 and say, hey, you got to MIG weld that.
Here you go, buddy. Save this for you.
And then that kid, like I said, I was training. He's like, hey man, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I can't get past this. I'll go over, and 30 seconds later, back in business. Or he'll say, man, I keep blowing through. I keep burning holes, and I'll go over and I'll nail it 100%. And he'll be like, what the? How do you do that? I'm like, dude, calm down. You getting pissed off is gonna make it 10 times worse. I'm trying to teach you everything I can teach you, but I can't make you understand and make your body, move the way you want it to when you're welding stuff. I can't.
You can't give them the will. Yeah.
No.
I'll tell you one thing right now. The apprenticeship I went through, there's no way none of these millennials would have made it. No way. You were treated like a bitch.
I'm a millennial. I went through that. I went through that shit too. I'm a millennial.
Yeah, I got treated like a bitch when I first started in federal service.
We were called.
I worked for a guy named Monty Carlson. He would come over there and he'd have my Tyvek suit already sitting on my bench. Guess where I'm going? All day.
No, we were abused every day. We were called DFKs. You dumb effing kid.
Yeah.
And you're going to do this and that. And there's no way none of these guys could have went through what we went through. Not nowadays. No way. They would quit the first day.
I did a 5-year apprenticeship, man. I was the bitch for a long time. And once in a while, if they saw potential in you, they'd throw you a bone and give you some of their work, the journeyman, but not very often. You were the one busting concrete, cutting holes through concrete to run ductwork through it. And you were the one sealing all the ductwork with that shit that if it gets on your arm, it hardens like a rock and you got to rip your arm hair out to get it. Oh, yeah, that was me. 100%.
Oh, yeah. But they would pressure you to see if you'd break. And if you didn't break, we're going to keep you.
Yeah.
And that's how it worked. And nowadays, but they wouldn't even make a week. No way what we went through.
You'd be surprised. I've seen some really good kids come through our shop and they've been really successful.
Well, I think they're starting to skip a generation because the one generation I've been seeing, there's no way. They're too butter soft. They don't have the backbone. They don't have the, I'm determined to show you wrong. They don't have that. I'm going to prove to you that I am good. I can make it. They don't have that.
That was me 100%. You tell me I can't do something, I'm going to do it just to spite you.
I think things skip a generation. Some kids look at their parents like, you libtard bastards. I'm going to rebel against you. And hopefully there's hope for that.
I think there is.
It's a cycle.
Oh, I was always the kid that could never be beaten into submission. And it's like, are you too stupid to know when to shut your mouth? No, I just don't give a shit. You can beat me all you want. I'm still going to call you a pussy or, whatever the situation was. Yeah, that was me. Cranky.
Cranky's in the house. Get out here, Cranky. Let's see.
Wait a minute. Where did Cranky? Oh, there he is. Cranky. Good to see you, Cranky. But yeah, there's, I told this story when I was 18. I was doing signs on buses, okay? And all the bosses came down and said, you guys are all screwing off. You're all a bunch of F-ups. And they pointed at me and I said, and what? Look at my timesheets. Look at how many signs I put up every night. Look at everything I did compared to everyone else. And they couldn't say shit because I worked the hardest. I wanted to be the best.
Well, you're all right, but you're still
in high school.
Yeah,
I was still in high school, and I said, wait a minute. Just look at the facts. and they shut up. They left me alone, and I was their golden boy. Because I beat everybody every night on those signs on the bus. Yeah. And that's what you do. Hard work is always going to win, no matter what. If you work hard, how can you get screwed over? Unless you're in a weird company.
Yeah. That's one of the things I told that guy I was training. His name was Zach. He's like, how did you get to do this shit? I said, dude, I've been doing this shit for 13 years. I'd never, ever stop trying to get better because there's always somebody better than me. I never have come in here and not given a shit about what I'm doing. Not one day.
It's a competition. You want to be the top dog. You want to be the dog in the house. And then they can't touch you. Yeah.
But there's a difference between being top dog and having a big head about it and being humble. Like if somebody asks, I love the question. Somebody be like, "Oh, are you a good welder?" I just say, "I do my best." That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you say.
No, it's all on merit. Everything's about merit. When bosses look at people, they're like, "Who's my most valuable guy?" You know, you want the top guys, and then the rest they get booted.
They hired a welding consultant at the work when I first started, and he used to say my welds were like an anaconda that swallowed a watermelon because it'd be wriggling and then it'd be big spots in the
And that's what I told that dude too. I was like, dude, we've cut outers off a pipe because I welded them like shit when I first started. It's like, dude, you're not going to come into it being awesome. You're not.
Yeah.
Some guys, yeah, but not very many.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of times we were working during the recession, you know, Reagan after Carter, and you had to make yourself unfireable, you know, before the other guys. So you had to stay up there.
That's why you like dumb employees, because they make you look good. It's like,
what no, you just work your ass off and hope for the best. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing, Tin Man. That guy that you were talking about that you were mentoring, or you were going over there and getting on him about his welds or whatever, and you know you were having those little chats with him and stuff like that. That's something that the company didn't pay for, but the bottom line is that you planted a seed in that guy to do better.
Yeah, he won't forget that, and hopefully he carries that with him on his next job.
He's ever going to learn in some apprenticeship in some school. He's He's learned this is the real deal. This is where it really counts because you're getting paid for this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And it means whether you're going to have a paycheck at the end of the week or not. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping it carries with him on to his next job because he seemed like a halfway decent kid, but I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. We got Cold-Hearted Bastard is here. I love that name, Cold-Hearted Bastard.
I thought he was a troll at first, but he seems all right.
No, he's been here a long. No, he's not a troll. What are you talking about?
I don't recognize the name. I didn't say anything. I just kind of, whatever.
Nazis killing Nazis.
What?
No, you know, it all comes down to being valuable and working your ass off and trying to be the best you can. You know, even if you don't have some skills others do, if you try hard at it and kick your ass trying to get there, they're going to see that. They're going to notice it, and they're going to say, yeah, that guy's on it, like a football team. This guy is staying on the team. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's kind of like me. I'm not the fastest, but I tried to not fuck up.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's what I just saw. I was like, when the hell did that happen? That's Blue Healer.
Holy shit.
So he's not.
Well, check that out.
Oh my God, is this Blue Healer? You bastard! You cold-hearted bastard! I went to your old videos. I went to his old videos like, what's up, dude? We haven't heard from you forever. You're cold-hearted, you freaking bastard.
So is it a separate channel, or did he just change the name? It looks like a different channel altogether.
Does he have a channel? Can you click on it? No.
Hang on, let me go back to YouTube.
Hell, knowing YouTube, they probably canceled him.
Blue Healer, go to your last video. You have two Uncle Jims replying like, "What's up? Where are you at?"
His last video was 1 year ago. He's got okay. I don't think this is his original channel. There's not that many videos on it. I don't see the videos of him working on the house, so this must be a different one. I'll see if I can drop a link to his channel. Oh, come on. Not letting me.
If that's really Blue Healer, this is what started it all with Uncle Jim right here. This one.
Damn. I was going to say, you got a mullet from him, or several.
3.
Yep.
And this is the original that started it all. Oh, it's still pristine. Look at that.
Oh, shit. X got the house. Sorry, man. Son of a bitch.
Oh, that's okay. You know, everybody's got to go through that once. Lose
No.
Yeah,
No.
I'm with you, Kurt. No, it ain't happening. I'm sticking with the crazy one.
Okay, wait a minute.
It's been a rough year.
And let me talk here. A cold-hearted bastard. If you're really Blue Healer, you're going to make it through this. I've been through tough times all through my life. I come through 3 broken homes, okay? You're going to make it. It's going to be okay. Just keep on keeping on, buddy. I miss you so bad.
That's right. Keep on keeping on.
I miss you so bad.
There's some tough times too.
You're always going to have tough times. You're going to have to, like I said, compression makes a diamond. Pressure makes a diamond.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Cold-hearted bastard. All this time you were Blue Healer. I've seen you on the live chats for like months. You bastard.
He was just dicking with you. He didn't want to tell you. He just wanted to string you along for a while.
I love it. I love it. Look at that. The original mullet. Oh, that started it all for me. That changed my life.
Did I remember correctly, Blue Healer? Did you move south? Because you were somewhat close to me, but you headed south, I think.
Well, he was working with the cattle, and then Blue Healer is the dog, and then he got his own. And I replied to his last video, so I'm like, "What's up, dude? What's happening? I can't contact you because he moved. I don't have his email. I have no contact." And I just want to tell him I love him so much. All right.
You're here.
That's awesome. So cold-hearted. Okay. All right.
I might have to write that one down.
You know what? I've watched Uncle Jim's show so many times.
Over by Kansas City. Okay. That's why I thought you were in Missouri. Okay.
You'll get about an hour.
Is he back in Missouri?
Oh,
Welcome back.
You guys got to hook up. Yeah.
I thought he was towards Cedar Rapids before, but okay. Yeah. I remember him saying about.
Yeah, he's closer up to St. Joe.
But anyways, what are you saying?
I've watched Uncle Jim's show so many times that after about an hour and a half into it, Jim's like, "Yeah, let's make this a short chat, blah blah. Let's throw in the towel here in another 5 minutes and stuff."
And then 8 hours later,
come up, and the next thing you know, it's 3 or 4 hours later, and and all these other people are coming in, and all this other stuff is coming in. And isn't this a great night tonight? I mean, really, it's just Uncle Jim's show is pretty kick-ass sometimes,
Yeah.
That's what me and Pat were saying in the side chat earlier. I said, "Did you hear that, Pat?" He said it's going to be a short one.
Yeah, we're going on 5 hours now.
Every night we find something different. I had no idea he was Blue Healer this whole time.
There you go.
And I've seen him a lot on the chats, for months. months and months, 6 months. Oh, don't leave me hanging, baby. You changed my life. Once I got a mullet on me, oh, that was it. I'm done. Wow. Oof. I'm sorry you're going through some bad times, but I've been through lots of them. I got scars all up and down me, okay? But you're going to make it. Everything's going to turn out okay. You just keep striving for what you want. You're going to make it. It's going to turn out. Man, I hope you're doing all right, buddy. I was worried. I was wondering about you. I talked about it in the last chat.
Yep.
Oh, I was wondering about you, but man, changed my freaking life with a mullet. Bam. Oh, woo. And goofball started all because of the mullet. I don't think I was goofball before the mullet.
Oh, bullshit. Oh,
Oh, I love
Christmas
it.
guitar playing, big hunk. Now you were out there in the beginning.
Was I a goofball? Okay, all right. But this just made it go a foof. This was a rocket ship. You know, it was rocket.
What was that first video that you had on your old Uncle Jim channel? Like something wearing Fargo or something Fargo, and you had your snowsuit on in your den area. Yeah, your foyer.
Yeah, feeling Fargo.
Feeling Fargo.
Yeah.
That was
There you
it.
go.
Yeah.
And then he did the bubble boy thing. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
In the fucking bathroom. What the hell is going on here?
Oh,
What's
the
going on?
drinking
Meditation
toilet wine.
Yeah,
here.
the raisin wine.
The toilet wine.
Once I got like this first mullet here, it was a rocket fuel. It was like, oh yeah, that's your destination now. Yes.
The sumo suit was one of my favorites at Ozark saying watching you run with an AR with this.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny about Jim though is that when he starts in his thing where he starts singing an Aussie song, you know it's serious. You know he's putting time into that one. Oh yeah, yeah. When he breaks out the Black Sabbath, that's when that's serious.
I just hope I hope Blue Healer, Cold Hearted Bastard, whatever you want to call yourself. I just hope you're doing okay right now and you're just plugging along. It's gonna be, it's gonna get better when you get older. It's gonna be fine. Believe me, I got scars all up and down my ass.
Yeah, what?
Whoa.
What don't kill you makes you stronger.
It does, man. Compression, pressure, bad shit. It makes you stronger every time. You just get more scars, and it's like, come on now, bring it to me. I can take it. Yeah.
There's my buddy Chico Wise. What's up, man?
Hey, Chico.
We got Chico here now. Man, this thing is running along, and we're getting all kinds of people.
Yeah,
But,
Chico.
Well, just like Dave said earlier, this is just a normal chat for Uncle Jim.
I guess
People
so.
come, people go, but it keeps going.
You know, this might sound a little metaphorical, and I'm just going to go on my own personal experience. Whenever I had hard times, the reason why I stayed in that hard times and I got depressed about it was because I was still in my old self where I was before that hard time happened. Okay.
Yeah.
And what happens is you get to this point where you say, you know what? Yeah, that was a terrible crash in my life. And you know what? I got to take that old person of me and I need to put that fucker back in the crash so he can die, so I can move on. And,
Yeah,
so I can
it's
live.
like,
And that's it. And then you got to stride forward past that, and you're a new person once you get past that, and you get built that way. You
it's
know?
like what you're gonna do. You can go this way or you can go that way.
That's right. You got to take old self, and you got to put him back in the crash, man. And let that guy die, man. You can't hold on. There's nothing.
I learned that. Learned that a long time ago. That's like Americana 101. Adapt and overcome.
Yeah, that's my metaphor about it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a crash, man, and there's nothing you can do to save him, man. You got to put him back in the crash. You got to put.
Well,
him back in
isn't that the ultimate Easter story?
Yep.
To be resurrected.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the problem is I can't really get a hold of Blue Healer. So Blue Healer, Uncle Jim 300blk at gmail.com. So Uncle Jim 300blk at gmail.com. Give me an email, please. And then we can do cell phone stuff. That's been bugging me for months.
Yep.
Since I saw your last video, and that was like 4 months ago, whatever. Yeah. All right. Just contact me. All right.
Chico, I watched your match video earlier today, man. You're getting good. You're getting smooth. It's inspiring. I kind of want to do that stuff, but I don't know if we do that around here, to be honest.
Chico, come on. You had a beer tonight. Come on, Chico. Come on, Chico.
Haven't we all?
Nothing rhymes with Chico. Son of a bitch. I wore this. Hey, I wore this during Nothing Rhymes with Chico. I wore this during his birthday.
Pat's got the right idea. Beer? Who needs beer?
That's right.
Jesus.
Who needs beer?
Crap.
As long as they
Especially all that light beer.
Yeah, no Anheuser-Busch.
Gain some weight.
Yeah.
Oh man, you are gonna regret that, Tim. Tomorrow morning. You are gonna regret it. You're gonna be like, oh my god.
That's gonna be like a sweet hangover. Sweet.
Oh man.
Yeah, sunrise services is gonna be rough.
Is it true if you drink water on a wine hangover, it puts you back drunk?
I don't know. I've never tried it.
Yeah, in the morning, if you have some liquid, yeah, you can start. Yeah, I can tell you that right now. Even a cup of coffee, you're like, damn, I'm wasted. What the hell happened last night?
Always heard that. Never experienced it.
Well, I know that happens with rum.
Yeah.
Especially when the bottle's as big as your face.
Kenny is still here. What time is it? Oh man.
Arizona's weird about their daylight savings, so I don't know if he's an hour or 2 hours behind me.
Hey Kenny, if you're still watching, I'm so glad that Burns won tonight. Yeah, baby. Burns, baby. What a nice guy.
Damn.
All right.
I gotta go back and watch Kenny's video about that PRS 22. I haven't gotten a chance to watch that one yet either.
And I got an elder bug on my screen. People call it a cockroach. No. Where is that thing?
La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
No,
Oh, la 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 la.
here, let me grab it. I'll show you. Oh, you fuck. Where
Kenny, if you're on the Mayan calendar, you're past the end of time, brother.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
Yeah, what was that? 2020 or
12.
2012.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world
Shit,
was.
yeah, we've lived 11 years past it.
Yeah, there's another false history. The world was going to end with the calendar of Mayan calendar. No, didn't end.
I remember drinking. I think it was with my dad when that was supposed to go down. We were all sitting there waiting to be disappeared, and it never happened.
Was that in 2012 or 1999?
1999, I would have been 9, so I don't think I was drinking with my dad yet. It would have maybe.
Well, you know, that was supposed to happen back then, too.
Yep. Yeah, Y2K. I lived through Y2K.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Garage Guy, those are separate investments. They're not going to intermingle whatsoever until UFC
I'll
guys.
be right back.
Once UFC guys retire, they can go over to WWE, but it's totally different investment there.
So which one's fake?
WWE is fake. UFC is
WWE.
real.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now come on.
Oh, UFC.
Wrestling's not fake.
UFC is all the way real. WWE is all scripted. Yes.
Has been ever since I was a little boy.
Yeah, but they bought the company, which is good. It's just going to be separate. They're not going to intermingle whatsoever.
I can remember watching my dad watching wrestling and just going.
Jim, if you could pull it off, that would be an awesome video for you to be like a WWE, wrestler, and then on the other side of the ring, you had the YouTube, person. That would be awesome, Jim. You do the jumps off the ropes and the whole bullshit, man. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, the little screen with the arrow. Yeah. Just beat the hell out of it.
Beat the shit out of it.
Didn't they do that with Jake Paul? The YouTube guy?
Or was it RuPaul?
No, it was not RuPaul. No.
Well, Jake Paul is just boxing with different fighters. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's doing better than everybody thought he would.
He is, but he has no chance in the octagon with UFC fighters. No chance. He could pick a light 150 pounder and get his ass kicked.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying I thought that's happened before. I'm like, shit, I remember hearing something like that.
Garage Guy is correct. Brock Lesnar came to the UFC and he actually won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
But he was still kind of on steroids. But then he got choked out. He got an arm bar and got his ass kicked. But yes, it can go sometimes. But
WWE, it used to be what, NWO? Is that what they called it? And it was WWF. I don't remember all the acronyms for it, but sometimes that shit got real. Like, was it Owen Hart? Is he the one that got killed?
They had a couple where people really
Well, now Rowdy Piper got killed.
Yep. Owen Hart, wasn't he swinging down from the purlins up on the roof from like some kind of rope or something? The rope broke and he fell to his death. Is that what happened? I forget.
My favorite was the sock guy. What was his name?
Oh God.
He was awesome.
The sock guy.
No, it was Mr. Sacco was his hand, but the guy.
Sacco.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sacco. Sacco.
Oh.
What the hell was the wrestler's name though? Was it? It wasn't Mankind, was it?
Mankind. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Mankind.
Mick Foley. Yeah, Mick Foley. Mankind.
He had
my favorite.
Mick Foley.
Ravishing Rick Rude. And he'd come out there playing the music, and he would look out there in the audience, and he'd just go, "Okay, all you fat women out there." Oh God, it was awesome.
Yeah, Mick
Foley, they'd be rolling on the floor.
Mick Foley was Mankind, and he sacrificed his damn body for WWE. Mm-hmm. He broke so many bones. Then he would lay on tacks. The tacks and all that.
He's the guy that had the smiley face on his singlet, wasn't he?
On his what?
On his singlet, his outfit. Who was the guy that had the smiley face with like blood on it? Man. Yeah. You're talking when I was
I don't remember that, but Mankind was the most, he put in the most work and sacrificial. We were talking about trying to be the best. He was not physically the perfect wrestler, but he made it work by being the best he could. And no one's ever going to forget him. Ever.
Yeah, Ric Flair was pretty good too.
Yeah, but when you had Mankind against The Undertaker on the cage, where he jumped off like 2 stories and hit a table, and then he accidentally fell through the cage and almost broke everything in his body, and still got up. You know that guy gave it all.
I gotta look at this up. Wrestler smiley face as a logo.
All right, guys. I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to put my wine back in the refrigerator and go to bed.
Okay, Tim, but before that, I got to cover this quote. Vanessa
I was
King
right.
met Jake the Snake, and I just want to ask her, did you ever get some snake? Oh,
No.
all right. Good night, Tim. I love you, buddy.
Good night, guys.
Good talking to you, man.
Love y'all.
Yeah, hey Tim, go in the kitchen and get 3 glasses of tall water and drink it before you go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just get some water in you. You've been drinking a lot of wine, dude.
I was right. That was Mankind that had the weird smiley face as his logo.
Yeah, and when he accidentally, it wasn't scripted. He went to the cage and landed on his back after the table.
I think I remember that.
And they
Man,
brought
I
in,
was-
they brought in the emergency guys and everything, and he still rocked the show. And that's what hard work does for you. No one's ever gonna forget that guy ever.
Yep. I think I was probably like,
the top things that ever happened in WWE.
what was that? Like late 90s that happened? I think I remember that.
Oh gosh, that could be late 80s. I don't know. I'm
it
not a WWE guy. I just watch real fights, but this guy gave me respect. And he had a little sock, and he was like Uncle Jim. He had he had his little he had his routine. You gotta love the guy. Yeah.
If it was late 80s, that was before me, but I think I remember that match.
I got to do a sock puppet in the video now. Damn it. Yeah.
Well, we had that Canadian troll that was the sock puppet.
Yeah.
And it was like the most polite, nicest troll ever. The dude was awesome.
I know. And we had one on tonight that was very courteous and nice. Yes.
Did we?
Yeah. So there are good ones out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll find out a date on that Mankind fight. Man.
Do the Undertaker cage with Mankind. That was like the most epic ever WWE. I don't know how you can even match that. I mean, you got Hulk Hogan and all that crap. No one can match that guy. And he wasn't physically built like the rest of the guys, but he put in the work. He was the diamond. He put in the hard work, and that's why he's forever going to be in history.
It was June 28th of 1998. I thought I remembered that.
Wow, 98.
Yep.
Wow.
No, I was 8 years old.
That's way newer than I thought it was. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's Wikipedia, so take that for what it's worth. Could be wrong.
Well, people got to go watch that match because he jumped a couple stories on a table. Then they went back on top and landed on his back, and he was broken. And he still got up. He still did his work.
According to Wikipedia, it was 16 feet. That's a ways up there, man.
That's a ways up there. And then he fell through on his back, and that's where he got messed up. And The Undertaker, if you've seen his videos, he was like, I can't believe this guy. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe he lived. Yeah. But he gave it 100%, and that's what you do at work, people. 100%. 110. And no one will ever forget him forever in history.
Never saw it. Cyndi Lauper started to get into wrestling, and it was like, nope, I'm done.
Cyndi Lauper, are you crazy? Oh, God. I picture her woke these days. Yeah, super woke type of person. It's funny what we talk about in chats. This is light chat, and we're over 5 hours. Okay.
Oh, this is nothing compared to the good old days. We used to go till the sun came up, man.
But a lot of good stuff, though. I found out who Blue Healer was. That is huge to me. That is gigantic. That is huge. So,
yes, sir.
It's huge, and it's fun. Lucky man. Yeah, I wasn't a big professional wrestling guy, but there's a few I remember huge, and one of them was him. And he had the sock puppet routine. It was hilarious.
Yep.
He made his own deal. Yeah. You guys go back and watch him, the way he talks with the sock and everything. It is so classic. Yes. I'm going to have to do a respectful video on him someday. Get the right hair and do the sock.
Jag.
Macho Man Savage loved his choke. Okay.
Loved his cocaine.
Oh, his coke.
That's what drove that dude to have a heart attack while he was driving, and he ran into a tree.
All right. Good night, 6-shooter Texan. Have a good one.
Yeah,
Good night, Rick. Yeah, I remember when that happened, when Macho Man Randy Savage ran into that tree with his car. The DJs that were on the morning show of the radio station that I listened to on the way to work were mocking him and just doing his voice of the things he would have been saying during the accident. God, I was dying laughing driving to work that morning.
Cranky, how's Cranky doing? I hope everything's good at home, Cranky.
Cranky, I was gonna text you earlier. Hadn't heard from you in a few days.
Yeah. I have an unposted video where I say I'm a little cranky. Cranky. I don't know if I'll post that one or not. I was too cranky.
Pat, I'm taking a page out of your book. I'm printing several things and having a stockpile. I've decided it was a good investment.
Oh, yeah, $15 a kilo. Yeah. Well, the good stuff's more. I went filament shopping. I ran out of black, and I thought, oh shit, Monoprice doesn't sell filament anymore, so it was off on eBay, and the good stuff's running around 20.
I get mine off of Amazon, and I'm very happy with it. The stuff I use is called Duramic PLA Pro. I think it comes in at like $21 if you got Prime, free shipping. Good stuff.
I think that's what my son got. Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Durango something.
I'm still having trouble though.
Yeah, what have you figured out lately?
Well, okay. So I'm a master of bed adhesion and first layer now.
Attaboy.
Got all figured out. But about 4 inches up or so, the machine will pop a couple of times, and then I'll get a layer gap. And I'm thinking that it's just shrinkage and that's what's doing it. But I can't catch it every time. You'll hear a pop, and then you can't get to the machine to find out if something's binding or what's going on.
If it were me, I would check your lead screw alignment, because your lead screw might be not level, and when you get to a certain height, it just gets to where it's going to bind so hard, your extruder might actually skip a step, or something like that. But if it's popping like that, or maybe I wouldn't imagine your nozzle would be clogged. I mean, a clogged nozzle would do that too when your nozzles just had too much, but it wouldn't be repeatable.
It's
Yeah.
not it's not an extruder noise. It's something.
Right.
And I don't know whether it's the rollers on the Z-axis binding. You're
Uh-huh.
right. I'll have to check the lead screw. I'll
Yep.
run it up and down and see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of times those I think what it is, if you're looking at it from the side, from the back of the machine, those lead screws will actually kick out a little bit towards the top, and you'll have to shim out your stepper motor on the bottom to bring that back into alignment. And a lot of times also those brackets that the extruder is mounted to, that also has the brass nut that the lead screw threads into. Those brackets aren't formed at a perfect 90. So if you unscrew your lead screw from the coupler on your Z motor, find where your lead screw wants to drop through like naturally and unthread itself, and see what angle it is at that, because mine was bent sideways. I actually had to take it off completely and straighten it out to a perfect 90 and then put it back on, and then it would, when it dropped, it would actually go straight into the coupler. That's what you want, is make sure it's all in alignment there. Also, there's two nuts. I know this is a lot, but there's two nuts that hold your lead screw coupler onto the extruder bracket. Those can't be fully tight. If they're fully tight, that won't have any play. So that if it's not perfectly aligned and you loosen those about maybe a half to 3/4 turn on each screw, it'll let that nut float a little bit. So if it is out of alignment, it should compensate a little bit for that.
All right, I'll give it a go.
So I know I've been through this, if you couldn't tell.
Oh yeah, all you guys. I heard Mig saying you're gonna have fun.
Yeah. Dude, they're all cheap Chinese knockoffs, every one of them. So they're not going to be perfect. You got to dick with them, like Lee presses.
Okay, why is Cranky so technical? I can't tell what's going on here. Cranky, I hope everything's good, but I have no clue what you're talking. He's always
MRI showed disc issues between T8 and T9. That's the thoracic region of your spine. So either they're fused or they're separated or they're not quite in alignment. Something's wonky with those. That sucks, dude. Spinal issues and your back pain, that sucks.
Every time he gets hospital on me, I have no clue what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's hospital talk. I hope everything's good, Cranky.
Yeah, I hope they don't require surgery to get that straightened out. That would be rough.
Mm-hmm.
Hope it's nothing major.
Hope you get a good surgeon. I'll tell you what, the surgeon that did me had no bedside manner whatsoever. I'm telling you that right now. He was a good surgeon. My surgeon, he was great. He's one of the top guys here. But you know what? He's got no bedside manner at all. Period.
That's how a lot of the good ones are. They don't care, about so much about communication with the patient. They know they're good at what they do, and they don't need to worry about communication. That's what nurses are for. That's their mindset, unfortunately.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I'm the type of guy that I can't even look at the X-ray. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean he wanted to turn it around and show me all this stuff, and I said, dude, I don't even want to see it. Okay, I trust what you did. And I don't even want to know. What I don't know isn't going to be in my mind about what's in there. So I don't care. Yeah.
The guy that did the surgery on my mom and said, no, it was way too gone, too much cancer. Me and him got in an argument because he was an asshole. And we started arguing right there in the hospital.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. I was like, you're a freaking asshole.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you what. I had never been in so much pain in my whole life when I came out of that operating room. And it was, like I said, it was the type of pain that you couldn't even be rational about. And I remember I was going down the hallway and I just kept on telling myself, like in Platoon, I actually said it out loud, shut up and take the pain, because there's other people here that are going to go in and get operated. We don't need to get everybody all stirred up. And when I was there in recovery and stuff, he was at the foot of the bed, he was telling my buddy, the guy that went and took me to, you know, the surgery and stuff, he was telling me everything that was going on. And he didn't talk to me at all. He just sat there and laughed and, you know, shot the shit with this dude while I'm sitting there just going, oh my God, I can't handle it. Oh yeah, it was just like, oh fuck, it was terrible. Yeah, so yeah, man. Yeah.
Yep. I've been the patient though in situations like that, and there was a nurse that was really nice, and I was still messed up from whatever drugs they had me on, and I was being pretty short. I was being kind of an asshole.
Mm.
And they'd come in and ask you how you were doing, and it was like bad. Like, oh, what's going on? It's like the shit hurts. You know, just my wife was sitting there like, shut up, gosh.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what, they went ahead and when I finally got in there in recovery and they hooked me up to the IV and started giving me some pain, you know, relief there, you know, Dilaudid or whatever they call it. I started, you know, going out. I remember looking at that nurse and I said, "You are the most beautiful woman in Kitsap County, man. Right now. I don't care." I mean, you know, and she went and ran and got me some applesauce. So because I mean, I was thirsty as well. You know, I was just, oh man, I was just so glad that day was over. Man, that was terrible.
Yeah, it's rough, man. It's no fun.
No, it isn't. No, it's no fun at all, man. Take care of your shoulder, man. Take care of yourself. You don't want to go through.
I try to. Half the year I'm in the office on the computer, so that's a win in my book.
Yeah, it is.
A little preserving on my body, but the other half I'm out.
I really respect what you did with that kid too. You know, you took him off to the side and say, you know what, you don't always have to be a fuck up. You could actually listen to me and learn something.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah.
Now
his one shtick was there was another kid that had started at the same time as him, and the kid wasn't really catching on. You know, he wasn't that great, and he knew he wasn't going to last. And he would look at me and say, "Why am I in a weld booth and I'm making the same as that kid is up there that doesn't know shit?" Mm-hmm. And I looked straight at him and I said, "You know, there's guys on day shift that can weld a lot better than you, and they're making a couple bucks less an hour than you. So are you worth what they're paying you, or are you going to go in and ask for a raise?" And that's when he kind of opened his eyes. And it's like,
right,
it is what it is, man. You guys all come in making the same amount of money.
Yep. And you know, I hate to say this about what Uncle Jim said. You know, hard work is always, you know, is the answer and all that. Yes, it is, and I do believe in a good work ethic. However, you know, there's good coaches and there's bad coaches, and there's good bosses and there's bad bosses, and sometimes it's the hard workers that get the shaft because they're the point of least resistance. They see that boss doesn't want to deal with somebody who's got attitude, so he goes over and tells you to do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, how come I always get the shit job? Well, because you're the point of least resistance. You don't bitch.
Yep.
You know? Yeah, and that's it.
But I do have to say this. Me and Pat would be on the same page in the hospital. We would both say, give me an old school opium pipe and a Chinese basement, and I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right, Pat?
I like the old nurses, the old ladies, like the grandmas. Those are my absolute favorite. Oh, they were awesome. When we delivered our first kid, I know what you're saying about that. Yeah.
I can see myself laying next to Pat in a Chinese basement with opium pipes. They fill it up for you. And we're both sitting there like, all right, it'll be fine. No, Pat is not agreeing with me.
No.
Oh.
That's Jim, because I don't like pain meds. You know, I had a couple of friends in high school. They got on the opioid kick and went to heroin, and then they're dead. And everybody I knew who ended up down that path always ended up dead in prison.
That's how much I hate these fuckers. I don't take them.
Yeah.
But Pat, I thought you were old school with the rolling block rifles, where we're laying in a. You know what I'm talking about?
I know. You wouldn't catch me sucking on an opium pipe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean he's a heroin addict because he has a rolling block. Shit.
Yeah. No, that's okay. You know, I can hurt a little bit more so that I'm not like somebody's bitch in prison. Okay.
Yeah, man.
I'm telling you, old school open pipe in a Chinese den. Okay.
Life's good for about 10 minutes before you blast off and don't remember shit. Oh,
I am
man.
shocked. I am shocked that Pat didn't agree with me on that one. That's old school. Before pain.
I know it's old school, and I know, you know what? If I could go down to the corner drugstore and feed my morphine habit for 10 cents, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal. You know, people back in the old days, you know, it
Morphine.
was like, go get your opium. It's no big deal.
Morphine's a bitch, though. Coming down off of that, ugh.
I've never had opiates whatsoever or morphine. I've never tried either, but it looks good. It looks like you're dreaming and you're having fun.
Morphine's good till it wears off and you have the worst headache of your entire life.
I've never had an opiate in my life, so I have no idea, but it looked good. All right.
Shit.
I took. I remember I fell off my skateboard one time, and the crack was too big, and I fucked up my arm really bad.
Pat kept going. The board stayed put.
Wait a minute. Pat on a skateboard. He's 6'4".
I used to take a skateboard to work.
No way.
Yeah.
Skateboard guys are like 5'9".
Okay. Well, you give it up eventually, but it was cheap transportation.
Wow, I never pictured you on a skateboard. I'm sorry.
Okay,
So
Pat, finish your
I
story.
took 2 Vicodins and guzzled some wine that the neighbor gave me. Said,
Holy shit.
I'll fix you up, you know, because it was hard to breathe even moving that fucking arm. And
Wow.
so yeah, he gave me this shit. And then I remember I was taking a leak and I fell straight forward into the cabinet and I was at a 45-degree angle with my good hand on my dick.
Holy crap.
All right. So I couldn't fucking move. You know, I was stuck there. There was nowhere to reach out. And I had to call my mom to help me. And it was like, are you fucking high? What's wrong with you? You know? And it's like, but that helpless feeling of being at 45 degrees, balancing on your forehead, that was the fucking worst. No more opioids after that. No.
Okay, can you read this quote? Because it cracked the shit out of me. It cracks me up.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I was just watching a movie free on YouTube, and I think it was, who was it? He was smoking a pipe. He was a gangster, and he was down in the basement, refreshing. Yeah.
Are you talking? There was a show I was watching too, Peaky Blinders. The dude was an opiate addict and smoking it in his bedroom and just
No, this was a gangster movie. I think De Niro was in it, which is bad, but I forget what it was called. I was watching it the other night. Yeah. But that's what made me think about that. But yeah, I've never had an opiate or heroin or anything like that. So I have no idea. I've never had morphine. I've never been in a hospital no.
Yeah.
I'm a throw the pain pills away kind of dude, or save them for when shit gets unbearable. Like when I had a cracked molar and I still had all my pain pills from my ear surgery. And I woke up in tears from that cracked molar. I took one of them. That's the only way I could sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, very, very sparingly. I hate pain meds.
Yeah, but I've had codeine or something they gave me when they pulled my wisdom teeth out. And
that's what I got. Yeah.
That was awesome. I was like, damn.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
See, that's it. There's a price to pay with that stuff. And I mean, you're lucky, Tin Man, you're lucky. I'm lucky we never went down the road, because that morphine headache will go away if you take a little more morphine.
Exactly. That's how addictions happen, bro.
Yeah. And and that leads to picking up the soap.
Yep.
At best.
Hmm.
At worst,
the headache will be the least of your worries, man.
Yeah. So no, no thanks. No, not going there. And it's not.
No.
I've been lucky. I'm addicted to nicotine, and that's it. and you know, I don't want to go down there. No, the easiest way is just not to start. You know, so.
Mhm.
James Pollard, skateboards and opium. Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah, well, you know what? They were having me take what was it, Percocet. They had me taking Percocet every 4 hours for
Perkies.
yeah, it was like 14 days or something like that.
That's the
And-
shit. Isn't that the shit that I'm sorry to interrupt you. Isn't that the shit that if you smoke a cigarette after you take one of them, you throw up everywhere?
No, it didn't turn my
No?
stomach or anything like that.
Damn, I
But
thought-
the thing was, no, I'll tell you what. When I left the hospital, they gave me it was oxycodone, and it was a different brand or something like that. It was based in something else, and that shit's turned my stomach. So I told them, I said, "Hey man, I'm sick," and then they turned around and gave me Percocet because it's based in Tylenol or something.
Yeah,
And I could take that.
It's very.
I could take that, and I could take that, and that kind of got me through some real rough times. Like you said, the cracked molar. I mean, you know, they sewed my arm back on. So
Yeah,
you
man.
know, I mean, I took that for like 14 days, and then once I got off of it, man, there was like a week there that I had this restlessness. Like I just could not.
Yep.
I could not sleep. I could
Yeah.
not. I just pins and needles, man.
You had the itch, man. That's what it's
Oh
called.
shit, it was bad,
Mhm.
dude. And I feel sorry for these people that get hooked up on like Percocet, okay, and their doctor just keeps giving it to them, and the next thing you know, they're taking it just so they can go to sleep at night. You know, they're taking
Yep.
two of them. You know what the hell, man? Yeah, it's bad, man. It's bad. That's bad juju. It's okay if you need it to get rid of the pain. I can see it, but there's a price to pay. It's exactly what Pat said, man. There's a price to pay for it, and when you come down off of it, you better be determined not to pick it back up.
Yep.
Determined in your mind, I do not need this shit no more. Yep. It takes willpower to get off that stuff.
So
Kitty says prednisone at a high dose for 6 months. Wasn't that steroid? Taper you off a length. I didn't know that prednisone would do anything like that to you. Huh.
Prednisone.
Kenny sent me a picture of the trophy they gave him for that extreme long range 22 competition for his place.
is it a dick?
It's a fucking 3D printed trophy, dude. It's like what a slap in the face. I mean, it is kind of dick shaped. It's a 22 shell.
Jeez.
Here, I'll show it to you. I don't know how well it will show up. I got an Android, and they don't like to play well with computer cameras.
Jeez. Look how the hand is. God.
Dude. I want to see something, but I'm not. I'm going to keep it to myself. Yeah. Throw a condom on that thing and hope it's all in one piece.
What did I miss? What was so funny? What did I miss?
Okay, I'll start over.
Fuck
The trophy they gave Kenny for his placing in that 22 extreme long range competition was 3D printed. Looks like a dick.
Oh my god!
What? Wait,
You're the best I'm on it.
was this recent or tonight? Or
I
what?
think he put up a video. He put up a video about the 22 stuff. I think it was a few days ago. I haven't watched it yet.
Was it tonight? I didn't see a new one. I didn't see.
No, it's been a few days ago. I'm behind as shit on videos as always.
So it's a giant 22.
3D printed trophy.
Kenny, have you done a video since the Bench Rest 22?
That's what I'm thinking is when he got that.
I tell you what, he's been rocking it with making those rifles. He's been rocking.
Hell yeah, dude. Nice shooting. Here's a plastic cock.
We took a vote here.
I guess I missed it. I thought I'd seen every one of his videos. I didn't see that.
It's the trophy of shame.
I tell you what.
He sends me a picture. He's like, we got to take the 3D printer away from these match masters because they're screwing with us big time. Yeah, three days ago, he did a video on the bench rest versus a PRS 22 rifle.
Yeah, I saw that, but what was it?
I haven't caught that one yet. I'm not sure when the competition was. Kenny, no, dude, to hold it for a picture, you should have just put it in your mouth and stood there.
God.
I'll tell you what, he's been.
Why would you share that with anybody?
Oh, it's not his fault. They gave it to him. Shit.
Yeah.
He said his old lady said the same thing. She's like, "What the hell's that?"
Oh boy.
I love it.
Poor Kenny.
Well, Kenny, I guess that's what you get. You're better than us. But that's the prize, unfortunately. That's kind of a smack in the face.
Yeah.
Just hold it above at a 45-degree down angle. Patriot ball. Greggy says, wait till you see the 50 BMG trophy. Oh, jeez.
Did first place have balls?
Yeah, man. I want to see that first place trophy.
Yeah.
That dude.
I don't know. He's been kicking ass, making rifles and shooting. He's been kicking
absolutely. Ass. Man, they used to at least injection mold those trophies and spray paint them gold, you know? First place was extra golden.
Speaking of funny things and work and everything like that, back in the 80s, I don't know if Jim ever remembered this or not, or something went on in his work area. Maybe you ever seen this before, but see, I think it was like Hustler or one of these magazines, right? They had this article in there. It's called the Asshole of the Month, and they would always, write up somebody about the news or whatever, And they had this picture of a donkey, and he was turned around. And he had his tail up, and you could see his butthole. And they put this guy's picture, on this donkey's butthole, right? So what you do at work is you'd make a copy of this thing, and then you'd find somebody's badge, and you go make a photocopy of his face, and you'd stick his picture in there, make a bunch of photocopies, and just plaster it around the shop. Oh man.
That's awesome.
Screw with people. Yeah, we used to screw with people. And all that went out, man, with tail hook, man. You couldn't do that stuff anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that quite vividly. Asshole of the month.
Said they velcroed his buddy's second place trophy to his Prius, and he drove home 20 miles with it on. Kyle.
Oh my gosh, Kyle, where have you been, Kyle? Kyle.
1:30 in the morning. No, wait, he's an hour ahead of me, or 2 hours. Yeah, he's ahead of me. That's all
Kyle,
I learned.
how's it going, Kyle? Hope everything's well with you. And isn't Kyle getting married? Is Kyle getting hitched?
Yeah.
We should have him talk to Blue Healer.
Oh no. Nah,
Why-
Kyle knows.
I know
Why?
he's been through it once, and he's a
Yeah.
better man for it.
Hmm.
Sorry, Blue Healer.
I don't know that last rifle. Oh, here's Kyle. That last rifle Kenny made was so awesome. He just keeps rocking the rifles, baby.
Kyle. Hopefully that was public and Uncle Jim didn't spill the beans on something that wasn't.
Oh yeah, Kyle. Could we talk about that or no?
Sure. Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry.
Yep. I'm getting hitched.
Oh,
Congra-
Kyle's getting hitched. All right.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
All right, Kyle. Awesome.
Yeah. I sprang and she said yes. So
Oh man, it's Kyle Lust. Look at that guy.
where?
Right now.
And he's got a trimmed beard and a haircut.
No, I hadn't cut my hair. I actually need a haircut.
Wait, let's look at the goodness here. What are you talking about? That looks like a haircut to me.
Yeah, you cut your definitely cut your beard.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How things going, man? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
It's going good. We just got back. Me and Jamie just got back from
Dead Zero.
Dead Zero Shooting Club,
Yeah.
and we had a great time. Met some great people, and
Yep.
I got to hang out and do a bunch of shooting. And everybody got their 1,000-yard shot in.
Good.
Somebody owes you $20.
Actually, I owe reloading from the hot pot $20. I deleted my dope chart from my phone for my 208 grain 308. So I tried to do it with 175 grain, and it couldn't carry the distance. I mean, I hit the 1,000 yards with it eventually, but not a cold bore shot.
Oh yeah.
So I owe Gene $20.
That's awesome. I'm still bummed I never got to. The first time we were all supposed to go down there that I was involved with was when COVID hit and it got canceled. So I had two 50 cal cans full of ammo loaded up that I've been having to shoot over the last 2.5 years. I'm still working on one.
It was a killer time. Chris from the 740 was there, and let me tell you, that is a large man.
Oh yeah.
He's like 6'8".
Yeah.
Probably 330 pounds. He is a big boy.
Mhm.
6'8". What are you talking about? Really?
He rivals the Crazy Scotsman.
Do you
in
know who
height.
Chris from the 740 is, Uncle Jim?
Yeah.
That is a big boy.
Really?
He
Let's see.
he actually brought his drone out there, and he was playing around with it, and he actually took it all the way out the 1,000-yard range, and got a bunch of awesome footage. He put out a teaser. He said when he gets home, he's gonna edit everything up and put out a video about it. But yeah, we had a killer time. MCK was there with his son. Gene was there with Miss Hotshot.
Jamie was there.
Jason was there. I can't remember his last name. I don't know. We just had a killer time. It was a great time.
Okay, one thing. Miss Kitty, reply and see if you got a wrench now. I tried to do it. Let's see if you got a wrench. Reply, Miss Kitty. All right. All right, so you had a good time.
Then woke up this morning and it was raining like a cow pissing on a flat rock.
I know. I was trying to watch the Masters to see what was going on, and they got rained out.
Yeah, did you see the trees that fell?
Yeah, trees almost fell on the crowd.
I was like,
Damn.
Yeah. Wow, that was almost like John Daly with the lightning. Yeah. Yeah, that was amazing. Nobody got hurt. For people that don't know, they're watching a golf tournament and the trees come down right on the crowd and everyone gets out of the way. They heard the noise and it would have smashed a lot of people. No one got hurt whatsoever.
I didn't see the trees falling. I saw the video or the pictures afterwards, but
yeah, luckily the crowd heard the snaps and everything and they ran out of the way and the tree landed right where the crowd was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Play it as it lies.
Two trees. So it must be soggy in Georgia right now because they're having problems getting that tournament done.
Oh my goodness. It was, God, it rained like crazy all last night, all this morning. All the way till pretty much I went to sleep. I mean, it's clear now. There's the moon. You know, it's weird.
The pool's nice and full, huh?
Oh, it's extremely full.
Yeah.
And it's cold here. Shouldn't be cold here in April.
What do I got here? 47 here.
It was like where we were at up in Tennessee. It was like 40 degrees while we were all shooting Friday.
That's too cold.
Oh, it was miserable.
Especially if you got wind, man. That ain't no fun.
Yep, it was windy, cold, and raining. We had fog. We had fog so bad we could barely drive home on Thursday night.
Damn.
We could barely make it back to the hotel room.
I'm a fair weather shooter. I'm a sissy. I don't like going out in the wintertime.
Oh, shut the hell up. That's what I've been doing for the last 6 months. What?
Yeah, you'd rather have it warm out, wouldn't you? With the sun in your eyes and bouncing off the oil quench sights.
We have sun during the snow, yes.
Yeah.
You still did some garage pops, though, because it was too damn cold and too slippery.
I did a couple that aren't on video yet. Yep.
There you go, Kyle.
Miss Kitty, does anyone see if Miss Kitty has a wrench or not?
She does.
Okay. All right. You got a wrench now, Miss Kitty. I'm sorry. I had to do it on the iPad. I couldn't do it from here.
You know, I haven't seen a troll yet tonight, though. That's weird.
We had one.
Become a troll.
He just said something and left. Yeah.
My beautiful fiance just got back home from the Okefenokee Swamp.
All right.
She literally just walked in the door. That's what woke me up.
Well, that's not the way to get woken up. Not a door.
Wrong door, huh?
Yep.
Kenny's got a trophy you guys might find useful.
Yeah.
Kyle's here for that.
There's one good way to get woken up, and then you pretend you're still sleeping. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes.
Yep. It's a good time.
Wow, we still got 15 people here, almost 6 hours, 5:46. That's good. I wasn't expecting this much action tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Or an Easter bunny. We got one Easter bunny tonight.
Yep. Oh hell, Kyle didn't see it. Hang on.
I'm trying. Hang on.
Kyle, wait for it. We didn't even think about that. Son of a bitch. Kyle.
One of us did. One of us did.
Here you go, Kyle. When he comes on. There you go. Oh, yeah. And he's got the rainbow. He's got the rainbow. He's got the Budweiser light going and everything. Yeah.
Yes, sir. None of that shit in this house.
Yeah. Except for he's drinking Coors Light.
Well, guys, I've had a couple of shots of whiskey. Have I ever told you guys the elevator story?
Ooh, I like Pat stories.
This
All
is going to be good.
I got one too, so we can follow up. Yes.
All right. So, yes, I learned the value of hard work in my first job, digging ditches, pick and shovel, and hard fucking clay. But my second job was to get the discount for my 63 Nova. So I went to work at the Chevy dealership and started out as a part stock clerk. And unlike most of you guys, we had a business office with women in it. So there was built-in females there. I mean, it wasn't all guys. There was an office with 12 women in it. And I was going through the office because that's what you do when you're like 19, right?
Going through as in laying pipe or
laying
walking?
pipe one at a time. Next. So anyway, at the time, it was Colleen. She was one of the office girls. And the only private place in the dealership was, I was a stock clerk and they had a freight elevator. And if you stopped it between floors and pulled the emergency stop, there is no fucking way anybody was going to interrupt anything. So she'd get off of work. She'd go to the bus stop. I'd yell down the window. She'd come up down the freight elevator halfway, get my business done, and send her on her way onto the bus. So my problem was that she told her little buddy, who was the daughter of the general manager.
Ooh.
So the general manager's daughter tells dad. Dad tells the owner, hey, you've got this fucking dude popping your workers down in the freight elevator, and it gets to my fucking boss. So the next day, I got the, see me in my office, please. And the fucker had my time cards out there. He says, I want to know how much we've been paying you to fuck in the elevator.
You should have looked him dead in the eye and said, not enough.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, you'll have to add
not as
Colleen
much
if
as
it
your
was
mom
worth it.
did. Yeah, not as much as your mom did.
Yeah, no, I was very contrite, and I sorry, sir, you know, it won't happen again. He said, that's all right. This story's so fucking good, you can keep your job. Don't worry about it. Just don't be fucking in the elevator anymore.
So what you're saying is clock out first.
That's his point was, you know, this wouldn't be so bad, except we're paying you.
Yep.
Hell, I never knew Pat was a porn star.
It was the 80s. That was just how it went. This is Dave was talking about before. What do you call it? Tail hook.
Tail hook, right?
And before all this, it was just normal. This is what you did. It wasn't like anything weird. Commingling with your fellow employees was not frowned upon. Everybody I knew that was in a long-term relationship, they met at work. It was normal. It's not a big deal. But no, that all changed. You could never get away with that now.
Well,
what the hell is tail hook? That's not a familiar concept with me.
And it's
a bunch of pilots, in the Navy had this party down in Vegas or some fucking place, and they rent the whole thing. It's like a convention for these guys, and they got in there, and what happened was that they used government funds, to pay a bunch of hookers, and they paid for all the booze and everything else out of non-appropriated funds. And then they got caught because these hookers came forward and blew the frickin' whistle on the whole thing. And so, the Navy is just one of those places where, it's one of those employers, you just don't embarrass the Navy. You don't do that. So straight across the board, I mean, every installation, every civilian, it didn't matter. All of that stuff. They went through our lockers. They took down all the calendars, that had women on them, racing stuff. And they took down everything. And it just got crazy. And that was the very, very first, I would say, very first step towards sensitivity.
What was the name of that senator bitch who just died like 2 weeks ago? That held all the hearings, with the moral outrage on how could we?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And like I said, we used to have jokes and stuff like that, that we used to have at work, some guy would be working on something and what we would do is we'd take a freaking dildo or something and then stick it down in there and then put a towel over the top of it. So when he came back to work on it, he'd take the towel back off and there'd be that thing still, and you'd have to, very funny guys, and all this other stuff. You can't do shit like that at work now, man. It's just, you just cannot do that stuff. Any type of jokes or anything like that, boy, it's really frowned upon. Yeah.
Guess I'm lucky. There's still some fuckery that happens in my job.
Not with women, though.
No.
And especially, like we have women in our code in our shop, and I'm going to tell you what, I remind those guys. I say, hey, you guys are playing grab ass and saying this and saying that, and you guys are using profanity and stuff. And I'm going to tell you what, no one's going to save you if somebody complains. No one. You're done. That's it. So, I warn these guys. I mean, hey, if you guys want to go and talk like that, go to the bar. If you guys want to go out and have fun, play grab ass, that's fine. Just don't do it here. Just go and do your guys' work. Have fun while you're at work, but keep it clean. Keep it clean.
Damn. I was born in the wrong era.
Well, the one thing is that it boils down to your boss. If your boss has to explain things, you don't want to put him in a position where he's going to explain you. That's it. It's the bottom line. Yep, because he's not going to in a situation like that. He will not. He says, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, what do you suggest we do about it? Well, we can go through the procedure of getting rid of this person. And that's it, man. Next thing you know, a couple of days later, that guy's gone. Yeah.
Pat Mac wants to know what you're chewing.
Okay. So today I needed money to get into the Zoe's Easter egg hunt park. So I stopped and I got a tin. Haven't had a tin for a while. So I'm dipping that. But what I'm on, my little monkey right now is still these on 8 milligram pouches that were a buck for a pack of 20. I'm down to maybe 15 of them left. I must have saved hundreds of dollars on that deal.
Nice.
So yes, I'm doing both because fuck it, I needed the extra hit. So there's a pouch up top and a little cup at the bottom.
So how many pouches can you fit in your lip?
These are strong, man. 2 pouches will put you down.
No shit.
Oh yeah, even me. I got my first nicotine buzz in 20 years on these pouches.
Right.
You know what? I ran out of pipe tobacco at work, and Mac was, he's one of the guys I work with. He smokes, and we were up there at the smoke shack, and he says, "Hey, Dave, let's just have a cigarette, man." I said, "Yeah, sure. What the hell?" So he gives me one, and I light it up. I got about halfway done with that, and I swear to God, I had freaking zoomies and shit flying around my head.
Get the spins,
I was
man.
like, whoa, holy crap, it's been a while. Oh, yeah, man. I looked at him, and I was like, man, I used to be able to smoke cigarettes one right after the other. Man, not anymore. I'll tell you what, it was hard to do with switching from cigarettes to pipes, but I'm glad I did it. It got me off of all that nicotine, and getting off that nicotine that is hard. God, that is hard.
That was my favorite part of high school, though, was going all day at school with now to smoke, and then you get out to your car and light one up, and you couldn't drive for 10 minutes because your head was still spinning.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened, man. I looked around, man. I looking out over the pier and shit, and I was like, holy crap, I better not even walk down the stairs. Jeez.
See, that's what got me into chewing tobacco was 7th grade. I had a big wad of Levi Garrett.
Oh, did you get it?
Oh, no.
Levi Garrett, because I'm in 7th grade homeroom and they're going to show a movie. And it's like filled up that cheek, and I'm sitting there, and, I got a little spit cup action going on, and the film breaks. The lights go on.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I had to gut it. And that was awful. But yeah, it was. You didn't have to wait. You could dip in a theater. You could dip in the classroom. Dip on the airplane. They were just picking on smokers.
Yeah, and they still do. Like I walk around with my pipe at work. Nobody will say a freaking word. And in fact, if they do say anything, like I'll be walking down the causeway or something like that, I say, man, that smells good. Hey, golly, that reminds me of my grandfather, man. That smells really good. Oh, I love the smell of pipe tobacco, blah, blah, blah. And I'll just, prance along there. But I'll tell you what, you see the little smoker's cage, the little smoke shack. Oh, look at all the smokers. They're I'll tell you, man, guys in our shop, they dip in our shop, they don't have to go to the smoke shack. Nobody says anything to me about my pipe, but man, I'll tell you what, you light up a cigarette on that pier, boy, you got the smoking police all over you. Why aren't you in the smoking area? Oh yeah, you bet. I think we've conditioned our society to make cigarette smokers, haters out there.
Yep, you got to ring the shame bell on them now.
Well, thing is, what I hate is when you have fellow smokers, like when I still worked at Peterbilt, you got this one kid, he is a kid, and no smoking in the shop, and then he'll walk outside and light a cigarette. I'm like, what's your problem? But I'd walk through there with my pipe, and it'd be like, oh, that smells good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody gets on the guy that has a pipe, and I've never had anybody say anything negative to me about walking there with my pipe. Nobody cares. It was like, oh yeah, that's cool.
But I just thought it was funny that he can be a hypocrite about cigarettes. Bitch at somebody walking through the shop with a lit cigarette, going from one side to the other, to go look at something outside, and then walk outside and light a cigarette. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Stand right by the door where all the smoke's blowing right back into the shop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where are you working now, Kyle?
Semi-retired,
Oh, okay.
which equates to unemployed.
So you're on vacation too.
Yeah, I'm on vacation.
Man, that
Which
sounds
is why
nice.
it didn't. I had enough in my retirement account where I'm not too worried about it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I hadn't pulled all of it out, but I got to find something. But I'm actually enjoying it right now. I'm enjoying life right now.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, when I was laid up for that 2 months after I went through this, man, just having to be in the house the whole time and everything like that, that was driving me nuts.
Oh, it's starting to get to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how my old lady does it. She's been home with the kids 2.5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! I don't see how she can do that. Damn.
Dude, I know. I thank her every time I get the chance. Because she'll leave me at home with the kids for 3 hours while she goes and does something. By the time she gets back, I'm like, thank God you're home.
Tell you what, my daughter does the same thing. You know, she's a stay-at-home mom, and I don't know how she does it. I told her, I said, maybe you should get some skills and stuff, and try to work on maybe doing some work outside the home and everything. She's like, well, why? I was like, well, okay. Yeah.
So Tin Man, there's no broken windows on her watch.
Oh yes, there is. That's when it happened. She was home.
Wait.
Oh yeah, the broken window. That's how I knew about it. She called me right after I clocked into work.
It was on her watch. Oh no,
dude! I was at work for like 14 minutes, and I clocked out and had to drive all the way back home when that happened.
Well, what are you gonna do? Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh,
she's going stir crazy too. She wants to get out and do stuff.
Yeah.
Which I'm working 40 hours a week, and plus driving an hour there and an hour home. So when the weekends roll around, I'm like, man, I'm ready for some relaxo time. But her being cooped up in the house all week, it's like, oh, let's go do something. Like, you're right, you've been cooped up. Let's go do something.
Yeah.
We took the kids to the Discovery Center here in town. Jordan got to pet the bunnies and pet the goats they had for Easter, and they tried to hand her a little baby chick, but that lasted about half a second. Then the lady pulled it away from her because Jordan went to go, yeah, like grab onto it. And the lady's like, nope.
I'm thinking about getting some of the. I've been talking to Angel about getting some of those goats. I said, but they got to be the ones that faint whenever they hear anything.
Yep.
Because I'd walk outside and just scream and just watch them flop over.
One of my best friends had goats growing up. They were cool, and then you'd pet them, all that stuff, and then about 10 minutes later, you go inside and you're like, what the hell's that smell? It was your hands. Goats put off a smell. You smell on your hands. You're like, man, it's weird.
Yeah, it's a musk.
Yeah, I can't even describe it. It's a really weird smell. But they're cool.
Making some goat cheese and stuff like that, but I can't have goats in this backyard with my dog. That would not work out good.
Yeah. Man, I'll never forget the night we were all sitting around a bonfire at his house drinking, and I didn't know his goats were out, like on the loose, and he's got this one billy goat, big old beard, huge goat, and all of a sudden I can just see the shadow of something like huffing and puffing all the way up towards us, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like freaking out, and it was this damn goat.
Oh my God, it's Satan.
Scared the hell out of me.
I got to hear Jim's elevator story.
Oh, yeah.
It's better, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, it's no better. No, it's bad. It's not even close. I just wonder if they had cameras back then when you were in the elevator.
No, no, but
Lucky you.
word got out anyway, and everybody in the whole dealership, 100 people knew it. And to this day, when I work at a car dealer, it's like the elevator boner dude. You know?
No, but mine's not nearly as funny.
He porks in the shadows between floors. you gotta watch out for that dude.
He had the fire marshal's key to stop it between floors.
Yep.
Yeah, my funny elevator story that I remember cracks me up because I was an apprentice and we had two journeymen, and one was a Vietnam vet, the older brother, and he was a Vietnam vet, and something happened to his digestive system, so he had the worst farts ever when he came back. When he came back from Vietnam, he had the worst egg sulfur farts, like ass cast bullets from Tin Man.
Agent Orange, man. Agent Orange is a bitch. That's what it did.
Yeah, and so he used to terrorize us by coming over and farting and making us work next to all this stuff, right? And it was terrible. It was the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. Anyway, we're in a prestigious building in downtown Seattle, going to the top floor where all the CEOs and everyone hangs out and has dinner. So it was a very prestigious building. The top, it's like Trump Tower or whatever, the top of it.
Penthouse.
I forget the name of it. It wasn't Millionaires Club, but it was something like that. Anyway, so we're in the elevator and we're going up all the way to the top, and he rips one. And oh my gosh, it was disgusting. We get off the floor and the doors close, right? And everyone's in suits. Everyone's, super sophisticated. It's the top floor where everyone eats dinner and everything. And the doors close, and we hear it goes to the next story, and people get in the elevator, which is disgusting. And we can hear screaming. We can hear screaming on the next floor up. The people that got in there, they were trapped in there, and they were screaming. And that was
That's awesome.
And they're all in suits and well dressed. So there was a lot of women because I heard women screaming. And
Isn't
so
it funny how grown men can still laugh at fart jokes? I mean,
women screaming, children crying. It was pandemonium.
Oh, yeah. He ripped one right when we were getting out and the doors closed. And then the next story, we could hear everyone screaming. Oh, we laughed our ass off. Yeah. That's
Jamie
it.
had a good story on the way home.
Yeah.
He said he worked with this one guy, and he said they were sitting there at work, and the guy just raised up one leg and just ripped one and shook his leg out. He said, "I still remember that fart, and that was in the late 80s."
Yeah, this guy's gallbladder was shot, whatever it was. It was nasty. But he from the people that got in the elevator on the next floor. Oh my God. It was bad. And these are all people having high class dinners, It was 2 stories till the top. Yeah.
I think we all remember the best fart of our lives.
But Jamie remembers one from 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Dude,
mine was.
Remember that one.
Mine was my 21st birthday. I got a party bus in a hotel room. So we the night goes over, whatever. Me and my buddy crash, pass out, whatever. The next morning, we're in separate beds, mind you. I'm laying there and I wake up. I'm just feeling like shit, super hungover. You know, obviously 21st birthday.
Oh my
And
god!
I let out like an 8-second super loud fart, just insane. And I didn't know he was awake. And all of a sudden, after it's over, he goes, "No way, was that real?" We laughed. We laughed ourselves all the way down to the bar and had breakfast in the morning.
Yeah.
The bartender's handing us, canteens of water or whatever. She goes, "You guys smell hungover." We just started laughing. Yeah, good times.
That's bad.
Well-
Bartender says you smell hungover.
How many of us wake our wives up with the fart?
Oh, dude, it's funnier than hell.
Oh yeah, I'll pull the sheets away
He
and
probably pulls the sheets over her head and lets it go.
I let her
Dutch
rip
oven.
and
Dutch oven.
yeah.
That's the best, is doing it under the sheets, because the next person that moves is going to let it out.
No. No, I'm not. I'm
We
not
need to rename
sleeping.
this the fart
like
chat. It's the Uncle Jim fart chat.
Oh,
One night, so we got a kid in our room in a crib still, so we got to push our bed against the wall. And my wife gets to the outside, so I have to crawl over her to go to bed. So she's on the edge of the bed, so I can't get my knee up to swing my leg over her. So I'm sitting there making a bunch of noise, waking her up. She goes, "What are you doing?" So as I swing my leg over, I'm straddling her, and as I'm about to pick my other leg up to swing it over, I bust a super loud fart. We're both laughing so hard, Mila wakes up. God, it never gets old, man. I'm in my 30s. I still laugh at farts.
So you guys know about my 60-year-old Amazon parrot.
Mhm.
He does his thing. Of course, I call him a he. He's always been a he, except Sylvia's sure it's a girl. Because
is he on a bio?
I was gonna say, put him on a Bud Light can.
Is he in a Bud Light can? Yeah.
anyway, it's not like we gotta know, right? So no egg, you don't know. And anyway, one of his bad habits when Sylvia comes in the room, he will stare at her and then lift a leg slow and then just let a fart out and put his leg.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. That's one of Radar's greetings to Sylvia, is to fart in her general direction.
Wow.
That's awesome.
I didn't know birds did that. That's awesome.
Oh, it's a decent sized bird and it's a decent fart. Now the other two little ones, they just let out little squeakers every now and then. But now Radar, lift a leg to do it too and stare right at her.
Oh, that's funny as hell.
I love Radar.
Well, I didn't know birds did that. They're leg lifters. Wow.
Oh, this one is.
They're not like rats. Rats can't fart, but birds can.
Birds can fart.
So can
German shepherds.
So can 2-year-olds. My 2-year-old drops a grown man fart sometimes. It's funnier than hell.
All right. William Gainley has a request. Yes. You got to make that happen.
I'll try to put that together. We got to wait for Sylvia to come home from work. Radar likes to store them up,
I tell you what, a bird doing a leg lifter fart would go viral everywhere. Oh yeah, that's better than a cat playing the piano. What are you talking about?
I'm so
Oh
glad
my
Angel
God.
woke me up when she got home, because this is funnier than hell.
Good night, Blue Healer.
Oh, Blue Healer. What? Wait, where? Okay.
Farting bird.
All right. Good night, Blue Healer. We got to hook up, buddy. I'm
night.
glad I know who you are now. I've seen Cold Hearted Bastard for like 6 months. You didn't come clean. All right. Good night, Blue Healer. I love you. Changed my life.
Pat, I just got to say, printing these rails up, while difficult, yields a very nice fitment of parts.
Wait, you're doing rails?
No, printing it rails up.
Oh, rails up, yeah. With all the supports. Still haven't got the hang of easy to remove supports.
I don't know if there's a such thing. I haven't figured that out either, but it's neat.
Yeah.
I used to do rails in my teens.
So I want to print, like, the test prints have been Sonic the Hedgehog for Zoe right now. It's like, okay, I'll do a Sonic, because I tried printing out those powder measures, and it'd get up, right where it tapers all the way out to the cylinder, and then somewhere in there I'd lose a layer and have to stop 12 hours later.
Yeah, it sucks. But yeah, I've done down and up. Down, the frame, the outside looks better, but up, everything fits very nicely.
That is really good to know, because I was wondering, the 45-degree angle deal and the the upside down. But
haven't tried the 45, but yeah. Yep, and the 19, you can get the magwell flat so that the rest of it kind of prints at, I don't know, I'd call that maybe a 15-degree angle. That's working really well for me.
Well, don't they just use the 17 and shorten it? And that's why it's weird on the magazines only.
Yeah, it's the 17 magazine is super weird, because instead of having a larger surface area, you have these 4 little dots, and it rainbows up. And it's really hard to print those rails up. I've tried it, and there's so little layer time that it just warps. It curls up on you like your 5th layer in, and it's not usable. So the 17, I had to do rails down.
Oh my gosh, Mac! Mac, I have not seen that. No.
Oh, I have.
Monkey poop in the nose is good though. Yeah,
dude, right smack dead center of the face.
Yeah,
and it was soft. It was soft.
Watching.
Dude, that one's on all kinds of compilation videos, and this lady's got to be in her 80s too. Very old.
In a wheelchair.
Yeah, man. Horrible.
So I went to this zoo today, and it only had a dog. It was a Shih Tzu.
Oh.
I know, Dad.
Yep. While I was at Benelli Park today, me and the little woman took a walk by the lake, and 2 coots come swimming up, and it's like, how cute. And then one hops on the other one and bones the shit out of the other one, and then hops on off, and they both swim off together. And Sylvia's like, Jesus fucking Christ, you can't get away from this kind of stuff, can you?
America.
It's nature. It happens. I mean, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Then you look over, and 10 feet to your right is Steve Buscemi holding the video camera with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
Well, I managed to make a score. I helped a buddy of mine out that works at the county bus shop, and he said, I got something for you. I'm like, okay. What is it? Ooh. And he said, bring your truck. I've got boxes and boxes and boxes of big truck wheel weights.
Yes. Yes.
Score.
Yes. Big truck wheel weights, the best.
One of those will make like 11 bullets. Hell yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
My favorite wheel weights, yes.
Yep.
I just gotta smelt them down.
Hell yeah. Brand new or used?
No, they're used.
Okay. Still,
It's what they take off of buses and stuff like that.
that's
Those
awesome.
They're the right size to fit in a lead pot, though. They're almost like little ingots already.
Right.
You know, you
Yeah.
can plop them in the lead pot and then just take your needle nose and pull the clips off.
I was wanting to smelt them down let's see, it's Sunday morning now. But I was wanting to smelt them down yesterday morning, but it was raining. Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, truck wheel weights are the best.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah, he's right. It's Sunday. Happy Easter.
90 pounds, 120 pounds, something like that.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is Easter. Happy Easter, everyone.
Yeah, happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter.
I just realized it's right past 2:00.
Not on the West Coast yet, but almost.
Almost.
Yeah, it's 12:22 here or 12:25, whatever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got 11:19, 11:20.
Man, it's 1:19. Holy crap! I'm gonna go to bed.
I know it's past my bedtime. We should cut this off.
Yeah, I think
It's
stop, guys.
19.
We'll see you later.
All right, take care, Dave.
All
Yep.
right, Doug.
See you, Dave. Good seeing you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Jim.
All right,
Keep
good night,
talking
Dave.
to me.
Have a good
Yep.
one. Hope your shoulder heals up
Yeah.
better.
Yes, sir.
Well, looks like we're looking at about a year. So
Man,
yeah, it sucks. Oh well. It's the way it goes, man.
Yeah, you better quit bowling for a year. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
all right, take care.
Yep.
See you, Dave.
All right. Any last words for the side chat? I think it is time to go. Yes.
Ooh, happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Okay. Pat?
Bird fart video. I'll work on it.
True dad.
Bird fart video. He's working on it, people. Stay tuned. Okay.
Hey, Uncle John just popped in, or has he been here?
I'm surprised Uncle John is awake. He must have crashed and then woke up again. Okay, Kyle, any last words?
I just want to say happy Easter to everybody.
All right. And congratulations, Kyle, for getting engaged.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
And all I got to say is everyone have a good Sunday, I guess.
Yes, sir.
It was a fun chat, a lot busier than I thought it'd be tonight. And awesome. Totally awesome. Fun.
No more fart jokes?
No.
After chat.
All I want to see, all I care about now is Pat's bird doing the leg lift. Yes.
That
If we
would be
could
so
get a leg lift video, I'd be a happy man.
Oh, God.
Oh, that would go viral. Imagine being on TikTok and all those crazy places. Oh, that would go viral. The parrot leg lifter fart. Oh my God.
Good stuff.
If I had a parrot, I'd just enter the sound and make it look like it did it. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
All right. We love you all in the side chat. Thanks for hanging with us through 6.5 hours. And we'll see you next time. Love you guys on the side chat. And any last words?
Good
Okay.
night, everybody.
I think we already did that. All right. Good night, everyone. Love you. We'll see you
Happy
next
Easter.
week.
Good night. Happy Easter.
Yeah. Happy Easter, and we'll see you next week. Thanks for being on here. All right.